The world of Naruto through the eyes of the Sharingan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 126 The World. First of all, I haven't offended any of you Uchiha clan members. The night of December 31st was more boisterous than usual New Year's Eve. From around 10 p.m., the Uchiha clan compound was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of gongs and drums. The Uchiha were celebrating with wild excitement, their shouts, laughter, and songs echoing through the air, the entire compound filled with a sweet scent of wine and merriment. Suddenly, someone, perhaps drunk, let out a muffled hiss, and a fiery dragon, its claws outstretched, leaped and danced in the darkness, illuminating the night sky. Brilliant flames scattered in all directions, blooming into beautiful flowers. This pioneer opened a new door for the Uchiha, whose fervent joy was difficult to express. Shooting lights continued to rise into the sky, fiery and passionate, tracing beautiful arcs in the night before bursting into fireworks. Fireworks burst forth in the sky, each burst a brilliant display, with performers occasionally adding their own creative flair, the flames transforming into flowers, clan crests, and even the face of the Uchiha clan's founder. A kaleidoscope of colors, like twinkling stars, illuminated Konoha as if it were daytime. The Uchiha clan had no shortage of chakra, and no fool dared to complain to the police about the disturbance, so the spectacular fireworks show continued for the entire night. It only came to an abrupt end when the soft, warm light of dawn awakened the world from darkness, and delicate, gentle rays of light painted the sky pale gold. The seemingly unremarkable, unartistic Hokage building still stood beneath the Hokage rock. After the departure of a certain old monkey who had once again occupied the Hokage's office, along with his personal belongings and treasured magazines, the building welcomed its new master. So, last night, 12 people in the clan were so excited that they awakened their Sharingan. Uchiha Tekka even evolved his Sharingan to the 3-tomo stage. Uchiha Gen stood in front of a huge floor-length mirror, holding out his hands, letting Uchiha Susanoo smooth out the wrinkles in his Hokage uniform as he listened to Susanoo's joyful report of the previous night's events. Yes, the youngest clan member to awaken their Sharingan is a girl named Izumi, only 8 years old this year, still in the Jonin Academy. The oldest is Uchiha Tessei, who's over 50 years old, the guy who sells pancakes at the clan's gate. Unlike the Hyuga, where everyone possesses the Byakugan and is considered a ninja, only a minority of the Uchiha clan can awaken the Sharingan. In the Warring States period, the entire clan was naturally soldiers, but in the relatively peaceful ninja village era, many Uchiha members are ordinary people who don't pursue a career as ninjas, and Tessei is one of them. Susanoo carefully straightened the shoulder corners of his Hokage uniform, then cautiously handed the Hokage hat he had prepared beforehand to Uchiha General. This straw hat isn't that precious, seeing Uchiha Susanoo, known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, handling the hat with such care, as if afraid of damaging it. Uchiha Gen found it inexplicably amusing and casually picked it up without any regard for its value. Hey, what are you doing? Susanoo frowned at Gen's careless behavior. This was a treasure even Madara couldn't obtain. Quiet, the Hokage is contemplating the village's future. Gen lightly brushed the veil off his hat, gazing thoughtfully at the already crowded Konoha Plaza. Self-cultivation, family management, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. He had essentially completed the first 2 steps of this path. Self-cultivation still needed to continue, but at least now he was undoubtedly the strongest ninja of his generation. The same went for a family management. The entire clan now held Gen in absolute faith, even showing signs of a personality cult and deification. Before, as a mere ninja, he only needed to consider how to improve his strength, complete missions, and survive wars. As clan leader, his focus shifted to expanding the Uchiha clan and vying for influence in Konoha. Now, as Hokage, he had to approach everything from the Hokage's perspective. One stage's goal had finally been achieved, but another stage had just begun, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. This left Uchiha Gen somewhat bewildered. Looking at the dawn breaking on the horizon, he asked, Susanoo, I witnessed a rule of the 3rd and 4th Hokage. How did the 2nd and 1st Hokage govern? What were their governing styles like? Knowing the grudges and animosity between Susanoo and Tobirama, Uchiha Gen added, "Don't speak disparagingly of the second Hokage. Put aside personal feelings and be objective." This was something he truly couldn't ignore. Susanoo hesitated for a moment, then, after a thorough self-examination, filtering out and deleting numerous profanities and sensitive words related to Tobirama, she began, "The second Hokage's style, at its core, is all about change. He would constantly identify problems and threats, and then adjust and change the village's structure and system accordingly. For example, the division of departments, the establishment of the police department, the Anbu, and the Ninja Academy effectively solved many problems at the time, but the first Hokage was a bit strange." Susanoo paused, organizing her thoughts. "He was a particularly strange person. He was always smiling and approachable, and even after becoming Hokage, he didn't take his duties seriously, skipping work every day to gamble, play, and drink with Madara. But once he made up his mind to do something, things would definitely develop exactly as he said and planned. His eyes were the most unique I'd ever seen." At this point, a hint of reminiscence flashed in Susanoo's eyes, and the topic gradually veered off course. It was a look of perpetual ease, perpetual comfort, as if he didn't care about anything, yet it was also incredibly dazzling, incredibly brilliant. "I remember when I was little, Madara had that look in his eyes too, but I haven't seen him look like that since," Uchiha Susanoo said, his words somewhat cryptic, but Uchiha Gen nodded slightly, understanding his meaning. The second Hokage's style was to nip problems in the bud, seek innovation in difference, and continuously develop the village to deal with difficulties. The first Hokage, on the other hand, was laissez-faire, letting the village develop freely, but no matter what difficulties or enemies there were, it didn't matter, because I'm here, and what you can't solve, I can definitely solve. As for Madara, perhaps he was still domineering and arrogant, but how could he maintain that invincible confidence when he couldn't even protect Izuna? "I understand. Susanoo, go and gather the guards, we still need to go to the Land of Fire." After dismissing Susanoo, Uchiha Gen gently put on the Hokage hat and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window at his office. Konoha was shrouded in a thin mist at dawn. The warm morning light filtered through the clouds, waking the sleeping village from its slumber against a backdrop of white snow, as if everything was quietly awaiting a new beginning. Konoha, my Konoha. A beautiful, yet flawed, backward, and deformed ninja town. 6 or 7-year-old children, at the most innocent and adorable age, learned how to slit the enemy's throat. Teenagers rushed to the battlefield as warriors, ninjas, who clearly possessed absolute superiority in combat, lived off the daimyo's grants and the missions of nobles and merchants. Ninjas possessing the miraculous high productivity of ninjutsu did not engage in production. In Uchiha Gen's view, the ninja world was full of contradictions and problems. Of course, this was only Uchiha Gen's perspective. The entire ninja world took it all for granted. Other ninja villages and wandering ninjas only envied Konoha's education and treatment. Even the other 4 great ninja villages were only thinking about getting more missions and more money from the daimyo. The daimyo, nobles, and merchants maintained this system as a matter of course, and no one thought there was anything wrong with it. If you question this ninja world, they'll tell you, haven't we always been like this? Everyone's the same, and for the past few decades, centuries, this world has been functioning perfectly well under this logic. Uchiha Gen has been integrated into this world for 10 years, completely becoming a true ninja, an Uchiha, but he still feels this world shouldn't be like this. If things remain unchanged, if Konoha continues to develop naturally as a ninja village, a ninja city, and continues to exploit other ninja villages, decades later, I'll definitely be the Holy Hokage, the best and strongest Hokage. In the villagers' eyes, Uchiha Gen looked at Konoha in the morning light and chuckled, because they've never seen it. They only compare it to other ninja villages, to wandering ninjas, to ordinary people exploited by daimyo nobles, and finally conclude that Konoha people are happy, Konoha people are good, but I refuse. Uchiha Gen raised his hand and stretched it out the window, as if to grasp the distant morning light in his hands. What if the whole world doesn't understand your actions and thoughts, doesn't comprehend your pursuits, and even doubts and hinders your progress? What should you do then? How could I be the one who's wrong or crazy? Of course, it's the world that's wrong, crazy, and bad. Uchiha version of a determined face, JPG, the first Hokage, Hoshirama Senju, ended the Warring States period with his own will, shaping the ninja world into a system of villages and countries. Uchiha Gen wouldn't completely deny his attempts and achievements from the perspective of later generations and bystanders. After all, everyone is bound by their own era and perspective. In Hashirama's era, ninja villages and countries were undoubtedly progressive and advanced compared to the chaos of ninja clan wars and national turmoil. But, what Hashirama could do, I can do too. A truly perfect world is like the morning light on the horizon, unattainable, but as long as my Susanoo is big enough, who says I can't embrace the sun one day? Uchiha Gen closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. In the distance, the sun slowly rose from the horizon, and a point of light appeared in his dark pupils, as if the sun had fallen into them. If the world didn't develop as he envisioned. A red light shone in Uchiha's eyes, and a slow smile curved his lips. Then I will guide it, educate it, and let it grow and develop according to my will. If it refuses, then I will ignite the world with my flames, hypnotize the world with my Sharingan, and shatter the world with my Susanoo. Until it submits to me, until everyone in this world follows my will and path, believing it all to be natural. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. In the Hokage building, Uchiha Gen laughed heartily, having decided to propel Konoha and the ninja world forward at high speed on the path he had created. What the ninja world thought of it was unimportant. Chapter 127 The Daimyo of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Gen won the Jonin votes and gained their support, but there was one final step before he could truly become Hokage, gaining the daimyo's approval. Of course, this step was virtually impossible to fail at. Although the daimyo of the Land of Fire was nominally the highest leader of the Land of Fire and the biggest financial backer of Konoha, in reality, he only had a nominal veto power over the Hokage election, and didn't even have the right to advise. At noon on January 1st, Uchiha Gen arrived in the Fire capital with 8 guards. The Land of Fire was the richest and most populous country in the entire ninja world, and the Fire capital was naturally the largest city in the entire ninja world, with high walls and a majestic, imposing presence. Uchiha Gen and his party did not conceal their identities upon arrival. As soon as they reached the city gate, a minister arranged by the daimyo approached them and accompanied Uchiha Gen to meet the daimyo. Following the minister into the Fire capital in a palanquin, Uchiha Gen kept his eyes peeled for the scenery on both sides of the street. As the capital of the Land of Fire, the Fire capital and Konoha felt completely different. Konoha, though called a village, is actually a large city of hundreds of thousands of people, ranking among the top in the Land of Fire. However, it pales in comparison to the Fire capital, which boasts nearly 2 million inhabitants. While the Fire capital is larger and more prosperous than the well-organized, densely packed buildings of Konoha, its architecture is chaotic and its streets are far less tidy. Only the main streets are relatively clean, some narrow alleys are muddy and reek of foul odors. Soon, Uchiha Gen and his group arrived at the daimyo's palace in the very center of the Fire capital. However, this palace was unremarkable, its layout quite similar to the Hyuga clan's territory, only larger and with an outer wall. Shortly after, Uchiha Gen met the Fire daimyo. He was a man who looked somewhat aged, not in terms of age, but rather in a gloomy, aged air. Although he appeared to be around 30 years old, his complexion was sallow, and his eyes were lifeless. Lord Gen, this is our first meeting. The Fire country daimyo swallowed a grape offered by the beautiful maidservant beside him, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing Uchiha General. Nice to meet you, daimyo. I am Uchiha Gen, the head of the Uchiha clan and a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Gen looked directly at the nominal number 1 in the Land of Fire and calmly introduced himself. I know you. The youngest head of the Uchiha clan, the youngest Hokage of Konoha. That's wonderful. When I heard of the 4th Hokage's sacrifice, I must tell you, I suffered from insomnia for a while because I was worried about the future of Konoha and the Land of Fire. But thankfully, Konoha has a talent like you, and I can finally sleep peacefully again. I heard that you are in the Land of Hot Springs. The daimyo stared intently at Uchiha Gen, his words of praise flowing like a river. You flatter me, Your Excellency. I am but a humble student, Uchiha Gen said with a faint, modest smile, maintaining perfect etiquette. Ha ha ha. The 5th Hokage is too modest, the daimyo laughed, his words seemingly expressing his approval of Uchiha General. He buried his face between the full, rounded breasts of the maid beside him and took a deep sniff, saying with a satisfied expression, 5th Hokage. I have decided to increase the budget allocated to Konoha by another 300 million ryo this year as a congratulatory gift for your ascension to the Hokage position. I also hope that you will not forget your original aspirations and lead Konoha to protect the Land of Fire, strive to win more battles, and bring glory to our country. Thank you, daimyo. Uchiha Gen's lips still held a smile, but after a moment of silence, he said, however, Konoha has suffered heavy losses since the Third Shinobi World War. Although we achieved the final victory, the villages are devastated and the people are exhausted. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years to recover. It is really not advisable to launch a reckless attack, is that so? A glint of cunning flashed in the daimyo's eyes, but he sighed deeply, seemingly grieving for the sacrificed ninjas. He seemed to be moved by something and said, Fifth Hokage, Konoha is the towering tree that shelters the land of fire, it cannot afford any mishaps. If there's anything the daimyo's side needs to cooperate with, just say the word, and my ministers will certainly cooperate. Daimyo, what Konoha needs most right now is to recuperate and recover from the losses of the war. Besides allocating funds, the greatest support you can give Konoha is for the daimyo and his ministers to issue more missions. Beyond that, I ask for nothing more. Uchiha Gen smiled at the daimyo, appearing as a loyal and virtuous minister. Very well, I look forward to the Fifth Hokage continuing to strengthen Konoha and protect the land of fire during your tenure. The daimyo laughed heartily and ordered, attendant, prepare a banquet. I wish to drink with the Fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage, please move to the reception hall to rest for a while. I will come after bathing and changing. Uchiha Gen nodded and followed the attendant away. After Uchiha Gen left, the daimyo didn't go to change his clothes as he had said. Instead, he dismissed his maids and sat calmly in the quiet room. After a long while, he softly asked, Master Xianwu, how was it? What are your thoughts? This youngest Hokage is said to be the youngest clan leader in the history of the Uchiha clan. The old monk, who had been standing silently behind a daimyo like a wooden statue, slowly stepped forward and uttered 2 words in a deep voice, very strong. The daimyo was somewhat amused and exasperated. Of course, he knew Uchiha Gen was strong. How could someone who could become Hokage not be strong? Master Xianwu, of course I know Uchiha Gen is strong. What I want to know is, just how strong is he? How would you compare to him? Faced with the daimyo's question, the old monk was also somewhat troubled. He said helplessly, there's no comparison. My intuition tells me that if I dared to attack him, it would be a certain death. I'm afraid even if the 12 guardian warriors joined forces, they wouldn't see any chance of victory. Is that so? The daimyo fell silent. He had considered that Uchiha Gen might be incredibly powerful, but Tengo's answer still surprised him. In his eyes, Tengo, as the abbot of the fire temple, was the strongest ninja he had ever seen, yet he was still worlds apart from Uchiha Gen. Roll this is difficult. The daimyo sighed, silently lowering his head, his face gloomy. I see that this Fifth Hokage is quite humble and doesn't have any excessive demands. Why is the daimyo acting this way? The old monk Tengo turned the prayer beads in his hand. Quite puzzled. The daimyo's cloudy eyes brightened, his sharp gaze seemingly able to pierce through the palace barrier before him, seeing Uchiha Gen several palaces away. Look at the way this Fifth Hokage, who's not even 20 yet, rose to power. Even as a regular Jonin, he dared to seize the clan headship and cause trouble for the Third Hokage. How could he be so easy to get along with? I'd rather he were a bit more arrogant, even if he made things difficult for me or demanded exorbitant sums. But this humility, peace, and lack of ambition. I fear he has much greater desires. The daimyo sighed deeply, somewhat worriedly telling Xianwu, what I fear most is that he might disrupt the double jade balance between the land of fire and Konoha. The jade is the king in Shaji, a unique and crucial element. When the jade is checkmated, the game is lost. The double jade refers to the current situation in the land of fire, where the daimyo is the highest economic and political leader, while the Hokage is the highest military leader. Xianwu stopped spinning the prayer beads in his hand. Probably not. The one village, one country system was established by the first Hokage. As a descended Kage, how could he dare to break it? That's generally how it is, the daimyo sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. But he's an Uchiha, the double jade and one village, one country systems, at the time when ninja villages were first established, were progressive and in line with the historical trend. In the luxurious and magnificent reception hall, Uchiha Gen used genjutsu to impart his understanding to Shisui, who was acting as his bodyguard. At the end of the Warring States period, ninja clans fought amongst themselves, creating chaos. At the same time, ninjutsu and chakra were widely used, and the entire ninja world was filled with a large number of rogue ninjas and bandits who possessed chakra and ninjutsu. A simple fire-style technique from a ninja could burn down a wheat field or a house, A random rogue ninja could slaughter an entire village. The conflicts between ninja clans were even more chaotic, with ninjutsu flying everywhere and occasionally causing massive damage to the ninja world's terrain. In severe cases, if a merchant caravan hired Senju ninjas, the Uchiha clan would kill the Senju and destroy all the caravan's goods. If a lord hired Uchiha ninjas, the Senju ninjas would burn his fields. Under these circumstances, ninjas caused immense damage to the ninja world's production. Based on this, the ninja village system was born. The Senju and Uchiha clans united, absorbing ninja clans and ninjas of all sizes willing to join them, then expelling clans within the Land of Fire unwilling to join Konoha, and eliminating the rogue ninjas and bandits who threatened production. This ensured the safety of the lives and property of the vast majority of civilians in the Land of Fire, allowing them to focus on production. During this process, the Fire Country's daimyo clan, originally just a large lord, received support from Konoha and annexed many other nobles and daimyo, propelling the Fire Country from the Warring States period into the feudal era. The one village one country system separated ninjas with extraordinary powers from commoners, reducing the negative impact of ninja conflicts and significantly increasing the Fire Country's productivity and life expectancy. This achieved a win-win situation for everyone at the time, and was quickly imitated and adopted throughout the ninja world. However, there's still a very important problem here. Uchiha Gen played with a veil on the Hokage's hat, paused, and took a sip of tea. Shisui's eyes widened. He had only known that the first Hokage, who established the ninja village system, was strong and great, but he had never experienced the first Hokage's earth-shattering feat from this non-ninja perspective. What problems could there be with a system that had been running perfectly for decades? Shisui didn't speak, but his eyes expressed his confusion. Ninjas possess immense destructive power, yet they also possess immense productivity. Uchiha Gen frowned, but a smile still lingered on his lips, albeit a somewhat chilling one. A team of earth-released ninjas can easily build a road. A wind-released ninja can harvest 100 times more wheat than an average person in a day, and even a ninja who knows nothing but taijutsu can farm dozens of times more efficiently than an average person. Why? Why is it that we ninjas, who have reached the pinnacle of killing and strive for perfection, have never considered that the chakra and ninjutsu we use to take lives could be used for much more than just killing? Chapter 128 The Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Gen. On January 1, 1964, the head of the Uchiha clan and candidate for the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Gen, held a cordial meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Gen was recognized by the daimyo and officially crowned the fifth Hokage. During the subsequent banquet, the two highest leaders of the Land of Fire exchanged views on the situation of the five great nations and the relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire, reaching a high degree of consensus. During the meeting, the two leaders reached a consensus on strengthening cultural exchange, educational sharing, and economic and trade cooperation between Konoha and the Land of Fire, and signed a memorandum of understanding on building a new era of Konoha's ninja army and jointly constructing a harmonious and peaceful Land of Fire. Tango, the abbot of the Fire Temple, believed that the fifth Hokage's visit was timely and of profound significance, consolidating the ancient one village, one country system between Konoha and the Land of Fire, broadening the channels of cooperation, and realizing the shared aspiration of Konoha and the Land of Fire to strengthen cooperation, meet challenges, and achieve mutual benefit. Konoha became the first ninja village to enter the era of the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Gen became the fifth Hokage. The news sent shockwaves through the ninja world. After all, this fifth Hokage was an Uchiha, the strongest ninja of his time, who had captured the Raikage in one battle and defeated Iwagakure in another. The mess in Konoha, the conflicts between the Uchiha and the Hokage, and the Senju faction, not to mention the higher-ups of other ninja villages, any ninja with a modicum of knowledge in the ninja world could offer their opinions. And now, what even the legendary Uchiha Madara couldn't achieve, Uchiha Gen had accomplished. The Uchiha could finally hold their heads high, proudly proclaiming the name of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Gen, when their fellow villagers from other villages mocked, "What kind of Hokage are you, Uchiha?" Such a thing naturally deserved the attention of everyone in the ninja world. Kirigakure, the fifth Hokage, sitting on the sofa in the Mizukage's office, Genji, his wrinkled eyelids drooping, finished reading the latest intelligence, staring at the photos of the daimyo and Hokage's meeting taken by the Fire Capital reporter, and fell silent. After a long silence, he let out a weary sigh. They actually let this monster become the fifth Hokage? Our heroes in Saratobi and the Hokage system while useless. Elder Yuanshi, take it easy, Sitting on a high stool in front of the Mizukage's desk, Yagura Karachi appeared quite relaxed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Kirigakure was almost at the bottom of the 5 great villages, but after Uchiha Genji's rampage, isn't the village now second among the 5 great villages? For Yagura, his absolutely trusted brother becoming Hokage was a tremendous stroke of luck. Is that so? Not entirely wrong. Yuanchi looked up at the 4th Mizukage, who looked like a young man but was actually 30 years old, the same age he was back then, and his gloom dissipated considerably. Yagura Karachi, the 4th Mizukage, wasn't exactly a prodigy. His political skills were only above average. Without the 3 tails, his strength was roughly equivalent to Raza, who was essentially a gold miner in the desert. He also had flaws such as wasting money on research and excessively favoring his close advisors. However, compared to the 2nd Hokage, who liked to travel to other countries to ambush opposing Kage, and the 3rd Hokage, who slaughtered his own village's ninja for amusement, he was quite normal. It was a matter of timing and fate. Under his leadership, Kirigakure was indeed gradually recovering, almost as if they had won without effort. He was a competent Mizukage. Kirigakure's isolated location overseas was a disadvantage in its quest for world domination, but when facing difficulties in conquering the ninja world due to the presence of Uchiha Gen, it became an advantage for preserving strength and accumulating power. Genji stared at Yagura for a few seconds with his cloudy eyes, then remained silent for a moment before saying, "Then, 4th Hokage, I am 76 years old, and my energy is limited. It's time to enjoy a few peaceful days and try to live a few more years. The work of the Kirigakure Police Force, the Pursuit Ninja Force, and the Southern Border Force, I'd like you, young man, to take on more responsibility." Genji wasn't one to crave power, but the 2nd and 3rd Mizukage were truly unreliable. As one of the earliest followers of the 1st Mizukage, Byakuren, he couldn't bear to see Kirigakure's foundation destroyed, so he seized power that could rival the 2 Mizukage in order to maintain Kirigakure. "From now on, everything in Kirigakure is in your hands, 4th Hokage." Genji looked at the energetic Yagura with hopeful eyes. Iwagakure. Inoki stood alone by the window, gazing at the snow-covered mountains, feeling a chill run through him. Lately, he had been living and eating in Atsuchikage's office, and hadn't even gone home once. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that when he returned home, his lovely and beautiful granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, would stare with wide, dark eyes and pitifully ask when her father would return to the village. This old man, strong and resilient throughout his life, revealed a deep weariness and helplessness. But, just another 1st Hokage. It's nothing more than the same as before, submitting and humiliating for decades. Besides, who knows, maybe Uchiha Gen will die for some reason in a few years, Inoki comforted himself. After all, no one expected that the 1st Hokage, with such a powerful life force, would only live to be in his 50s. Many things are unpredictable when it comes to ninjas. His teacher, Mew, even believed that the 1st Hokage would live to be at least 120 or 130 years old and formulated the Iwagakure 5th Hokage hidden ninja plan, and now he was just continuing to implement that plan. Bang! The office door was pushed open. Inoki didn't need to turn around to know that only Roshi dared to enter his office like that. Old Purple's head and right eye were bandaged with white bandages, and there was a new scar on his chin, a gift left to him by Uchiha Genji, which would probably take a long time to heal. "Inoki, I found him. A child born with the 3 attributes of earth, fire, and wind, only 5 years old." Oh, Inoki raised an eyebrow. This was the first good news he'd heard in days. Theoretically, any ninja could develop the 7 attributes of yin and yang and the 5 elements, but learning to develop an innate attribute was 5 to 10 times easier than developing a 2nd or 3rd. Most people in the ninja world were born with a single attribute. Being born with 2 attributes was rare. And being born with 3 attributes was 1 in 10,000, let alone possessing all 3 attributes of Dust Release. Iwagakure and Dust Release had a successor. 5 years old, 1 year older than Kuratsuchi. They could keep each other company. What's the child's background? What's his name? Inoki's face lit up with joy. He's an orphan, named Itara. The entire ninja world, from Tsunagakure to Kumagakure and Omegakure, was in turmoil because of Uchiha General January 3rd, early morning. The sky was cloudless, exceptionally clear, a rare treat for winter. Warm sunlight bathed Konoha, seemingly foreshadowing the passing of an era and the arrival of a new dawn. Uchiha Gen, who hadn't slept all night, drew back the curtains of the Hokage's office. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, filling the heart of Konoha's power. The Konoha Plaza outside the Hokage building and the surrounding streets were already bustling with people, full of energy, enthusiasm, and vitality. Today was supposed to be a workday, but because of Uchiha Gen's inauguration as Hokage, all Konoha residents, civilians and ninjas alike, had their New Year's holiday extended by a day, a small benefit brought by the 5th Hokage's appointment. The only exception was the police department, who had to work overtime and stay up all night setting up roadblocks, guiding crowds, and maintaining order. However, every Uchiha was happy to do it, and all the police officers, who had previously been impatient with various trivial matters, now wore smiles. Uchiha Gen lightly leaped onto the open-air rooftop of the Hokage building, raised his hand to the densely packed Konoha ninja below, and immediately received a thunderous roar of cheers. Congratulations, 5th Hokage. Looking at the much older and somewhat listless Hirozen Sarutobi, holding the red and white hat symbolizing the Hokage's position, he solemnly walked slowly to Uchiha Gen, a fake smile on his face. Even if he was extremely unwilling, he had to attend this occasion. It was one of his few remaining values. However, when handing the straw hat to Uchiha Gen, he didn't let go. Instead, he patted Uchiha Gen's shoulder affectionately and whispered in his ear, "Gen, do you still stand by what you told Jiraiya, that I lead the team to hunt down Orochimaru and Danzo? How could the Hokage go back on my word?" "Of course I do. I'll propose the formation of a pursuit ninja force at tonight's meeting." Uchiha's face was beaming with enthusiasm as he pulled the 3rd Hokage shoulder to shoulder, allowing the camera to capture the harmonious handover between the two Hokage. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you old guys don't point fingers at me and don't try to stand against me, Konoha will always have a place for you. The memorial tablet is a good place." Having received Uchiha Gen's personal promise, Sarutobi Hirozen breathed a sigh of relief, his smile softening considerably. He didn't cause any more trouble and cooperated fully with Uchiha Gen in a series of political charades. Fellow villagers of Konoha, Uchiha Gen placed a Hokage hat on his head, stepped forward, and surveyed the tens of thousands below with pride and confidence. He took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Are you ready to join me in rebuilding Konoha's glory and ushering in a new era for us?" "Oh. Ha, ready, 5th Hokage." Countless cheers erupted, surging like a tsunami, echoing through the sky. "Very good," Uchiha Gen nodded. Then clasped his hands together with a snap, emanating an incredibly powerful aura of chakra that caused the Hokage tower to tremble slightly. His expression was extremely solemn and dignified, his long hair flowing, like a god residing in the heavens. For some reason, this suddenly reminded Hirozen Sarutobi of Oshirama Senju. How could this be? He's an Uchiha? Hirozen Sarutobi shook his head slightly, dispelling the thought, and looked at Uchiha Gen with suspicion, wanting to know what he was doing. 3 or 4 seconds later, Uchiha Gen finally gathered his strength and shouted, "Armored Susanoo, Konoha ninja technique." A torrent of Susanoo chakra surged from his feet like a tide, instantly covering the Hokage tower beneath him, then flowing down to the countless Konoha ninjas and civilians below, climbing onto everyone's feet. This is the slender, 16-year-old Chunin, Kyorna Iyuhi, with a mature body and a face befitting an older sister, exclaimed in astonishment as she examined her body. The Susanoo chakra, starting from her feet, constructed a simple Konoha ninja vest-style chakra armor around her body. Although it was only a thin layer, she could feel the powerful and resilient chakra clinging to her. Thump, thump, thump. She tentatively punched her heaving chest, but felt nothing except a slight pressure. So she gradually increased the force, even feeling nothing when she punched with all her might. Then, she took out the kunai from her waist. Clang, clang. After several thrusts, the chakra armor remained undamaged, but the finely crafted kunai in her hand was dulled. "That's 150 ryo." Kyorna Iyuhi touched the damaged part of the kunai with a pained expression, utterly shocked. She wondered just how strong the defensive power of this ninjutsu was. Just as she was considering whether to test the defense of her chakra armor with some more intense methods, the surrounding crowd suddenly jostled, clearing a space about 4 or 5 meters in diameter in front of her. "Ho-ha-ho-ha. I never thought I'd get to experience Susanoo's power." A young Uchiha Jonin stood in the center of the clearing, holding 2 explosive tags in his hand. He slowly lit them and stuck them to his chest, even confidently and arrogantly hugging the explosive tags to his chest, as if afraid the tags wouldn't unleash their full power. Kyorna Iyuhi recognized this person. This should be Uchiha Inayasa from the Uchiha clan, 3 or 4 years older than her. Boom! The explosive tag detonated with a deafening roar. To Kirane's utter astonishment, Inaheim's chakra armor only suffered minor cracks, which were instantly repaired. If I mastered such a powerful defensive ninjutsu, I could pass the Jonin exams right now. Kirane was startled by her own audacious thought. Chunin were the highest rank of Konoha ninja. So, if the 5th Hokage used this technique, all the village's Chunin could become Jonin? What incredible power! Just how powerful was the 5th Hokage? Kirane looked at Uchiha Gen on the platform in shock, feeling that Uchiha Gen's image was so tall and imposing. On the platform, Uchiha Gen, veins bulging and teeth clenched, was already unleashing his full power. He looked at the reaction below and nodded in satisfaction. He had considered many ways to demonstrate his abilities to the Konoha ninjas, such as splitting 2 mountains in his full form, but ultimately chose this uniquely designed armor. For most of the lower-ranking ninjas with limited experience, techniques like Fire Dragon Bullet and Earth Wall were incredibly powerful. Generally weak in combat, they couldn't distinguish between Master Roshi and Kakarot. Both were terrifyingly strong. The ability to elevate tens of thousands of weaklings to the level of top-tier fighters seemed more tangible and powerful to them than chopping down a mountain, and thus more likely to garner their support and admiration. After the crowd subsided, Uchiha Gen stretched out his right hand towards the sky, his bewitching Sharingan eyes gazing upon the countless people below, and laughed. I, the 5th Hokage Uchiha Gen, will forever protect you, forever support you, forever watch over you. The era of you and me has begun. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. New film studio makes a grand debut. The Hokage's office. Uchiha Gen, having just finished his Hokage inauguration ceremony, leaned back in his brand new office chair and stretched slightly. To be honest, the Hokage's office wasn't anything special. It wasn't even as spacious as his office as the head of the police department. But many people desperately wanted to sit in that room. The most typical example was Danzo. It was his lifelong pursuit, but he never achieved it, neither in the original story nor in this timeline. Uchiha Gen stared at the crystal ball on the table, which connected to the Konoha Great Barrier and could see into most of Konoha, pondering the important tasks he needed to accomplish upon assuming the Kage position. The Kage was the one who divided the spoils. With hundreds of thousands of people and over 20,000 ninja in Konoha, whether they were well-fed or not depended on the Kage. As the saying goes, one whale falls, and all things are born. The Sarutobi faction, who had ruled Konoha for decades, was confirmed to be sent to the soon-to-be-established Pursuit Ninja Squad, leaving behind a power vacuum and a wealth of vested interests. The Uchiha clan, of course, deserved the most lucrative share, a privilege of the victors. However, some scraps also needed to be distributed among the Hyuga, Aburame, and other clans, as well as some commoner Jonin who supported Uchiha General. The Anbu must be firmly held in our hands. The original Anbu, except for the Sealing Squad and the Spy Squad, should be almost entirely replaced. And there's the selection of the Kage, Uchiha Gen meticulously planned, when a knock came at the door. 5th Hokage, everyone's here. The 8th Hokage, temporarily acting as the Hokage's secretary, opened the door. Uchiha Gen nodded and led the 8th Hokage from his office to a small conference room. Scattered throughout the conference room were about 30 people, mostly clan heads from various ninja clans and department heads from Konoha, the most influential figures in Konoha. Small matters were handled in large meetings, big matters in small meetings, and crucial matters were not discussed in meetings. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was still restrained by Danzo and a few others, Uchiha Gen, with his superior strength and the backing of Konoha's largest ninja clan, was essentially the benevolent father of Konoha. He could decide many matters with a single word, and these soon-to-be high-ranking Konoha members were destined to be mere executors in his position. However, this didn't stop some from showing delight, eagerly anticipating a share of the spoils. Sitting in the center of the conference room, Uchiha Gen removed his Hokage hat and placed it on the table, the bright fire character facing the upright Jonin below. Now that everyone is here, let's begin today's meeting. Uchiha Gen's decisive and direct approach, getting straight to the point without any preamble, was somewhat unsettling for some of the Jonin accustomed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's verbose style. However, they didn't object and had to get used to Uchiha Gen's methods. The war is completely over. Konoha has experienced a series of troubles and difficulties over the past 10 years, but has finally achieved stability and victory. Everyone here deserves credit for this. Now that Konoha has turned a new page, I think many people and positions should be repositioned and adjusted accordingly. At this point, Uchiha Gen glanced at everyone present, pausing briefly on the somber-faced Hirozen Sarutobi, F3, before a smile appeared on his face. Therefore, I've decided that today's meeting theme is reform. Since the second Hokage's death, most of Konoha's policies and departments have remained unchanged, falling behind the times and creating a mismatch between departmental service functions and the rapidly growing needs of Konoha's people and ninja. Times are changing, and Konoha must adapt. After this brief opening, Uchiha Gen began adjusting the village's personnel and departmental functions. The establishment of the Pursuit Ninja Squad, cramming all of Hirozen Sarutobi's direct subordinates into it, was a purge of F3. Opening up the police department and recruiting members of the Hyuga, Aburame, and other ninja clans, as well as civilian ninjas, into the 13th Division was a way to consolidate power and share the spoils, while also freeing up some Uchiha ninjas. The police department's current authority was so vast that it was overwhelmed, and Uchiha Genji would inevitably need to utilize a large number of his clansmen to occupy key positions within the village. Therefore, the Uchiha exclusive police department finally opened a door. Following this was the appointment of personnel for each department, including the most important Anbu. The Jonin Uchiha Fugaku is hereby appointed as the Anbu chief. Jonin Uchiha Uchiho, Uchiha Yukimi, Hyuga Hizashi, and Hakukumo Hayato are appointed as squad leaders. The Anbu position was extremely special, arguably the most powerful department besides the Hokage. Even the former Root organization was merely a small branch within it, and Danzo, simply by controlling Root, could wield absolute power within Konoha, demonstrating its importance. For such a position, Uchiha Genji naturally favored his own people. Fugaku Uchiha wasn't a good leader, but he was certainly effective as a sharp blade or a tool. However, when he announced the appointment, Fugaku showed no joy. Instead, he seemed hesitant to speak. Gen Uchiha waved his hand, indicating that they would discuss it later. After completing a series of appointments, he finally moved on to the real main event of the day. Back then, the Uchiha and Senju reconciled and founded Konoha for a simple and pure wish, to allow children to grow up healthy without having to fight each other. However, during the Third Shinobi World War, I saw 8 or 9-year-old children lying dead on the battlefield. At the height of the war, there were even cases of 5 or 6-year-olds becoming ninjas. I think this violated the first Hokage's original intention in establishing the village. Gen Uchiha's voice was gentle, without naming names or blaming anyone, but everyone could hear the implication in his words. Hirozen Sarutobi, who was serving as the commander of the pursuing ninja force in the name of the retired Hokage, remained silent, his eyelids lowered, and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. But it was only a hint. In his view, this was a necessary measure to cope with the war, a necessary sacrifice for Konoha. At the height of the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha was fighting 4 sides. How could it hold out without sending every usable cannon fodder to the battlefield? Therefore, I have decided to change the Ninja Academy from a 6-year system to a 9-year system, and from now on, early graduation will be prohibited. That is to say, a 6 or 7-year-old child, after entering the Ninja Academy, should grow up healthily and happily until the age of 15 or 16, until they have developed relatively complete thinking abilities. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy and becoming a ninja, many jonin showed surprise and doubt. The ninja academies of the 5 great nations are basically 6-year systems, with a fairly mature system. The first and second years learn literacy, arithmetic, and chakra extraction. The third and fourth years learn throwing weapons, setting traps, and taijutsu. The fifth and sixth years involve practical combat training, learning the 3 body techniques, rope-breaking techniques, and a series of simple ninjutsu. A qualified cannon fodder genin is thus born. Now, Uchiha Genji wants to destroy this system and extend the Ninja Academy to 9 years? This means that the time, money, and financial investment required for Konoha to train a mere cannon fodder will increase dramatically. Even with Uchiha Gen's noble and righteous starting point, and his invocation of the first Hokage's precepts and the roots of Konoha, many jonin showed their refusal. Uchiha Gen had anticipated this, but he was determined to do it, so he remained silent, simply looking down indifferently at the assembled ninja. In Uchiha Gen's view, Many tragedies in the ninja world stemmed from the immaturity of some ninjas, especially some geniuses, like Itachi from the original story. He witnessed the cruelty of war at the age of 4, graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6, and then began carrying out missions, killing, and being exposed to all sorts of dark things. It would be abnormal if he didn't become twisted and insane. A happy childhood can heal all the misfortunes of the rest of one's life, but a childhood that should be carefree is tainted by darkness, naturally leading to a life of misfortune. What's even more absurd is that these geniuses who graduate early and have incomplete personalities and worldviews often wield immense power and determine the direction of the ninja world. The ninja world is a grand stage, and the more eccentric they are, the stronger they become. But Uchiha Gen wanted their madness to be rooted in some lofty ideal, some unwavering goal, rather than simply going insane without thought or logic. Even if you wanted an infinite Tsukuyomi, an infinite Kido Matsukami, or an infinite gender swap world, it would be better than being fooled into killing your parents and entire family after a few words. Hokage-sama, after exchanging glances, the young man with a pineapple-shaped haircut respectfully spoke up. Narashikoku was somewhat nervous. He had only been the clan head 3 days ago, after the Hokage election, when his father, who had served as the third Hokage's strategist for decades, excitedly passed a position to him. This was the first time he had spoken in such a setting, and to do so was to question the fifth Hokage right off the bat. Extending the Ninja Academy's duration is certainly a very meaningful and positive thing, perfectly in line with the will of fire. However, Narashikoku paused, and seeing no displeasure on Uchiha Gen's face, continued, "This means a significant increase in the village's investment. Moreover, 6 years at the Ninja Academy is just enough for most ordinary people to learn everything required for the Genin stage, especially for some geniuses who might only need 1 or 2 years. Would that mean a waste of their next 7 or 8 years? I urge the Hokage to reconsider." Uchiha Gen lightly tapped the table and cleared his throat, saying, "Iwagakure and Kumagakure will provide substantial compensation to the village, and the daimyo has also allocated more funds to Konoha, so there's no need to worry about funding. The knowledge and skills taught in the first 6 years will remain largely unchanged. As for the following 3 years, they can learn tree walking, water walking, and elemental ninjutsu. They can even choose to study medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and things like that based on their interests. There won't be a lack of knowledge to learn. As for learning materials and the source of ninjutsu, the Senju clan contributed most of their ninjutsu to the village. Why can't the Uchiha clan do the same? I've decided to issue a library card to every senior ninja at the Ninja Academy. With it, they can borrow all ninjutsu from E to D rank from the police department and the Uchiha's ninjutsu library. Furthermore, outstanding students can apply to learn C rank and B rank ninjutsu. Consider this a small contribution the Uchiha clan can make to the village." As soon as Uchiha Gen said this, several Uchiha Jonin immediately grinned smugly, their faces beaming with pride. "Our Hokage clan is willing to contribute to the village. As for the ninjutsu being learned, please, we're noble ocular ninjas, who actually makes a living from ninjutsu." This was essentially placing the training from Genin to Chunin levels within the Ninja Academy. The Jonin pondered the pros and cons. No. Absolutely not. A deep, powerful roar rang out, and Hirozen Sarutobi abruptly stood up. When he was marginalized by Uchiha Gen, he remained silent. When Uchiha Gen suddenly mocked him for sending his child to his death, he didn't argue. But now, he was furious, righteously declaring, "This is utter chaos." Silence. Uchiha Gen glared at the third Hokage, coldly saying, "Third Hokage, I am the Hokage." Hearing these familiar words, Hirozen Sarutobi glared angrily, his anger flaring, and almost without thinking, blurted out, "Gen, you'll regret this." Uchiha Gen chuckled, ignoring him, and looked up at the Jonin below, leaving Hirozen Sarutobi standing aside. Only then did the Jonin recover, clicking their tongues to understand the reason for the third Hokage's rage. The Uchiha clan's public disclosure of low-level ninjutsu to all senior Ninja Academy students was a huge boon for commoner ninjas, and no loss to clans like the Ino Shikacho, Inuzuka, and Iburain clans, the only difference being more intense competition at the Ninja Academy. This was a catastrophic blow to the Sarutobi clan, who lacked bloodline limits and secret techniques. The difference between the Sarutobi clan and ordinary ninja lay in their accumulated ninjutsu heritage. But how could the Sarutobi clan's foundation compare to the Uchiha, the most powerful clan in the ninja world? Without their advantage in ninjutsu inheritance, the Sarutobi ninjas would become indistinguishable from ordinary ninjas, and their clan cohesion would inevitably plummet. The thought of such a hopeless future made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel as if he were in an ice cave. It was even more unbearable than death. After a long silence, he hoarsely said, "Fifth Hokage, this matter is still." Third Hokage, Uchiha Gen lightly brushed non-existent dust from his Hokage hat, pointing the fire character at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his words a deadly blow. "This is all for Konoha." On this matter, Uchiha Gen would never back down. It wasn't that he wanted to exterminate the Sarutobi clan, but rather that he had already instructed several Uchiha Jonin to begin developing numerous techniques such as earth release, paving the way technique, water release, dishwashing technique and other D-rank everyday ninjutsu and engineering ninjutsu are planned to be added to the curriculum for senior students at the Ninja Academy. He wants to further popularize and make ninjutsu more accessible and relevant to daily life, exploring more possibilities for ninjutsu, naturally starting with teenagers who haven't yet fallen into a single-minded ninja mindset. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned, slumped back into his chair, clutching his chest and panting heavily, a sudden sweetness in his throat. Gen Uchiha smiled, stroking his chin, and said in a deep voice, "This matter is settled, we'll discuss the specific details later. The second thing, aren't there still a few people in the village waiting for Jonin review? I intend to invite outstanding young ninjas from the other 4 great nations and smaller ninja villages to participate in an unprecedented Jonin exam." The Jonin were quite understanding and accepting of this. Whenever a new daimyo takes office, a general amnesty and celebration are held. Similarly, whenever a new kage takes office, a large-scale joint shunin exam is usually held to showcase the village's strength, stimulate consumption, and provide entertainment for the villagers. However, the ninja world generally only has joint shunin exams. There's no precedent for a joint jonin exam in the meeting room. Seeing that the jonin didn't object, Uchiha Gen smiled wryly and said, "Then, let's call this tournament the Konoha Opponent Fighting Tournament. How about KOF for short?" Chapter 130 Naruto. What is the first priority of conquest? Violence. What is the first priority of rule? Ideology. To completely control Konoha, one must start with its ideology. To control the ideology of Konoha, one must imprint it on the villagers during their formative years of values. Under the guise of reforming the Ninja Academy and extending its curriculum, Uchiha Gen offered guidance on the current teaching materials. First, of course, was to remove the numerous useless and superficial quotes from Hiruzen Sarutobi from the Will of Fire political education course, replacing them with profound and philosophical quotes from the 5th Hokage, even though he himself didn't remember saying these quotes. Second, the focus of history lessons also needed to be revised. Uchiha Gen didn't completely deny Hiruzen Sarutobi's achievements and contributions, but he removed boastful statements like the strongest Hokage, the history of the late Warring States period and the founding of Konoha are presented in length, with numerous key points, significance, and impact. In contrast, the history of World War I and II is automatically shifted to an international perspective focusing on the 5 major powers, resulting in shorter coverage. The photos of the Sarutobi clan and Hiruzen Sarutobi in textbooks were handpicked by Gen Uchiha, featuring extremely unattractive and unattractive figures to frighten children. The reforms of the Ninja Academy, the decentralization of low-level ninjutsu into engineering and daily life, embody Gen Uchiha's first step in reforming the ninja system, making ninjutsu a convenient tool for daily life and ninjas a high-quality productive force. In his view, the vast majority of junior and junior ninja could serve as cannon fodder in the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi World Wars, but in a war like the 4th Shinobi World War, where cage-level beings roamed freely and the 6 paths of hell trembled, they were useless, merely a series of pointless sacrifices. Therefore, their future should not be as cannon fodder, but as agricultural ninjas, engineering ninjas, and fishing ninjas. They should forget about fighting, they should all farm, work in factories, and contribute to the modernization of the Land of Fire in the new era. For high-ranking and genius ninjas, Uchiha Gen was also exploring new ways to make a living besides missions and wars. The KOF tournament was one such attempt. Like commercial sports events in his previous life, he envisioned creating a commercialized and formalized ninja tournament to improve the image of ninjas among the general public, generating revenue from ticket sales, broadcasting fees, and various merchandise. If the tournament became popular, ninja posters, costumes, and cards would be incredibly lucrative. For this KOF tournament, I will invite the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Cage of the other 4 great ninja villages to watch the finals. The entire tournament will be recorded, and the tapes will be provided free of charge to television stations in all countries and regions of the ninja world. I hope everyone will take this seriously. Next, I will arrange the organization of the tournament, with a Hokage's advisor, Hyuga Hayashi, leading the formation of a tournament support committee. The subsequent meeting proceedings could be described as everything proceeding according to plan. Uchiha Gen assigned tasks related to the KOF tournament to almost everyone present, even the Akimichi clan, who were ordered to ensure food supply and safety during the tournament. Only a group from the former Senju and Sarutobi clans did not receive any tasks. After the meeting, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to leave, and the other Junin gradually dispersed. Finally, only a few members of the Uchiha clan and a brown-haired old man of about 60 years old remained in the meeting room. With an outsider present, and because of his presence, it was naturally difficult to discuss some of the Uchiha's own affairs. Therefore, Fugaku remained silent, only casting a look of disdain and disgust at the old man. The vice director of the mission department, Jonin Kazamatsuri, or rather, the former Senju Kazamatsuri, had gathered a group of supporters after the Senju clan disbanded, establishing the Kazamatsuri clan using his own name as its surname, and was now one of the pillars of the Senju faction. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The old man couldn't sit still any longer. He bowed to Uchiha Gen, forcing a smile, and said, "Fifth Hokage, the KOF tournament is a very important project for the village. As a member of Konoha, I would like to take on some responsibility and contribute more to the village." At this point, whether the Senju clan liked it or not, they had to accept defeat. But at least they couldn't allow the Senju, the founders of the village, to be completely excluded from the village's decision-making and mainstream. Defection? How could this be considered defection? This was another reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans, a demonstration of the Senju clan's obedience to the will of fire and their loyalty to the Hokage. Kazamatsu's old face was full of smiles, his eyes filled with pleading and expectation. "I see." Uchiha Gen's lips curled slightly, and after clicking his tongue a few times, he left Kazamatsu waiting for a while before saying with considerable interest, "All right." The publicity work for the previous tournament was handed over to the 8th Hokage. "You'll be responsible for filming a TV series under his guidance, praising the first Hokage and Madara for ending the chaos and establishing Konoha." Kazamatsu frowned slightly. This was a very meaningful political and cultural propaganda project, but filming the village's founding history under the Uchiha's leadership was indeed a bit difficult for him. "What? You can't film it? Then you can find someone else." Uchiha Gen smiled knowingly. "No. I can film it." Kazamatsu suddenly shuddered and lowered his head, saying, "I was just thinking about what to call this series." Uchiha Gen looked at the bowed Kazamatsu and revealed a meaningful smile. "Let's call it The Great Founding of the Village, and someone will discuss the specific script with you." After casually dismissing Kazamatsu, who had been testing the waters for the Senju clan, Uchiha Gen turned his gaze to Fugaku. "What? You're reluctant to be the head of the Anbu, Gen?" "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's that I no longer have the ability to contribute to the village or the Uchiha clan." Fugaku Uchiha's face was full of bitterness as he pointed to his eyes, saying, "My eyesight has deteriorated to the point of almost blindness." Shisui also felt this deeply, a bitter smile appearing on his face, his expression dejected and forlorn. Shisui sighed and said slowly, "I'm alright. Although it's also deteriorating, it doesn't affect my combat yet. While the eye techniques and Susanoo are incredibly powerful, this forbidden power also foreshadows tragedy, so that's all." Gen Uchiha shrugged and smiled. "Don't worry, I have a way to restore your eyesight, and even make your eye power even stronger." "What?" Fugaku exclaimed in surprise, his mind filled with immense joy. He could use the Mangekyō Sharingan again and dance freely? He stood up, looking at Uchiha Gen with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, his voice trembling. "Gen, is what you're saying true?" Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a smile. "Of course. Do you remember that fake Madara? He possessed both Wood Release and the Mangekyō Sharingan, and the two were in balance. The Sharingan symbolizes Yin Release, and the opposite of Yin Release is Yang Release. Yin alone cannot produce life. As long as Hashirame's cells are transplanted, Yin and Yang will be balanced, and the Mangekyō Sharingan will no longer cause blindness." Uchiha Gen paused, then said to the two still processing this earth-shattering news, "Alright, I still need to visit the orphanage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki later. Tomorrow night, Come to the lab in the police department's basement. I'll transplant Hashirame's cells into you." Kakashi leaned against the outer wall of the room, carrying out his mission to protect Naruto while pondering improvements to his lightning-released ninja sword technique. During this period, the village was in turmoil and unrest, but he was quite leisurely, mainly responsible for guarding and protecting Naruto inside the house. The fourth Hokage shone brightly like a shooting star, but also vanished just as quickly. He didn't cultivate many of his own loyal followers, nor did he have the time or opportunity to seize much benefit from the village. After the fourth Hokage's death, his underlings were being marginalized by the third Hokage's people, so the Uchiha clan wouldn't have a chance to purge or suppress them. After completing the mission, he couldn't go home. He had to avoid Guy's challenge. That guy was waiting for the Jonin exams and hadn't done any missions, so he was full of energy. Kakashi felt a headache coming on just thinking about that watermelon-headed guy. Suddenly, his narrowed eyes widened, and he appeared silently at the door like a ghost, bowing and saying, "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Gen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the other lurking ninjas around him, finally settling on Kakashi's face. "Has anyone come to see Naruto these past few days?" Kakashi, of course, knew what Uchiha Gen was going to ask, and calmly replied, "Lord Jiraiya comes every day and is currently taking care of Naruto inside. As for the third Hokage, the last time he came was in late December." "I see." Uchiha Gen waved his hand, opened the door to the house, and looked at the interior with some curiosity. In the past, if you were to come within a kilometer of Naruto, it would cause great tension for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, let alone come to his house. The room wasn't large, but it was decorated quite thoughtfully, naturally 10 or 100 times better than the dirty and messy rooftop where Naruto lived during his Jonin days. However, the smell in the air wasn't very pleasant. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow as he entered, his gaze falling on the wrinkled and dirty Jiraiya, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Looks like you've had a tough time these past few days, hehe." "Yay." Tap tap tap. A blonde-haired boy with bright blue eyes, wearing open crotch pants, toddled around the bedroom, full of energy, a smug smile on his face, drawing. "Finished, a puppy." Uchiha Gen glanced at him. A light yellow carpet covered the bedroom floor, with several toys on it, and a dark swamp next to it was clearly Naruto's handiwork. "Pretty artistic, huh?" Uchiha Gen chuckled, his gaze falling on the rag Jiraiya was holding, and he took 2 steps back. "Haha." Jiraiya laughed heartily, laughing like a 40-year-old child, completely unconcerned, looking thoroughly enjoying himself. "Men, from birth to death, who can control their lower body? If they could, the character for man wouldn't have the force radical at the bottom." "Ha ha ha, that's so Jiraiya." Uchiha Gen swallowed back the praise he was about to utter about how reliable Uchiha Gen was, and after a long pause, said, "If the fourth Hokage and Kushina knew that you were taking care of their son, they might be so angry they'd jump out of hell." "Son?" Naruto, seemingly hearing the noise, turned and ran out of the bedroom, his large blue eyes landing on Uchiha Gen's face, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. "Why you wouldn't happen to be my dad, would you?" Chapter 131 Gen Uchiha Never Lies. Naruto Uzumaki had messy blonde hair, and his bright, sparkling eyes were full of curiosity and joy. His innocent smile was like the rising sun, warm and bright. Gen Uchiha reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair, then squatted down, offering a gentle smile. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm not your father, but I am your father's successor. Look." Gen Uchiha pointed to the fire suffix on his body, speaking softly. "I am the 5th Hokage, and your father is the 4th Hokage." "No." Naruto lowered his head, the light in his eyes dimming. He didn't understand what Gen Uchiha meant by Hokage, only knowing that this person wasn't his father. "That's right. Uncle, you have black hair, and I have blonde hair. We don't look like a family at all." Naruto pouted, then raised his head, his face beaming with a smile again. "Your father, Gen." Jiraiya gently tugged at Uchiha Gen's sleeve, then flicked Naruto's forehead without hesitation. "Kid, how many times have I told you not to pee on the carpet? It's a hassle to clean up." "Hey." Naruto scratched his head, grinning foolishly. A typical 2-year-old would probably start crying for no reason, let alone get a flick on the forehead, but Naruto always had a smile on his face. "Go play." Jiraiya tapped Naruto's forehead, and Naruto obediently agreed, running back to his bedroom. "Gen, it's best not to mention Minato and the others in front of Naruto." Jiraiya watched Naruto run back to his room before whispering, telling him he's an orphan with no parents at such a young age is too cruel. He'll find out eventually. And if you don't tell him now, he'll keep pestering you for the truth when he grows up, at least later." Jiraiya sighed, watching Naruto playing with his toys on the carpet. Uchiha Gen disagreed, but he didn't seem to care, so he changed the subject and asked, "Why don't you hire a babysitter to take care of Naruto? You're unkempt and frivolous yourself, how can you take care of others?" Jiraiya was a rough and unrefined person, far less delicate than women, and often lacked thoughtfulness. Even a legendary Sannin couldn't control Naruto's bodily functions. "Hire a babysitter." Jiraiya continued his work, placing the rag in the sink and turning on the tap, washing it as he said, "Don't underestimate this little guy just because he's young. His intuition is sharper than anyone else's, he can sense if someone doesn't like him. He's young now, so the village can only let someone they trust take care of him, but once they know that the Nine Tails is sealed inside him, they can't help but be afraid." Jiraiya wrung out the rag, turned off the tap, and sighed. "By the way, what brings you here to see Naruto, as the new Hokage? Of course I have to check that seal." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, turned around, and glared at him. "The seal that Minato set up back then will definitely not have any problems before Naruto is around 10 years old." How? Uchiha Gen's three-tomo eyes slowly rotated, and he tugged at his Hokage robe, saying quite casually, "Then you should also know that I am the Hokage, Jiraiya." Uchiha Gen was becoming more and more fluent in saying this. For Konoha ninjas, this sentence has an inherent and unparalleled suppressive power, and even Jiraiya is not exempt. Jiraiya glared and had a sour face, but still said irritably, "I know, but don't do anything reckless. No cage can tolerate the village's ultimate weapon, the tailed beast. Not being under their control," and Jiraiya knew this too. He was just determined to keep Uchiha Gen under his watchful eye when he examined Naruto's body later. Uchiha Gen narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, I still have a lot of respect for the fourth Hokage." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and he walked into the bedroom, picked up Naruto, and carried him out. "Uncle, I was wrong, I won't pee next time." Naruto, pulled out by Jiraiya, struggled wildly, then quickly smiled when he saw Uchiha Gen. "Black-haired uncle, please help me persuade the uncle." Jiraiya picked Naruto up and sat him next to Uchiha Gen, saying in a somewhat aggrieved voice, "He's still young, be gentle." Uchiha Gen smiled and nodded, "I won't touch him." "Naruto, how about we play a game?" Uchiha Gen ruffled Naruto's hair and said with a light smile, "If you can hold my gaze for 10 seconds, I'll bring you toys and treats next time I come." Okay. Naruto widened his clear, bright eyes and looked confidently into Uchiha Gen's eyes. "Uncle, why are there little beans in your eyes?" "It's only 10 seconds, I want the toys." Whoosh. Considering Naruto's young age, Uchiha Gen's eye power invasion this time was incredibly gentle, even carefully maintaining and strengthening Naruto's mental will. Sealed space. Above, the darkness remained endless, like a night sky. Below, ankle-deep water swam, and the surroundings were equally inky black. The Nine Tails, sealed within its cage, was the only source of light in this endless darkness. Its orange fur emitted scattered sparks of chakra, illuminating a small area before the cage. While the sealing techniques for tailed beasts varied, the mental and spiritual connection between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast was largely the same. Uchiha, those annoying eyes, the Nine Tails, fast asleep in its cell with its forelimbs as a pillow, sensed the arrival of the uninvited guest. It abruptly opened its vertical pupils and growled softly at Uchiha Gen clearly. Uchiha Gen's crimson eyes reminded it of many unpleasant memories. With a Nine Tails roar, the entire sealed space trembled slightly. "The Nine Tails, huh? It's definitely stronger than the other tailed beasts." Uchiha Gen nonchalantly sized up the Nine Tails, occasionally clicking his tongue in disapproval. "Old man Six Paths is really biased. Even if the Nine Tails is only half its original size, its chakra reserves are still higher than the Eight Tails, not to mention his own little cat. You praise me for being stronger than other tailed beasts, and Grandpa Kurama is very happy, but I really don't like those eyes of yours." The Nine Tails' vertical pupils widened, its face contorted in a ferocious expression. Its orange claws fiercely clawed at the ceiling jutsu's barrier, roaring, "Roar! Evil Uchiha, I will tear you apart, crush you, and swallow you whole. Don't boast if you can't do it. Just a Madara accessory, what's so arrogant about that?" Uchiha Gen's cold, scarlet eyes swept over the Nine Tails, his eye power surging as he observed the sealed space. When Uchiha Gen's immense yin release chakra surged, the Nine Tails' blood-red chakra flames dimmed. Originally wanting to continue cursing Uchiha Gen, it roared, slowly retreated a few steps, and lowered its head and closed its eyes in extreme vigilance. Previously, it had loathed and hated the fourth Hokage, wishing it could curse the bastard who had split it in two even in its dreams. But now, it actually hoped the fourth Hokage's seal would be as strong as possible. Its previous experience of being controlled by the Sharingan had been too tragic. Not only was its chakra drained, but it had also been beaten for 3 days and 3 nights, a veritable nightmare for a fox. Compared to being controlled by the Sharingan, it would rather remain within the seal. However, it soon sensed that Uchiha Gen didn't seem to intend to break the seal's control over it, but instead was using his eye power to scan the entire mental space, seemingly searching for something. Uchiha Gen raised his eyes towards the Nine Tails, and slowly walked to the fence formed by the sealing technique. A very profound sealing technique. He reached out and touched the fence, faintly sensing 2 high-quality chakras different from those in the seal, though both were dormant. In order to see Naruto grow up in the future, and also to add an extra layer of security to the seal, Minato and his wife had incorporated chakra containing their own will into the 8-trigram seal. After briefly observing the seal, Uchiha Gen released his grip. This wasn't his main objective for the day. With my current eye power, can't I detect Ashura's traces? Uchiha Gen mused, glancing regretfully at the Nine Tails smooth fur before shaking his head and exiting the mental space. Inside the space, the Nine Tails was utterly bewildered, its savage vertical pupils filled with confusion. An Uchiha, the strongest Uchiha it had ever seen besides Madara, just came to stroll through the mental space and left? This wasn't like Uchiha at all. He must have some conspiracy, perhaps even already planted the seeds of Ling Hufa's wrath. The terrified Nine Tails began frantically sensing and checking itself, but everything showed normal. But the more normal it seemed, the more uneasy it became, repeatedly sensing, its constantly shifting fox eyes scrutinizing every strand of its fur, completely losing all sleepiness. Uchiha Gen let out a long breath, his gaze fixed solemnly on Naruto sleeping in Jiraiya's arms, and added a sigh. What? Did something go wrong with the seal? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Gen's grave expression and felt a surge of tension. Uchiha Gen shook his head, then nodded, making Jiraiya increasingly anxious. Let's talk in a genjutsu. Uchiha Gen solemnly cast a simple Sharingan genjutsu on Jiraiya, pulling him into a mental space to communicate. What's wrong? Jiraiya was very agitated. Uchiha Gen didn't directly answer Jiraiya's question, but instead changed the subject to someone Jiraiya knew very well. Jiraiya, you're Orochimaru's best friend, so do you know he's researching immortality techniques? Jiraiya was taken aback. He knew about Orochimaru's pursuit, but what did that have to do with Naruto? Uchiha Gen sighed. Actually, his longevity technique already has a prototype. It's an evil ninjutsu called the reanimation jutsu. He once tried to use this technique on me to steal my body. Uchiha Gen briefly explained the effects of the reanimation jutsu to Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya's bitter and shocked expression, he knew the groundwork was almost laid. Although he couldn't find any trace of Ashura, the absence of traces didn't mean it didn't exist. As an Uchiha, Uchiha Gen never lied, only selectively telling the truth. Uchiha Gen gave a bitter smile, putting on an act, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion, and said to Jiraiya, who was still lamenting his friend's complete fall into demonic ways, Naruto has a similar chakra resurrection technique within him, but it's countless times more sophisticated than Orochimaru's. Chapter 132 Jiraiya, say it, I will protect everything Naruto has. Chakra, a combination of spiritual and physical energy, naturally contains a person's will. Chakra reincarnation is vastly different from the reanimation jutsu, but in Uchiha Gen's view, this method is even more terrifying and insidious. Ashura's chakra reincarnation is like a meme, causing each generation of reincarnated individuals to increasingly resemble Ashura in chakra, body, and mind, ultimately becoming a complete replica of Ashura. Uchiha Gen's actions, whether it's his ambition to overthrow the 5 great nations or his attempt to ascend to godhood by planting the divine tree, clearly contradict Ashura's ideals. Most terrifyingly, Ashura, as the son of the 6 paths and the rightful heir to the ninja sect, naturally possesses a powerful ability to brainwash through persuasion. His simple 3-part rhetoric, reveal your own scars, you also have scars, we share common pain, so you must understand and support me, is incredibly effective. Uchiha Gen even suspected that this ability was rooted in chakra, in everyone who inherited chakra from ninjutsu, Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why so many powerful individuals would change their stance because of his few words. The stronger an individual is, the more steadfast their beliefs should be, and the less likely they are to waver. Therefore, to avoid being used as a boss by Naruto in the future, and to avoid being swayed by his talk no jutsu, it was best to let everyone know about his special abilities in advance on a small scale, so that those who needed to avoid him would avoid him, and those who needed to be wary would be wary. In the genjutsu space, in this world he had constructed, Uchiha Gen briefly explained his discovery, every word piercing Jiraiya's fragile heart. Finally, he made an alarmist, exaggerated conclusion. In other words, as Naruto grows older and stronger, his own personality will gradually be replaced, and eventually, the original owner of that chakra will resurrect from him. After he finished explaining his point of view, Jiraiya remained silent for a long time, his blank expression resembling that of a patient who suddenly discovers they have terminal cancer during a checkup at the hospital. No sadness, no wailing, just a momentary, unacceptable, stunned silence. Why? Naruto. After a long while, Jiraiya finally came to his senses, staring blankly at Uchiha Gen, his voice somewhat hoarse. Why him? Yes, why him? Uchiha Gen rubbed his chin, pretending to think, and said, the essence of this chakra is even above mine. Probably even Madara and the first Hokage can compare. But at least in the last 200 years, there shouldn't be any ninja stronger than the three of us. Could it just be a coincidence? Did some powerful figure from hundreds or thousands of years ago just happen to reincarnate into Naruto? No, this is not a coincidence. A thought flashed through Jiraiya's foggy mind like lightning. His eyes widened, and he almost used all his strength to suppress his emotions, barely managing to keep from shouting. The Great Toad Sage told me that Naruto is the prophetic child I'm looking for. Although the future is difficult to predict, he will still be an extremely important existence in the future. He trembled, a chill creeping over this fearless hero, filling him with a sense of dread. By the way, Jiraiya, I remember you received a prophecy from Mount Maiboku. It said your disciple would become the prophetic child who guides the ninja world, bringing either peace or destruction. You've been traveling outside the village for this reason, haven't you? Uchiha Gen paused, unaware that Jiraiya already knew from the Great Toad Sage that Naruto was the prophetic child, and continued to subtly guide Jiraiya. So, if Naruto grows up, as Minato's child, would you take him as your disciple? Yes, Jiraiya sighed, his expression somewhat dejected. That's very interesting. Uchiha Gen frowned, subtly planting a seed of discord between Jiraiya and Mount Maiboku, but only tentatively, refraining from directly accusing Mount Maiboku of being the mastermind. After all, Jiraiya's bond with this sacred shrine was still very strong. Jiraiya's expression darkened, his brow furrowed in silence. Mount Maiboku, this sacred shrine that had supported and helped him like family since childhood, what role did it play? Was it completely unaware, merely foreseeing it with its prophetic abilities, or was it a participant, or perhaps everything from his accidental summoning to Mount Maiboku over the past decades was part of a conspiracy? Jiraiya absolutely trusted Mount Maiboku, but logically, once the seed of suspicion was planted, it naturally took root and sprouted. He was somewhat confused, his mind racing. The more he thought, the more chaotic it became. What if it really was connected to Mount Maiboku? On one side was the summoning grounds that had supported him since childhood and helped him become one of the three legendary Sannin. On the other was the orphan of his beloved student, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. How to choose? Emotionally, it was a truly difficult choice, but such a heinous act would not be tolerated. According to his simple moral standards, possession was undoubtedly a heinous crime, unforgivable by heaven and earth. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly hardened. I will investigate this matter, alright, Uchiha Gen nodded, speaking righteously and solemnly. I will do everything I can to slow down and stop the chakra erosion of Naruto's body. I will not allow the fourth Hokage's orphan to be possessed by someone else, and I will not allow the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to fall into the hands of the master of that chakra. Crack. The genjutsu space shattered. Naruto, I'll take him with me first. I need to take him for a checkup. Back in reality, Uchiha Gen unceremoniously pulled the sleeping little Naruto into his arms. Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to stop him, but ultimately gave up. It's alright, Uchiha Gen smiled. Although he's still young, he's still a member of the Uzumaki bloodline. Losing a little blood won't hurt him at all. With that, Uchiha Gen picked up little Naruto, nodded to Jiraiya, and quickly walked out of the room. Jiraiya stared blankly at Naruto's blonde hair, which resembled Minato's, until the door slammed shut, at which point he looked away. He sorted out his thoughts, sighed, and bit his finger to use a summoning jutsu. Gamachu, please use a reverse summoning jutsu. I need to go to Mount Myaboku. At the same time, Uchiha Gen, who had just left Naruto's house, was stopped by an unexpected person. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hisashi bowed to Uchiha Gen and said in a deep voice, Advisor Hayashi and the young master Haneda are hosting a banquet at Matsushite. Would you have the time to join us? Oh? Of course, Uchiha Gen smiled and nodded. Already knowing the purpose of Hayashi's invitation. Having been Hokage for 3 days, it's time to fulfill the promise made to Hyuga. Mount Myaboku. Its reputation as one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries of the ninja world is well established, and few have ever actually reached it. For example, Mount Myaboku is located in an oasis deep within the western desert of the Land of Wind. Even for a highly skilled ninja, traversing the desolate desert would take half a month, and the journey to Konoha would exceed a month. Therefore, throughout history, only one person in decades has ever reached Mount Myaboku. Boom! In the labyrinthine mountain, with its clear waters, lush vegetation, and swarms of toads, a man with waist-length white hair appeared. Whoosh! Jiraiya glanced around, spotted wisps of smoke rising in the distance, and leaped onto a platform surrounded by enormous green leaves. On the platform, a green toad with purple hair and a purple mouth was bustling about at a stove. Big sister, cooking. Jiraiya gave the high-ranking official of Mount Myaboku a deep look, his face still beaming as he approached Shima. Yes, Shima stirred the colorful insect dishes in the pan, smiling slightly as she spoke in a strange tone. Fugaku, he feels restless if he doesn't eat my cooking for a day. He's a 700 or 800-year-old toad, and he's still so clingy. Little Jiraiya, would you like to try my newly developed green leaf braised 8-colored insects? Sure, Jiraiya bit his lip and nodded. Huh? Shima, the sage, was somewhat surprised. He stirred the iron pot a few times, then glanced back at Jiraiya. Didn't you used to think eating insect dishes was the worst? You never liked them. What happened? Let me tell you, insects are many times more nutritious than meat, especially those that grow up on Mount Myaboku. They're all plump and juicy. Haha. Jiraiya scratched his head, looking at the kind Shima, hesitant to speak, finally saying only, I don't like them. But I haven't had them in a long time, and I'm craving them. Then you'll have to wait. I'll make a lot, soon. The dim evening sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled shadows on a stone table. Around the table, Jiraiya, Shima, and Fugaku chatted and ate, a picture of idyllic contentment. Jiraiya rummaged through the worms in his bowl, praising Shima's cooking skills and chuckling at her. He then casually steered the conversation back to the child of prophecy. Naruto's grown up very strong. After all, he has the Uzumaki clan bloodline, and he's a very sunny and cheerful child. Speaking of which, the great Toad Sage said that I would be the one to guide the child of prophecy in the prophecy. When did the great Toad Sage receive the prophecy about the child of prophecy? Fugaku stretched out his long tongue, curled up a worm, and popped the juice into it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The prophecy of the child of prophecy. That was a prophecy I had before I was born, so long ago? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. Yes. According to the great sage, the prophecy of the child of prophecy was something he dreamed about when the Sage of Six Paths was still alive. The Sage of Six Paths, hearing Fugaku mention this legendary figure who founded ninjutsu, Jiraiya was startled, his whole body trembling. Shima the sage picked up an insect with his tongue and added, this senile old fool was even a summoning beast of the Sage of Six Paths. Little Jiraiya, you should remember the summoning scroll from Mount Myaboku that you signed, right? The first name on it, Otsutsuki Haguramo, is the Sage of Six Paths' real name. I really didn't know that before. Jiraiya couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, muttering somewhat absent-mindedly, feeling as if a corner of the fog in his mind had finally been lifted. The child of prophecy, the being the great Toad Sage said could decide whether the ninja world would face peace or destruction. Jiraiya had wondered before, just how powerful must such a great ninja be? Uchiha Gen himself said that anyone who wanted to possess Naruto's body must be stronger than him and the 2 heroes of the ninja world. Could someone stronger than the so-called god of shinobi, the strongest in 1,000 years since the establishment of ninjutsu, be none other than the legendary Sage of Six Paths? The Sage of Six Paths was the founder of ninjutsu and the one who spread chakra. Naturally, He should also have the ability to destroy the era of ninjas or bring peace to the world, as prophesied. It matches up, it all matches up. Jiraiya pursed his lips, his face serious, and he almost buried himself in the bowl to avoid Fugaku and Shima noticing his unusual behavior. Jiraiya, you love to eat so much? My cooking skills have improved, haven't they? Let me give you some more. Shima, the sage, scooped up another shovelful of worms for Jiraiya, surprised. Oh? Little Jiraiya, why are your eyes red? Nothing. I'm just a little sentimental thinking about how the great toad sage has lived for so long. Jiraiya raised his head, his expression now calm, and said with some emotion, speaking of which, I've lived more than half my life. But I've been rejected by the one I love, couldn't stop my friend from falling into the abyss, and couldn't even protect my disciple. Looking back, my life has been nothing but failure. There's no need to be so discouraged, little Jiraiya. Your life is far from over. You can still keep trying. Fugaku, the sage, comforted him. Right now, your most important task is to protect Naruto and guide this child of prophecy to grow. That's what will determine the meaning of your life. Jiraiya smiled and nodded, dappled sunlight illuminating his lowered eyelids. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, yes, protecting Naruto is the most important and meaningful thing for me right now. He quickly raised his head, regaining his usual cheerful demeanor, and laughed. I will protect everything for Naruto. That's right. Shima waved her spatula, piling the insect dish into Jiraiya's bowl. Eat more. My cooking is very good. The food here is quite good. Fifth Hokage, inside the privately run Matsushita Pavilion. Uchiha Gen and Hyuga Hayashi each sat cross-legged on a futon, a low table between them. The surrounding walls were adorned with various elegant landscape paintings, creating a refined atmosphere. After evaluating the dishes, Hayashi brewed tea. After a few seconds of pause, his expression became extremely serious, his pure white eyes fixed on Uchiha Gen on the opposite futon. Here he comes. It seems he's very eager to know how the Byakugan evolves. He's already showing considerable composure by enduring 3 days. Uchiha Gen smiled. He had expected Hayashi to probe a couple more times in circles, but he hadn't expected him to be so direct. However, Hayashi's words surprised Uchiha General 5th Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi slowly performed an apologetic bow and said, Clan Head Gen, you previously said you wanted to take Hinata as your disciple, but after much consideration, I found Hinata's aptitude to be truly unsuitable, and I'm afraid it would tarnish your reputation. Could you perhaps choose someone else? Chapter 133 The Princess Who Rolls Her Eyes. Silence fell over the pine stone pavilion, broken only by the babbling of the stream that partially surrounded the room and the crisp sound of water lapping against the stones. After a while, Uchiha Gen slightly furrowed his brow, took a sip of his tea, and looked at Hyuga Hayashi with a puzzled expression. Advisor Hayashi, a change, he asked. Hinata has been practicing gentle fist for 2 months, and her performance has been poor. Hayashi paused, his white eyes lowered, his face devoid of any smile. The elders of the clan feel that her performance is inadequate, and being a woman, they hope to replace her with a child named Hyuukari. That child is only 6 years old this year, has excellent talent, and is the top student among the first-year students at the Ninja Academy. Ah, I see. Uchiha Gen chuckled wryly, not expecting such a reason. But it made sense. In the Hyuga's eyes, Uchiha Gen's status as a disciple was a ticket to the competition for the future 6th Hokage, so naturally, they had to choose the most talented and most likely to become the 6th Hokage. And Hyuga Hayashi couldn't refuse such a request dedicated to the clan. After all, he wasn't Uchiha Genji, and was subject to many constraints within the clan, far from having absolute authority. Therefore, he at least needed to mention the possibility of replacing him to Uchiha Genji to prove that he had tried his best. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Genji asked, Advisor Hayashi, what are your thoughts? It's entirely up to the 5th Hokage. Hayashi raised his teacup, glanced at the side of the table, and offered tea, saying, 5th Hokage, please. He would naturally leave the benefits to his daughter, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Hinata today. Hyuga Hikaru, an unheard of extra, how could she compare to the crown princess? Uchiha Genji raised his teacup to Hayashi, not minding playing the villain, and said directly, the agreed upon terms are final. Bring my disciple over for a look later. Ignoring the joy on Hayashi's face, Uchiha Genji readily explained the 2 Byakugan evolution methods he knew. That's it. The corpse of that Otsutsuki from the moon is still in my hands. The Hyuga clan can send people to join the research on him. Once there are results, Hinata, as my disciple, will naturally be the first to benefit. As for the other method, it depends on whether Hayashi can be ruthless enough. Is that so? This is practically cannibalism. Hyuga Hayashi picked up his teacup, taking a sip of the warm tea, soothing his dry, bitter throat, letting the warmth of the tea comfort his chilling heart. He lowered his head deeply. The Byakugan's fusion and enhancement, he almost instantly understood why such a harsh and unreasonable system as the caged bird seal had existed for hundreds of years, perhaps even that the original caged bird seal was developed by the ancestors of the branch family for self-preservation. In that case, the reform of the main and branch family system must be slower, more gentle, and requires more preparation. Hayashi pondered, head bowed. After a long while, a vibrant, youthful voice interrupted Hayashi's thoughts. Hokage-san? How did I fall asleep? Did I last 10 seconds? Naruto, who was being carried around like a pendant by Uchiha Gen, yawned, opened his bright blue eyes, and curiously looked around at the scene without any fear. No, you were a few seconds short. But you did well, little Naruto. How about I treat you to a big meal, huh? Really? Naruto immediately shifted his attention, his bright blue eyes widening as he looked at Uchiha Gen with delight. Of course, Uchiha Gen shook the service bell, ordering another set of dishes, and then said to Hayashi, let Hinata come over too, let me meet her, a big meal, a big meal, a big meal. Amid Naruto's cheerful and lively shouts, a Hyuga clan maid gently pushed open the door, leading a thin, blue-haired girl in a light yellow kimono slowly in. Young Hinata had short hair, with only the strands around her cheeks being longer. Her large, bright, pure white eyes shyly clutched the hem of her maid's robe, making her incredibly cute and endearing. Hokage-sama. Father, Hinata greeted Uchiha Gen and Hyuga Hayashi with impeccable manners, then, guided by her maid, knelt on a cushion beside a low table, appearing as a well-behaved little adult, a stark contrast to the boisterous wild boy Naruto beside her. From now on, call me teacher. Uchiha Gen activated his Sharingan, looked directly at Hinata for 2 seconds, and nodded slightly, thus establishing their master-disciple relationship. Yes, Gen-sensei. Hinata respectfully bowed to Uchiha Gen again, then glanced somewhat unfocused at her father. As instructed by her maid, she should now be serving tea and performing the apprenticeship ceremony. No need for formalities, sit down and eat. Uchiha Gen gestured for Hinata to sit, setting out her bowl, chopsticks, and spoon before her, then gently tapped her forehead with his finger. After sensing her chakra, Uchiha Gen's face showed surprise. Hinata's physique and muscles were above average for her age, but relatively low among bloodline clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga. This corroborated Hayashi's statement. The Hyuga clan had a long history and naturally possessed detection methods comparable to the Uchiha. However, her eye power, though very weak and scarce, was no less refined than the sacrifice Uchiha Gen created using the Byakugan fusion method, and was even purer. If Uchiha Gen hadn't personally dissected several members of the Hyuga main family and observed and recorded the process of Byakugan fusion and eye power enhancement, it would have been almost impossible to discover this. Tonari called Hinata the princess of the Byakugan and even attempted to sleep with her for 10,000 years, reshaping the world afterward. This suggests that Hinata's Byakugan is indeed far superior in purity to her clan's. But how could Hinata, possessing such high-quality eye power, have poor aptitude? This contradicts the ninja world's truth that chakra is the primary determining factor. Uchiha Gen encountered an inexplicable phenomenon, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Hokage-sama, is there anything wrong with Hinata? Seeing Uchiha Gen's troubled expression, Hyuga Hayashi panicked. Nothing, let's eat first. Uchiha Gen shook his head. The table was laden with chicken, duck, fish, and delicacies, and Naruto, whose stomach had been rumbling, eagerly began to devour his food. Hinata, on the other hand, behaved like a proper lady, chewing slowly and carefully, never taking more than 3 bites of a dish, no matter how much she liked it. After finishing the half bowl of rice that Uchiha Gen had first served her, she put down her chopsticks. Are you full? Uchiha Gen asked casually, vaguely remembering that Hinata should have a good appetite. Yes, teacher, I'm full. Hinata looked up like a deer, answering softly and sweetly. Wait a minute. Uchiha Gen was a little confused. He remembered Hinata being the champion of the Ichiriko ramen eating contest, How could her appetite be far less than Naruto's at the same age? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Uchiha Gen's mind. He looked at Hinata, who was nervously fiddling with her hair, and suddenly said, "Eat some more, eat more, until you're stuffed and can't eat any more." Huh? Hinata looked up, her bright, pure white eyes full of confusion. She first glanced at Uchiha Gen, her newly recognized teacher, and then looked timidly at her father. Hyuga was completely baffled, wondering why Gen Uchiha was making such a demand of Hinata. "Hokage-sama, Hinata is still a child, she's eating too much." Gen Uchiha narrowed his eyes. "Hayashi, I am Hinata's teacher now. Let her eat as much as she can." Hayashi's face scrunched up. The Uchiha weren't a Kimichi, were they going to judge a student by their ability to gain weight? He looked at Gen Uchiha, confused, and seeing that Gen Uchiha had no intention of explaining, he could only twitch his lips and nod to his daughter. "Hinata, then you should eat more." "Yes, father." Little Hinata nodded to Hayashi, her soft, cute voice carrying a hint of excitement. She picked up her chopsticks again and began to eat slowly and methodically. Soon, burp. So full. Burp. Naruto, who had been engrossed in his food, burped a few times, then lay down on the futon, clutching his slightly protruding belly. Hinata, however, continued to eat as usual. Uchiha Gen watched Hinata eat with great interest. Hayashi, realizing something was amiss, put down his chopsticks and stared at his daughter in surprise. 60 or 70% of the food on the table had already been eaten by Hinata. Uchiha Gen ordered another table of food, which Hinata slowly ate most of as well. Only then did she put down her chopsticks, blinking her bright, innocent eyes, and say, "Father, teacher, I can't eat any more, this." Hayashi was speechless, staring dumbfounded at his familiar yet unfamiliar daughter, unable to utter a word for a long time. What 2 or 3-year-old child could eat the equivalent of 4 or 5 adults worth of food? "Hayashi, I think Hinata has never been truly full since birth, she doesn't even know what fullness means," Uchiha Gen confirmed his suspicion. In a strict and rigid clan like the Hyuga, the care for Hinata, the young clan leader, must have been meticulous, with every meal carefully planned to ensure her healthy growth. It was precisely this for her own good that harmed her. Due to insufficient nutrition, Hinata's instinct led her to prioritize nourishing her Byakugan, causing her body to become malnourished. But, Hayashi, Uchiha Gen sighed, true geniuses always possess extraordinary qualities. You don't know Hinata's talent. Feeding her with the standards of an ordinary person, while she has unparalleled talent and capacity, she's not getting enough to eat and lacks strength. Naturally falling behind even ordinary people, is that so? Hayashi looked at the dazed Hinata with the joy of a treasure, followed by immense self-reproach and guilt. The entire Hyuga clan, and so many people caring for Hinata, hadn't noticed this, and it was only after Uchiha Gen's reminder. "Hokage-sama, on behalf of Hinata and the Hyuga clan, I sincerely thank you." Overwhelmed with emotion, Hayashi bowed deeply to Uchiha General. "It's nothing, Hinata is already my disciple." Uchiha Gen looked at Hinata, who still didn't understand what was going on, with great interest, raising an eyebrow. "I'm also very interested to see just how far the Byakugan's potential can go." Chapter 134 Fusion of Oshiro Cells. The next day. Konoha Police Department Building, Underground Laboratory. So many instruments and medicines, what are they doing? Uchiha Inaheim, summoned by Uchiha Gen, stared dumbfounded at the various instruments in the laboratory, looking around. Clan leader, no, now I should call him the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku tied to the experimental table, Uchiha Shisui sitting next to Fugaku, and Ikari-san. Is the clan leader going to hold a meeting of his confidants? I didn't expect that. In Gen's eyes, I am more trustworthy than the 8th Hokage. No wonder he was once called one of the 2 prodigies of the clan. Inaheim thought with great confidence. Inaheim, you're here. Uchiha Gen, wearing a white lab coat, stood up and stuffed Naruto, who had several needle marks on his body and was still unconscious, into Inaheim's arms. I'm giving you a task, deliver him back to Jiraiya. Yes, sir. Inayasa straightened up excitedly, her face flushed. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I'll be back soon. What will you be back for? Uchiha Gen, shaking the potion in his hand, looked puzzled, then paused before saying, after you deliver Naruto, go do what you need to do. What? Inayasa's expression changed upon hearing this, her eyes filled with grievance as she looked at Uchiha General, eager to prove her worth. She scanned the surrounding instruments and said urgently, that's a chakra wave projector, I've operated it before. And that, a chakra MRI, I haven't used it before but I've seen Orochimaru use it, a projection electron microscope. I know how to adjust the parameters. Oh. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Uchiha Gen placed the potion on the table, his voice slightly teasing. Of course. When I was doing experiments with Orochimaru, I copied a lot of things with my Sharingan. Inohime smiled smugly, then fawned over him like a sycophant encountering a goddess. Gen, clan chief, Hokage. Please keep me here. I can tell from the medicine being used that this is a very important experiment. Having me as a help would be invaluable. That's a matter of the Mangekyō Sharingan. You wouldn't understand. Before Inohime could finish, Uchiha Gen chuckled, his few words delivering a devastating blow to Inohime's heart. We're having a super awesome party. All the geniuses of the Uchiha clan will be attending, but guess who wasn't invited? You. The pseudo-genius without the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Inohime's expression changed drastically. In an instant, his face turned as red as the clouds in the morning light, a blush tinged with a hint of blue. The early spring weather was still a bit chilly, but Inohime felt himself sweating profusely, his face growing increasingly hot, and his body trembling slightly. His face flushed red, he was at a loss for words, even biting his fingers in his anxiety. Some people's redness is like their brains overloading and tripping, while others' redness is like their brains tripping. Inohime was clearly the latter. His fingers, raw and bleeding from biting, looked at Uchiha Hikari sitting quietly in a chair in the lab and said, "The Mangekyō Sharingan, what makes Hikari so special?" "Of course, it's because she has the Mangekyō Sharingan too," Uchiha Gen said frankly. "What? Uchiha Hikari looks even younger than Shisui, doesn't she?" Inohime was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Sitting in the chair, Uchiha Hikari closed the book in her hand. She could naturally hear Inohime's loud chatter from halfway across the lab. Having lived in the Uchiha clan for over a year, Hikari had already caught up with the times. She wore a black and pink coat, a recent trend among Konoha's female ninjas. The murderous aura she had developed on the battlefield had been completely swept away by her daily activities in the clan compound, weaving flowers, planting grass, and spending time with the Uchiha girls, including Izumi. She now looked like a girl who had never been to war. In the end, even including her year in Konoha, she was only 13 or 14 years old. She calmly turned her head, the tomo in her eyes rapidly spinning and merging, confirming Uchiha Gen's words, and then softly said, "I awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan when I was 10, another critical hit." Uchiha Inohime felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his face turning bright red from ears to toes. He stood there stunned for a long time, feeling his genius pride shatter into pieces. I'm fine, I'm fine. I went to deliver the Jinchuuriki. It's okay, really okay." After a series of incoherent words, a bewildered Inohime, already questioning his existence, snatched Naruto and fled. His chakra smells even more intense. The emotionless girl, Hikari, stood up and addressed Uchiha General Inohikasini still has a deep obsession with the Mangekyō Sharingan and catching up with me and Jenny. Uchiha Shisui, having enjoyed the spectacle, wrinkled his fan-shaped nose. His foundation is already sufficient. His ocular power is already among the top in the three Tomo clan. With the enhancement of dark chakra, his ocular power has surpassed the level of 3 Tomo. He just needs emotional stimulation to qualitatively change his ocular power. Uchiha Gen slowly took a deep breath and walked to the experimental table. Only by reaching the extreme of emotion can one reach the extreme of vision. But we can't sacrifice Tetsuka, can we? Since he cares about this, then we'll stimulate him a few more times. Having casually decided Inaza's tragic fate, Uchiha Gen narrowed his eyes and looked at Fugaku, who was half numb and somewhat dazed on the experimental table. "Remember to use your ocular power. Use the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan to suppress and neutralize the erosion of Oshirima's cells." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Fugaku's dark eyes widened, and the 3 black tomo within them gradually deformed. After giving Fugaku a final instruction, Uchiha Gen disinfected his hands and inserted several intravenous needles into Fugaku. The red and green medicine slowly flowed into his body from the IV bag. Then, Uchiha Gen unleashed chakra threads from both hands, manipulating a scalpel to make an incision in Fugaku's flank, searching for areas rich in chakra meridians. Only with sufficient chakra meridians in the transplant area could Fugaku mobilize enough of his own ocular power to limit the proliferation of the first Hokage's cells. From this perspective, the most suitable areas for transplantation, and where the fusion would be most perfect, would be the heart or the two large chakra meridian nodes on the top of the head. However, transplanting to either of these locations was too dangerous. As a compromise, Uchiha Gen chose the flank near the lower danshin, so that even if the transplant failed, the flesh could be removed in time, allowing Fugaku to live. After defining the area, Uchiha Gen implanted a pea-sized flesh bud into Fugaku's flank, while simultaneously increasing the injection speed of various inhibitory and nutrient solutions. In the monitoring instruments, the chakra fluctuation curves instantly changed significantly. Fugaku cried out in pain, his pupils contracting sharply. The kaleidoscope pattern in his crimson eyes spun rapidly, channeling streams of pure ocular power through his chakra meridians to his side abdomen. Light green buds quickly rose from Fugaku's abdomen, writhing and twisting wildly, but soon the twisted buds slowly and resolutely retreated back to Fugaku's waist. However, they didn't completely return to their original form. Instead, they twisted and deformed on Fugaku's abdominal skin, gradually transforming into pale, resolute human face. Continue to mobilize ocular power. Yes, Uchiha Gen observed the data on the monitoring instruments, nodded slightly, and encouraged Fugaku again before turning to say, "Shisui, get ready. By the way, Hikaru, do you want to have it transplanted too?" "No." Uchiha Hikaru's voice was cold and melodious, his face showing clear disgust. "My ocular technique can guarantee I won't go blind." Uchiha Gen smiled, said nothing more, and pulled out another experimental table, gesturing for Shisui to lie down. Shisui lay on the operating table, looking at the stark white surgical light overhead, a hint of fear in his voice. "Will everything be alright?" Uchiha Gen inserted a needle into his vein, confidently shaking his head slightly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Rain Country, a Mangekyō. A short, white-haired man, his face covered, slowly walked out of the operating room. Looking at Konan, who was pacing anxiously at the door, a confident smile appeared on his face. "The surgery was a complete success. I have successfully transplanted the wood release bloodline into the leader. The legendary wood release and Rinnegan have merged into one." Hiruko's eyes flashed with greed and desire, but he quickly sighed. When Nagato and Konan found him, he initially refused to serve them, but Nagato's power was too strong, and he was quickly persuaded by physical force. After learning that even powerful figures like Orochimaru and Danzo had to submit to Nagato, he basically abandoned any thought of tampering with their power, instead asking Nagato and Konan to help him complete his ultimate ninjutsu. Hiruko scratched a bandage at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Konan. "It's a deal. I'll help you with this surgery, and you'll help me collect bloodline limits. How about that wood release kid? Can I have it?" Konan remained expressionless, tightly clutching the paper flower in her hand, her expression serious. "No, but I'll collect other bloodline limits for you." Hiruko knew that Konan wouldn't give him such a precious wood-released ninja as Kagami, so he seized the opportunity. "Then I want the Sharingan." A hint of hesitation appeared in Konan's eyes, unsure whether she should agree to Hiruko's request. The Sharingan's rarity and difficulty of acquisition were certainly far less than wood release, but hunting for the Sharingan meant offending Uchiha Genji, who had defeated Nagato, once again. "Okay." Nagato's voice suddenly rang out from the operating room, but unlike his usual listless, weak voice, his okay was full of energy. Tap. Tap tap. Slow, unsteady footsteps echoed as the operating room doors opened. The first thing Konan saw was Nagato's blood-red hair, which shone like a vibrant flame in the breeze, burning with life and energy. Konan was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she belatedly stammered, "Nagato, you can stand up. At least this time Madara didn't lie to me. Hashirama Senju's power truly resonates perfectly with my bloodline and the Rinnegan, creating a wondrous connection that replenishes and activates my life force. Now, my body is that of a god, and with the power of the Rinnegan, I will be invincible. Even Uchiha Genji will be no match for me." Nagato's once gaunt face had become fuller, and the purple light in his Rinnegan shone even more mysteriously. He took out an envelope and tossed it to Hiruko. "Hiruko, since you want the Sharingan's bloodline limit, then go hunt it yourself." Hiruko took the letter, looked down, and saw a line of gold lettering on it, "Cough Invitation." Chapter 135 Feel the Pain. The Third Shinobi World War, beginning with the disappearance of the Third Kazakage, lasted 7 or 8 years, marked by numerous battles and the emergence of many heroes, ultimately ending at the end of Konoha's 52nd year. In this ultimate meat grinder of a war, Konoha, the only village that could barely be considered a victor, became the first ninja village in the world to enter the 5th Hokage era after the war. Relying on war reparations from Iwa and Kumo, Konoha ushered in a new era. Upon assuming the position of Hokage, Uchiha Gen, he implemented sweeping reforms, including personnel changes, extending the study time for Ninja Academy students, and opening the Uchiha Ninjutsu library. Later, news broke that Konoha would host an unprecedented mega tournament, attracting widespread attention. Meanwhile, Konoha, reaping the benefits of victory, saw a surge in missions. All ninjas, from top to bottom, were busy, but unbeknownst to most, infrastructure and agricultural fishing livestock missions were rapidly increasing their proportion of the total workload. In this situation, Konoha faced an unprecedented ninja shortage, especially a huge shortage of Earth-released ninjas, even forcing many jonin to take on low-level construction tasks. Fire release, flat fire flow technique. After using a fire release ninjutsu provided free of charge by the Uchiha clan to burn away the trees and bushes within dozens of meters in front of him, Kakashi, looking languid, glanced at the blazing sun and formed over 30 hand seals. Earth release, standard two-way 4-car road construction technique. With Kakashi's clear shout, the ground rippled like water. Within seconds, a flat road appeared 50 meters in front of him, with earthen pillars rising on both sides, each carved with a lifelike dog head. This is a C-rank ninjutsu, mainly because the hand seals are numerous and difficult to remember. In reality, many genin can learn it. There are also upgraded versions like two-way 6-car and two-way 8-car. Recently, the Uchiha and Konoha ninjutsu research teams have created many ninjutsu with no practical combat value. The hand seals are extremely complex and lack any offensive power, only being more economical in terms of chakra, easier to control, and more malleable. It's common knowledge that for the same ninjutsu, the more hand seals, the lower the skill requirement for the user and the less chakra consumed. A water dragon bullet with 4 hand seals is rarely used, but a water dragon bullet with 44 hand seals can be used by almost any jonin with water-style jutsu. When used for construction rather than killing enemies, naturally more hand seals are better, since most ninjas are chakra dependent, and even chakra control is rare. Continuing. Kakashi tirelessly devoted himself to the road-building project, and the doghead statues along the roadside became increasingly refined and restored under his constant practice and adjustments, possessing a certain artistic quality. Soon, half a morning had passed. Lord Kakashi, you're incredibly fast at repairing the road. The section you completed today has passed inspection. Here's your reward. After inspecting the road, the patrolling ninja handed Kakashi a stack of silver notes, looking at him with some doubt. Lord Kakashi, actually, the roadside pillars don't need to be carved so elaborately. It consumes a lot more chakra. Most Konoha ninjas simply erect lone, round pillars when repairing roads, and a few more conceited ones might add a mark or clan emblem. Only Kakashi's quirks are truly unique. He probably uses more chakra carving dogheads than repairing the road, right? Wouldn't it be better to use that chakra to repair more roads and make more money? The patrolling ninja was clearly puzzled by Kakashi's seemingly pointless behavior. I'm not short of chakra. Kakashi wiped the fine sweat from his brow, glanced at the early hour, and felt he still had plenty of chakra to spare. He said, give me the mission list, let me see what missions are left. Yes, 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 the ninja was delighted, pulling out a stack of mission lists. He picked one out and said, what we need right now is a jonin like you with plenty of chakra and earth release. Which one do you want? These are missions related to the KOF tournament in the south of the village, and these are missions related to the newly started improved housing construction in the east, the ninja spoke excitedly. Kakashi, however, was slightly lost in thought. He looked back at Konoha, which had changed dramatically in just 2 or 3 months. The changes in Konoha in these short periods were almost greater than the changes in the past 10 years under the 3rd Hokage's rule. I'm afraid that after a while, when the 3rd Hokage returns from hunting down the rogue ninja, he won't even recognize the village. Kakashi sighed, selecting 2 missions that would allow him to showcase his doghead sculpting skills. He quickly put aside his melancholy and continued his infrastructure construction. The land of rain. It was midday, yet not a ray of sunlight shone through the sky. Dark, lingering clouds hung endlessly, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. This land, nestled between the 3 great nations of wind, earth, and fire, seemed to have been weeping since its inception. Inside a damp cave, a campfire crackled, but it couldn't dispel the dampness. "This weather is awful." Kaoru Uchiha tossed her ponytail, took off her raincoat, revealing her half-wet, close-fitting black ninja uniform, and sat down by the campfire. If she were younger and more attractive, her two old teammates might have given her a second glance, but now Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hamura Midikato were completely indifferent, focused only on warming themselves by the fire. "It's confirmed." Danzo fought a high-ranking member of a Mangekyō outside the village, and then the entire root organization disappeared. Kaoru Uchiha dangled her legs over the fire and said in a low voice, "But my intelligence gathering in the surrounding towns and villages revealed that a young root reserve ninja had been on a mission with the Mangekyō ninjas. Danzo, he's actually involved with Hanzo." Hamura Midikato, carrying a large scroll, also looked grim and sighed deeply. It was common knowledge that root ninjas were ruthless killing machines controlled by Danzo, so for a root ninja to act with a Mangekyō ninjas, it must have been with Danzo's permission. Under the pretext of hunting down Danzo and Orochimaru, Uchiha Gen exiled them and their trusted subordinates from Konoha. But finding two top-tier ninja in the vast ninja world was no easy task. Fortunately, Danzo had taken a group of root ninja with him when he defected, leaving some clues that led them to the land of rain, but they lost their way. Hanzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, took a few puffs of his pipe, and his cloudy eyes were filled with apprehension. He also found the incredibly mysterious ruler of a Mangekyō quite troublesome, especially since a Mangekyō had been shrinking its strength for the past 2 years, and Konoha's spies planted there had been purged. He knew almost nothing about a Mangekyō's current situation. "I wonder if we can negotiate and force Hanzo to hand over Danzo," Midikato Hamura suggested. Hiruzen, Hamura, Kaoru Uchiha glanced around, noticing her subordinates were quite far away, before lowering her voice and whispering, "Actually, there's no need to capture the one who killed Danzo. He was our old teammate after all. I think we should have a proper talk with him." Hamura Midikato frowned, interrupting Kaoru, "He's a rogue ninja now, Hamura. How much better is it for us to be exiled like this than to be rogue ninja?" Kaoru Uchiha smiled sneer, a hint of mockery on her face. "You don't actually believe that Uchiha brat's words, do you? He thinks that after dealing with Danzo and Orochimaru, we can go back to the village and retire? Even if he keeps his word, we'll be completely marginalized back in the village." "Kaoru, that's the fifth Hokage, not some brat." Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a wisp of white smoke, sighing deeply. "If you lose, you have to accept it." His resentment and hatred towards Uchiha Gen was like an endless river, but to uphold the orthodoxy and authority of the Hokage, he had to be wary of his somewhat clueless old teammate. Their status as the former Hokage was their greatest shield, the reason Uchiha Gen had only marginalized them and hadn't committed acts like the Sarutobi clan massacre. Danzo Kaoru makes a good point. I think he still cares about the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's management skills were still very adept. After his reprimand, he immediately showed his approval of Uchiha Kaoru, easing her previously grim expression. "Let's see if we can contact him. If he's willing to continue serving the village, there's still room for negotiation." Sarutobi Hiruzen took out paper and pen, wrote 2 letters, and gave them to a Jonin of the Sarutobi clan, ordering him to deliver them to Mangekyō. Less than 2 hours later, the Jonin returned with a reply. "You mean you didn't see Hanzo or Danzo? Only a high-ranking official from a Mangekyō?" "Yes. They said that Lord Hanzo and Lord Danzo are both in the abandoned city to the east." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the simple letter requesting a meeting, fell silent, and unfolded a map of the land of rain, fixing his gaze on a location about 200 miles east of Mangekyō. If he remembered correctly, this was the stronghold that the Konoha ninja had occupied 20 years ago during their self-defense counterattack. His 3 disciples had fought Hanzo nearby, earning the title of Sannin. Konoha ninjas weren't always so disciplined, and with a massive battle and the poison of the salamander, this sizable town was naturally completely abandoned. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the map, secretly calculating the possible conflict. He could handle Hanzo, Kaoru and combined were stronger than Danzo, and he had nearly 10 trusted Jonin with him. As long as they weren't surrounded by the main force of a Mangekyō, they could at least escape. "Sayama, you take 4 squads and keep a close watch on a Mangekyō. If you spot any large-scale mobilization of ninja, inform me. The rest of you, come with me to this ruined city." Once he made up his mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his men acted swiftly. A Mangekyō, atop a tower in the village center. Konan, adorned with paper flowers, folded her wings and appeared in a room on the top floor of the tower. In the center of the room, Pain, with short, fiery orange hair and wearing a headband of a rogue Mangekyō ninja on his forehead, lay half reclined on a red sofa, his chest bare. Nagato, whose complexion looked much healthier and rosier, was like a pervert, inserting black nails into Pain's ears, lips, and nose. Alright, Nagato, having inserted the last nail, beamed with a smile, murmuring, the current Pain is the strongest. He will definitely make the entire ninja world feel pain. Nagato, I've arranged for them to meet at Akatsuki's base. Hearing this, the orange-haired man on the sofa suddenly sat up, opening his eyes. His blue-purple rippled eyes, identical to Nagato's, shone brightly. He crossed his arms, his calm gaze falling on Konan. Let's go, Konan. Pain slowly walked to the window, opened it, and looked up at the dark, oppressive clouds in the sky. Then, sparse raindrops began to fall, quickly intensifying, forming a beaded curtain between heaven and earth, playing a lonely yet melodious tune. The land of rain is weeping. Pain stretched his hand out the window, the pattering raindrops hitting his palm like mirrors, reflecting his childhood memories. Parents killed by Konoha ninja, ruined towns, countless children and adults starving to death in the streets. That was the scene of the Second Shinobi World War. The First Shinobi World War stemmed from the death of Oshirama Senju. After his death, the other four great villages sought to redistribute the spoils of the shinobi world, thus triggering the war. The Third Shinobi World War arose from Tsunagakure, which went mad after losing the Third Kazekage. Only the Second Shinobi World War originated from the Land of Rain, from Hanzo's dream of becoming the sixth great nation. The ambitious Hanzo conquered the ninja villages of the Land of Rivers, making them wear the headbands of a Mangekyō. He then traveled east to several countries, finally reaching the Land of Iron, where he subdued countless ninja organizations, attempting to build the foundation of a sixth great nation. Thus, at his most glorious and closest moment to success, Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure all launched an attack, opening the curtain on the Second Shinobi World War, a chaotic battle between the four villages of Mangekyō and the Land of Rain. There were no winners in this war. Neither Chidayo of Tsunagakure nor the three legendary Sannin of Konoha could defeat Hanzo and Mangekyō. But this nation and Hanzo's dream of becoming the sixth great nation perished in that war. Danzo and Shisui, aren't they at the base? Let them deal with the Konoha people first, and we'll clean up the mess. Pain clasped his hands together, and despite being the Paradise Path, he activated the Animal Path summoning technique, summoning the Ada no Kagura. Shisui and Danzo are probably no match for the Konoha ninjas. Konan jumped onto the Ada no Kagura, somewhat worried. It doesn't matter. We can keep Shisui alive, but Danzo is fine. Pain snorted and controlled the Ada no Kagura to take flight. As for Danzo, he didn't really hate him. Even without those root ninjas, Hanzo would still have attacked the fledgling Akatsuki. But he was definitely annoyed. In the past, he might have needed the help of these rogue ninjas to use the illusionary dragon 9 seals and fight against the 5 great villages, so Pain tolerated Danzo's involvement. But in Pain's eyes, the power of these S-rank rogue ninjas was nothing special. As long as he could defeat Uchiha Gen, none of the 5 great shinobi villages could stop him. This is the mission of a god. Let these fools feel the pain. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 The Great War in the Land of Rain. Large and small, straight and crooked, all sorts of drainage pipes crisscrossed the dilapidated ruins of the city. In the Land of Rain, the quality of drainage pipes was paramount in building construction, so even after the houses collapsed and the city was left in ruins, these pipes only suffered some cracks and grime. A cold wind slowly flowed into the wind-eroded drainage pipes, emitting a mournful wail, and also diluting the putrid smell in the air. Konoha ninjas, Shimura Danzo stood at the entrance of a huge drainage pipe, listening to the dripping sound, looking up at the half-collapsed Gothic skyscrapers surrounded by drainage pipes, before turning his gaze to his teammate, Shisui of the Red Sand. Shouldn't you attack any Konoha ninjas we encounter? I'll talk to them first. Danzo's root organization was almost completely wiped out, so naturally he wanted to use his status as a former Hokage's assistant to recruit some Konoha ninjas as his subordinates. How, a hoarse, mechanical voice rang out from within the Scarlet Sand Shisui, who showed no respect whatsoever to the infamous dark side of the shinobi world. My orders from the leader are to wipe out all the ninjas of Konoha. And, I just happen to want to replenish some high-quality artifacts. Danzo frowned slightly, snorted coldly, put on his straw hat, and ignored Sasori. After spending some time with Akatsuki, he had come to deeply understand the terror of this organization. Apart from Juzo Biwa, he wasn't confident he could take down any of them, so he toned down his arrogant temper somewhat. What a pity for these village ninjas. But it's all for Konoha. Their sacrifice makes my infiltration more credible, so it's worth it. Having already sentenced these village ninjas to death in his heart, Danzo slowly walked into the rain, and in the howling, damp wind, he and Sasori headed towards the edge of town. The rain, which had been sparse, turned into torrential downpour. Boom! Gusts of wind whipped up torrential rain, and a sudden burst of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the world in the downpour. But after that brief moment of light, the ruined city was once again shrouded in deep, eerie darkness. We've arrived. A group of dozens of ninja, traversing the wasteland in the pouring rain, leap into the rain-soaked ruins. The leader, Hirozen Sarutobi, gave a tactical hand signal, indicating for the others to spread out and maintain a defensive posture. He himself reached up, adjusted his headband, which was soaked through, and peered through the rain curtain. He quickly selected a nearby tall building that still barely retained its shape, and, with his daring and skill, leaped towards it, intending to observe from above. Crack! A flash of lightning streaked across the dark clouds, and the world, briefly brightened, became hazy in the rain and mist, everything seeming unreal. In the instant the lightning flashed, Hirozen Sarutobi vaguely saw two figures on the rooftop, so he abruptly stopped and looked up. Amidst the crackling of electricity, the abandoned neon lights on the rooftop of the high-rise suddenly illuminated, refracting countless raindrops into hazy glow and casting the shadows of two figures on the rooftop onto Hirozen Sarutobi. I didn't expect that after all this time, Xiu would still be usable. Sasori, standing shoulder to shoulder with Danzo, retracted Hiruko's tail and remarked with a sigh. Using the lamplight, he saw Hirozen Sarutobi's horrified and astonished old face and teased Danzo beside him. I didn't expect it to be your old friend. Need my help? No need. Danzo's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he coldly replied, then, across the rain curtain hundreds of meters away, gazed at the familiar hunched figure on the ground. The two old men, whose combined age was 120, almost simultaneously moved their lips slightly, murmuring something in perfect unison. Hirozen, Danzo, Sasori of the Red Sand removed his straw hat, revealing Naruto's menacing face, a mask of flesh. He surveyed the Konoha ninja gathered around by the lights, letting out a cold, merciless laugh. Then you can catch up with your old friends. I'm going to gather some materials. Hiruko casually tossed aside his straw hat, his mouth opening inhumanly wide, spitting out countless books, scattering them at the gathering Konoha ninja. Then, with a light leap, he jumped in the opposite direction from Hirozen Sarutobi. Danzo. What's going on? You joined a Mangekyō? Hirozen Sarutobi shouted in the pouring rain, trying to communicate with Danzo. On the high-rise building, Shimura Danzo swayed, glancing at the raindrops pelting him. He knew the pain was watching them. Whoosh! Danzo drew his gleaming longsword, exhaling a stream of azure wind chakra into the blade, pointing it at Hirozen Sarutobi on the ground. I see. Hirozen Sarutobi understood. He summoned Inma, transforming it into his Ruai Jingubang, a magical staff, and with a resounding thud, leaped onto the building, his feet attaching to the structure as he raced towards Danzo on the roof. Monkey! Danzo roared, tossing his black robe adorned with auspicious clouds. He leaped, his sword flashing like a shooting star. Rain poured down, and the two figures, one above the other, seemed to intertwine like reflections in a mirror. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the two, of similar strength, each staggered back a step, missing several raindrops. Hirozen Sarutobi twirled his staff, twirling it in a flourish, before striking Danzo's right hand, which Danzo blocked with his sword. Whoosh! Swish! The Ruai Jingubang drew a beautiful yet deadly arc, its cold light slicing through the rain, turning countless raindrops into mist. The two figures silently wielded their weapons under the neon lights. Danzo wielded his sword in near-circular motions, as if a blue wind dragon coiled around him, its roaring explosions repeatedly piercing the air with unstoppable force, yet all were blocked by Hirozen Sarutobi. For the first 20 moves, Danzo, utilizing his superior position and pre-prepared wind-style enhancements, managed to keep pace with Hiruzen's dark staff. However, after 20 moves, Hiruzen reversed the momentum, and Danzo's attacks began to decline sharply. Then, when red flames erupted from the tip of Hiruzen's staff, using fire to counter wind, the crimson flames firmly suppressed the wind dragon, forcing Danzo to retreat step by step. Soon, Danzo was forced back onto the rooftop, his face grim, distancing himself from Hiruzen and panting heavily. In contrast, Hiruzen was in much better condition, his breathing relatively steady, though his face was flushed from the intense exertion. "Danzo, come back with me." Hiruzen Sarutobi stood holding his staff, carefully examining his old friend's black robes adorned with auspicious clouds and his purple-painted fingernails. He earnestly advised, "You are Tobirama-sensei's disciple, you shouldn't die as a rogue ninja. If you come back with me and turn yourself in, I will definitely plead with Uchiha Genji for leniency." "Hiruzen, have you already become that Uchiha brat's lackey?" Danzo interrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi sharply, his voice filled with disappointment. "To let that red-eyed psychopath of the Uchiha steal the Hokage position? Do you think you've lived up to your teacher's teachings?" With that, Danzo formed hand seals and unleashed a vacuum wave. Boom! Hiruzen Sarutobi leaped backward, the vacuum wave slamming into the rooftop, creating a massive crater that extended into the building's interior. "Hiruzen, I may not be your match in taijutsu, but I might be in ninjutsu." Danzo gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a complex look before leaping into the crater. "Your ninjutsu is no match for mine." Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, knowing Danzo probably had something to say to him, and then he also crawled into the pit. Inside the dust-filled building, finally sheltered from the rain, a panting Danzo, sword in hand, looked at the third Hokage who had followed him in and said, "Hiruzen, you, and Kaharu must leave here immediately. You've been targeted by the leader of Akatsuki." "What?" A look of confusion flashed across Hiruzen Sarutobi's monkey-like face. Danzo, usually taciturn, offered no explanation, instead launching into a torrent of information he knew. "That was a terrifying ninja with a Rinnegan, the strongest ninja I've ever seen, named Pain. He single-handedly killed Danzo and his confidants, seizing control of a Mangekyō. Then, he recruited many S-rank rogue ninjas into his ranks, including Sasori of the Red Sands and Orochimaru. The rain in the sky is his means of monitoring the land of rain and a Mangekyō, mixed with his chakra." Hiruzen Sarutobi knew Danzo wouldn't lie about such things, but his words were so terrifying that Hiruzen instinctively felt a tinge of disbelief. He slung his staff behind his back, formed hand seals, and tapped the ground, unleashing a sensory ninjutsu. Hamura and Kaharu were besieging Sasori of the Red Sand. To Hiruzen Sarutobi's surprise, they hadn't gained the upper hand and had even lost several men. The rainwater around them indeed contained extremely fine traces of chakra. Each drop of rainwater contained a small amount of chakra, but when combined, it amounted to a terrifying astronomical figure. What an astonishing amount of chakra! Hiruzen Sarutobi lost all will to fight. He gave Danzo a deep look, said "Take care," and then leaped towards the battlefield between Sasori and Hamura. "How about it? My masterpiece is pretty good, isn't it?" In the torrential rain, a red-haired boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old danced with his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. Chakra threads from his 10 fingers connected to a blue-haired, yellow-eyed puppet dressed in a white Kazakage robe. "I never thought that the third Kazakage, known as the strongest Kazakage, would die at your hands and be turned into such a forbidden puppet." Hamura Mitakato, facing Sasori from afar, gritted his teeth, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "Soon, you two will become my treasures." Magnet release, iron sand rain. Sasori smiled nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes. The iron sand surrounding the third Kazakage's puppet transformed into countless fine needles, enveloping the Konoha ninja. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Hiruzen Sarutobi, arriving just in time, formed hand seals, manipulating a suddenly rising earthen wall to block the attack. He then shouted, "Retreat!" The Konoha ninja, who had been struggling in the fight, were bewildered, but instinctively obeyed Hiruzen Sarutobi's command, distancing themselves from Sasori. Hiruzen Sarutobi spared no chakra, using several large-scale ninjutsu to interfere with and block Sasori, before leading the ninja southward. Torrential rain poured down, and a fierce wind raged. "Hiruzen, what's going on?" During their desperate escape, Hamura Mitakato could no longer suppress his doubts. "Land of rain." Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, and countless raindrops poured into it. The rain poured down as if the sky had collapsed, the raindrops forming a net that enveloped everything in the world. Suddenly, the sound of raindrops splashing mingled with the rustling of pages turning, and a blizzard of white paper swirled in from all directions, instantly enveloping several unsuspecting Konoha ninjas. These ninjas became living mummies, unable to move as they fell into puddles, quickly losing their breath under the pressure of the paper. Where do you think you're going? In mid-air, a woman dressed in a black robe with auspicious clouds, similar to those worn by Danzo and Shisui, looked down from above. A pair of enormous wings made of white paper provided buoyancy for her flight, and paper fluttered around her like butterflies. From a distance, she truly looked like an angel descending to earth. She looked at the dozens of wary people before her, showing no fear, and even seemed to want to laugh. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Midikato, Kahoru Uchiha, and a group of nearly 100 Konoha elites. This lineup was enough to defeat some mid-sized ninja villages below the 5 great ninja villages. Unfortunately, their opponent was Pain. I have come to convey the will of the gods. Whatever your purpose in coming to the land of rain, your fate is singular, death. The next instant, the torrential rain eerily ceased, as if the heavens themselves were controlled by the so-called Pain. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at the sky. An orange-haired man, wearing the same auspicious cloud robe as Conan and a rain village headband with a single stripe, slowly descended from the heavens, looking down at him. Purple ripples, those eyes? Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart pounded. He abruptly lowered his head, his hands forming hand seals rapidly. Within seconds, he used 13 different methods to detect and break genjutsu before finally feeling somewhat at ease. Pain. Conan nodded to Pain, flapped her wings, and ascended into the air, leaving the battlefield to Pain. The Konoha ninja below immediately became alert upon seeing this, drawing their weapons in defense. Still want to put up a futile resistance? Then I'll play with you. Pain's blue-purple Rinnegan eyes were filled with disdain. Nagato, wanting to test the power of the new Pain, didn't directly use the Deva Paths technique. Instead, he clapped his hands together, and rows of dense incantations quickly appeared in the air. Summoning jutsu, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, a gigantic 3-headed hellhound with dark red fur howled to the sky, its massive jaws agape as it lunged at Hiruzen Sarutobi below. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained calm, giving Hamura Midikato a look, and then threw a giant shuriken, simultaneously forming hand seals to unleash the multiple shadow clone jutsu. At the same time, Hamura Midikato prepared a ninjutsu, exhaling a stream of blazing fire, which Hiruzen Sarutobi then countered with a high-level wind release technique. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, wind release, infinite wind pressure, high-density winds churned, forming a vortex of storm, whipping scorching flames into the sky like a waterfall flowing backward, engulfing the gigantic 3-headed hellhound in Pain. Azure Path, mechanical armor. Pratopath, sealing technique absorption seal. Pain calmly extended a hand towards the surging flames, his 2 mechanical arms deflecting the shuriken, then opening a barrier to absorb the flames and winds back into their original chakra. The 3-headed hellhound, engulfed in flames, could not withstand the intense heat and howled madly. When the flames subsided, to the horrified gazes of the Konoha ninja, the 3-headed hellhound, its body covered in burns, split into 3 smaller, vicious dogs. The burn marks on its body disappeared after the split. The split dogs opened their bloody maws and charged into the Konoha ninja formation, beginning their hunt. Hiruzen Sarutobi delivered a powerful blow, striking a ferocious dog on the head. The dog, its skull shattered, split again, and as if sensing his power, lunged at the others. Infinite splitting? That's impossible. There must be a limit, Hamura Midikato shouted quickly to quell the horde's panic, directing the ninjas to restrain the ever-growing number of split dogs. Kahoru Uchiha seized the opportunity, pinning down a split dog's head with one hand and yelling, 4 limbs sealed. The dog immediately collapsed limply to the ground, unable to move. The sealing technique is effective. The usually kind-faced old woman's eyes now gleamed with murderous intent. The Konoha ninjas quickly followed suit, sealing the split dogs one by one. Bang! Seeing that the split dogs were no longer effective, Pain immediately released the summoning jutsu. After all, good summoning beasts weren't easy to find. Universal pull. To Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, Pain merely raised his hand, yet 2 ninjas flew straight towards him like cannonballs. Pain stretched out his hands, gently touched the 2 ninjas, and then ripped 2 faintly glowing souls from their bodies. He then tossed the 2 lifeless corpses to the ground like rags. Too troublesome. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart clenched. Strange summoning jutsu, gravity manipulation, soul extraction, ninjutsu absorption, these abilities were all bizarre and powerful, difficult to deal with. Childish play, that's enough for the warm-up. Next, I will easily turn you into dust in the universe. Above, looking at the horrified third Hokage, Pain, expressionless, curled his lips into a smile, returning the words Gen Uchiha had once spoken to him to the third Hokage. Uchiha Gen is now arguably the only person in the ninja world he truly cares about and pays attention to, not only because Uchiha Gen once defeated him, but also because Uchiha Gen, in his Minotaur form, used Pain's catchphrase of Pain. Hiruzen Sarutobi is the Hokage, and Uchiha Gen is now the Hokage too. Isn't that getting revenge? Your lives are hereby declared over. Abandon your futile resistance. As Pain's cold and murderous voice rang out, an invisible, immense repulsive force erupted from his palm. This boundless repulsive force caused a sudden change in the density of the air passing through it, resulting in a strange distortion and a shimmering, misty light. In that instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and unleashed the triple Rashomon technique, but even the triple Rashomon, intended to defend against the tailed beast ball, shattered instantly under the powerful repulsive force. He instinctively clasped his hands together, wanting to continue using defensive ninjutsu to resist the terrifying repulsive force, but among the thousands of ninjutsu in the professor of ninjutsu's mind, not a single one could block this repulsive force. He couldn't give up. He gritted his teeth and began forming hand seals anyway. Midakato Hamura and Udatane Kahoru gathered beside him, each forming hand seals to cast Earth Flow Wall and Water Flow Wall, while Sarutobi Hiruzen cast Triple Rashomon again, while simultaneously having his Ruai Jinguban cast Diamond Cage. After doing all this, he could only pray with a look of trepidation and bitterness. Rumble. The entire earth shook, everything within a 5-kilometer radius of Pain was torn and twisted into dust, and the rising dust filled the sky, even obscuring the clouds overhead. Such a powerful Shinra Tensei, which would have required burning Nagato's life force to unleash as the former Pain, was now merely a simple clearing technique. Amidst the billowing smoke, whoosh! Several giant, crooked shuriken flew towards Pain in the sky. Then, 2 wounded figures shot out from the smoke. Still alive? Hellfire, Pain sneered, 2 mechanical arms rapidly growing from his right shoulder. After deflecting the shuriken, the arms unfolded, transforming into cannons. A purple-blue flash erupted from the wrists of the 2 mechanical arms, and 2 incredibly dazzling lasers pierced through the charging Midakato Hamura and Sarutobi Hiruzen at a speed beyond human reaction. Bang! The transformation jutsu dissipated, the shadow clone jutsu dissipated, and the one pierced through the abdomen by the laser was Kahoru Udatane and her shadow clone. The 2 giant shurikens suddenly transformed back into human form. In mid-air, Pain swung his left hand sharply, blocking Hiruzen Sarutobi's kick. His right mechanical arm, however, entangled Hamura Midakato's clasped hands, unleashing a barrage of serrated blades that left numerous wounds on Midakato's body. Pain coldly raised his left hand, aiming it at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and a multitude of small missiles emerged from his sleeve. Before a god, scheming is useless. Boom! A barrage of missiles exploded beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, but no blood splattered. It was still a shadow clone. Pain frowned. Don't underestimate, us, Hamura Midakato, coughing up blood and strung together, smiled, his eyes narrowing as he released his clasped hands. Curse binding technique. Numerous restrictive runes climbed onto Pain's mechanical arm. Then, still coughing up blood, Hamura Midakato clapped his hands together and whispered, Human summoning technique, human summoning technique, a high-level summoning technique that doesn't rely on a summoning contract, is considered a relatively advanced space-time ninjutsu. Thud. Hiruzen Sarutobi, covered in wounds and with even his Ruai Jinguban gun, suddenly appeared in Pain's arms, his eyes blazing with the fury and madness of a lion. The elite of the Sarutobi clan had been wiped out by Shinra Tensei, and even Enma, who had fought alongside him for decades, had died protecting him. How could he forgive this culprit? Dead demon seal, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his hair standing on end and his brows furrowed in rage, grabbed Pain's hands. A tall, white-clad Shinigami suddenly appeared behind him, and a blue Shinigami hand emerged from its chest, plunging directly into Pain's chest. Repent with me in the belly of the Shinigami. In this way, this powerful Rinnegan enemy would be finished. At least before I die, I will eliminate a potential major enemy for Konoha. A satisfied smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips, and the Shinigami hand yanked hard. Tear again. Tear again. Huh? A look of horror appeared in his eyes. You actually wanted to steal my soul? Pain lowered his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Foolish courage. Chapter 137 F3 heading towards the underworld and Danzo going in the opposite direction. Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5 fingers gripped Pain's shoulders like iron hoops. His 2 teammates desperately provided cover, repeatedly using tactical deception to divert Pain's attention. Finally, Mangekyō Sharingan, at the cost of severe injury, summoned Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had already completed the Reaper Death Seal hand seals, at close range. In Hiruzen's view, this method should have been an absolute kill. He and this powerful being named Pain should have perished together. However, the Death God's hand did not pull Pain's soul out as Hiruzen had expected. How is this possible? Hiruzen stared in astonishment at the Death God's hand at his waist. The Reaper Death Seal, aside from the pre-spell hand seals and summoning the Death God, can actually be broken down into 3 steps. The Death God's hand grasps the enemy's soul, pulls out the soul, and then allows the Death God to swallow both the caster's and the victim's souls. But the problem now was that the Death God's hand, probing into Pain's body from Hiruzen's abdomen, had not touched Pain's soul. Under the power of a high-ranking Shinigami, the Shinigami's hand broke through Pain's chakra protection, but found no trace of his soul within Pain's body. It was as if Pain was merely a soulless puppet. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In his fear, he even violated the ironclad rule of never looking directly at a ninja with eye techniques, staring directly at Pain's face. Those mysterious, deep Rinnegan eyes were now filled with mockery. My soul, of course, isn't here. Behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, the invisible Shinigami was already somewhat impatient, urging him to offer his soul according to the sacrificial procedure. Pain suddenly frowned, his purple Rinnegan scanning the surroundings before finally settling on the area behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Using the power of the Rinnegan, he sensed something vaguely there, but couldn't see it clearly. So, Pain calmly raised his hand and grasped the Shinigami's hand on Hiruzen Sarutobi's abdomen. The next second, a purple light flashed in his eyes. Human Path, Soul Absorption Technique. The Human Path's power activated, and through Hiruzen Sarutobi as a medium, Pain finally saw the white-clad, masked Shinigami behind Hiruzen. So it's a soul-sealing technique that relies on external force. Pain's expression remained unchanged, but his pulling motion turned into a gentle push, striking Hiruzen's chest. The strike was weak, yet Hiruzen's wrinkled face was filled with terror. He opened his mouth to say something, but his chest quickly stopped heaving, and his hands, which had been gripping Pain, fell limply to his sides. Behind him, a figure emitting a blue glow flailed in terror, trying to return to his body, but the contrast between the dead demon seal and the Shinigami made it impossible for him to resist the Shinigami's suction force, twisting and flying towards the Shinigami's mouth. Monkey, with a piercing scream from Danzo, who had rushed over from afar, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lifeless, plummeted from the sky, landing in the massive pool created by Shinra Tensei. After splashing a few times, he slowly sank. The third Hokage, the professor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi, died silently on such an ordinary rainy night. There were no grand pronouncements of heroic ambition, no thrilling battles, not even the final Reaper Death Seal failed. He couldn't even seal his hands, let alone his enemy. This seemed to mirror his life and political career. He tried his best, but the results were always disappointing. Sarutobi, Hamura Mangekyō, skewered like a human meat skewer, roared. He pulled out an explosive tag, a resolute glint in his eyes. He clasped his hands together in a hand seal and shouted, mutual explosive tags. However, Pain's soul absorption technique was faster than his hand seals. He merely touched Mangekyō Sharingan, sending the Hokage advisor and Hiruzen Sarutobi to their deaths. After easily dispatching the two, Pain turned sharply, his rippling purple eyes fixed on the one who had just shouted, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his expressionless face. Shimura Danzo, who had been rushing towards him, stopped abruptly upon seeing this gaze. His body trembled slightly, and his breathing quickened. Boss, under the pressure of the Rinnegan, Danzo's face was pale, his eyes wide, and he obediently lowered his head. Rain mixed with sweat streamed down his forehead, each drop revealing his unease and fear. Just as Pain was considering whether to finish off Danzo, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. Cough cough, Kahuru Utatane, who had been unconscious and near death after being pierced through the abdomen by the laser cannon, suddenly awoke. Her hands trembled as she gathered medical chakra, attempting to heal herself, but after barely stopping the bleeding, she fell unconscious again. Pain glanced at the old woman, then suddenly had a new idea. He slowly descended from the sky, landing beside Danzo. Let Danzo experience true pain. Azure Dragon, go, kill that enemy. Pain coldly looked at Danzo, signaling him to kill Kaoru Utatane. From Danzo's emotionally charged cry when Hiruzen Sarutobi died, it was clear that Danzo still had feelings for his old teammates. That was why Pain decided to let him experience the pain he had once endured. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving only the rapid beating of Danzo's heart and his breathing. Me. After a long while, Danzo finally asked hoarsely. Yes, the Rinnegan's gaze returned to Danzo, awaiting his action. Danzo's heart pounded like a drum, a chill creeping from the depths of his bones. He could sense that if he didn't act, Pain would likely purge the Akatsuki traitors. He drew his sword and slowly walked to Kaoru's side, gazing at that incredibly familiar face, his body twisting involuntarily, unable to bring himself to strike. Behind him, Pain's oppressive aura grew heavier and more intense, filling Danzo's heart with fear. Kaoru was already on the verge of death, and if he didn't act, she wouldn't escape death either. He was doing this all for Konoha. These 4 words were words Danzo thought about 100 times, said 200 times a day. But now, he could no longer deceive himself by using those words as a dumping ground for his despicable actions. This self-hypnosis, this self-deception, had to end. He glanced at the pool where Hiruzen Sarutobi lay buried, then swept his gaze across the mangled flesh of Hamura Mitokado, finally settling on Kaoru Utatane, her eyes closed and her chest still rising and falling slightly. For some reason, his thoughts drifted back to that day many years ago. The second Raikage's death, the pursuing Gold and Silver brothers, the need for someone to cover the rear, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the one who stepped forward. Everything was vivid in his mind. In the decades that followed, he had countless times regretted and remorseful, convinced he could have made the same choice, only a step slower than Hiruzen. But now, that conviction was shattered. The will of fire, protecting Konoha, he might have believed in them in his youth, but that belief had never been truly strong. His regret wasn't actually about not stepping forward that day, but about missing the Hokage position at the most crucial moment. For myself, a ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he plunged his hand into Kaoru Utatane's chest, drawing blood. Then, he drew his sword, staggered a few steps, and without a second thought, threw the priceless sword, worth millions of ryo, into the lake created by Shinra Tensei, leaving it to accompany Hiruzen Sarutobi's corpse. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the leaf of Konoha, and he was the root of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the light, and he was the shadow. Such a bond was over. Without Konoha, without light, there can still be shadow. So, Master and the 2 advisors, all died at Pain's hands. In an Akatsuki laboratory, a hoarse yet magnetic voice rang out. Orochimaru listened calmly to Danzo Shimura's description, continuing his work without a tremor, seemingly indifferent to his mentor's death. Only after finishing his experiment did he cover his mouth with one hand, tilt his head back, and let out a large yawn, casually dabbing his moist purple eyeshadow with his thumb and forefinger. I've been doing experiments for 4 or 5 days straight. I'm getting a bit sleepy. For a ninja, dying at this age is just right. It would be too undignified to wait until one's mind and body have decayed. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, his pale golden vertical pupils landing on the pale-faced Danzo. He licked his lips and said, "You came to see me, not just for this, right? I'm very busy with experiments, and I have no intention of causing trouble for Leader Zero." To Orochimaru's surprise, Danzo didn't encourage him to seek revenge against Pain. Instead, he directly stated his purpose for coming. "Orochimaru, you've mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, haven't you?" Danzo looked at Orochimaru, his tone certain despite the question. He knew that, given Orochimaru's nature, he wouldn't care about the moral or ethical issues of the impure world reincarnation technique. Instead, his desire for immortality would surely pique his interest in this technique that blurred the lines between life and death. "What? You want me to reincarnate my teacher?" Orochimaru waved his hand, staring at Danzo, the faint smile on his lips fading slightly. "Not a monkey, but our teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who created the impure world reincarnation technique." Shimura Danzo looked down at the Akatsuki ring on his hand, a hint of reminiscence on his face. He was the best ninjutsu developer in the world. If he had helped you, your ninjutsu development and experiments would definitely have gone much more smoothly, right? Moreover, he was the second Hokage, the most skilled person in the world at dealing with Sharingan, Mangekyō Sharingan, and Taijutsu users. I also need his power to return to Konoha and reclaim the Hokage position. We all need his help. Returning to Konoha wasn't interesting to Orochimaru, but the mention of the Mangekyō Sharingan made him very interested. Although the second Hokage's performance against the fake Madara was less than satisfactory, Orochimaru still admired this master of forbidden techniques. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. A man as meticulous as the second Hokage isn't easily deceived. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, then he suddenly laughed. He'll believe it. He absolutely cannot tolerate an Uchiha taking the Hokage position in Konoha. Besides, I'm his only disciple now. Chapter 138 The Three Pot Kings. I wonder if Sarutobi's disciples escaped the clutches of that Uchiha. In the Pure Land, the dead have no thought, no self-awareness. For Tobirama Senju, 1 second he was trapped in the wood release of the masked man who called himself Madara, and the next second he opened his eyes to a simply decorated laboratory. Operating table, nutrient tank, test tubes, petri dishes, and a large number of experimental instruments he had never seen before but whose functions he could roughly identify at a glance. These experimental supplies gave Tobirama Senju, a rare scientist of his time, a feeling of familiarity mixed with strangeness. If the current ninja world, besides Orochimaru, had a series of unique scientists of varying levels, such as Haruko and Shinin, then in Tobirama Senju's era, he was the only one who could be called a scientist, with perhaps the second Hokage of Tsunagakure being half a scientist. Another impure world reincarnation, Tobirama Senju pondered his state, turning his gaze to the laboratory door. Two people slowly walked in. One was a middle-aged, gloomy man with black hair, golden eyes, purple eyeshadow on his nose, and pale skin. The other was a brown-haired, one-eyed, deeply wrinkled, somber old man. Orochimaru. And Danzo? Tobirama Senju narrowed his eyes, his sharp red pupils falling on the X-shaped scar on Danzo's chin. Combining his hair color and bone structure, he identified the old man. Time waits for no one. The handsome young man of yesteryear has become a hunched, gloomy figure. Perhaps the monkey will look even worse? After a slight sigh, Tobirama Senju looked at the two and asked in a deep voice, is there some difficult enemy to deal with? Is it that Uchiha who transplanted wood release again, sensei? Danzo looked at Tobirama Senju, his eyes reddening, tears streaming down his face, and he burst into sobs. Teacher, teacher, Danzo cried out 3 times, his voice filled with heart-wrenching anguish, before suddenly wiping away tears, biting his lip, and adopting a stubborn and resolute expression. This was the opening line and demeanor he had carefully considered beforehand. He didn't want excessive weeping, too many tears wouldn't fit his character and personality. Instead, a faint strength would make Tobirama Senju believe he had truly suffered greatly but still refused to show weakness before his teacher. Tobirama Senju, as expected, saw through Danzo's weakness at a glance. Stepping out of the coffin resurrected by Edo Tensei, he remarked with emotion, it seems you've suffered a lot and endured much injustice these past years. No, Danzo pursed his lips, unconsciously tilting his head away, though his eyes were still slightly red. His acting was quite superb, or rather, it couldn't be called acting. He was portraying his younger self, stubborn, unyielding, and with a strong sense of self-respect. These actions, expressions, and personality were clearly those of the Danzo that Tobirama Senju knew well, immediately restoring Tobirama's familiarity with Danzo and lowering his guard considerably. Then, Danzo began to recount the major events in the ninja world after Tobirama's death, the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, and the passing of the Fourth Hokage's throne to a commoner. Of course, there were some embellishments and omissions, but overall, it was fairly accurate. The monkey did a good job. I'd give him a 75 out of 100. Under such circumstances, he was a competent leader who maintained the status quo. Overall, Tobirama was quite satisfied with Hiruzen Sarutobi's following Tobirama's rules, but he remained silent, continuing to listen to Danzo's narration. Until that experimental subject of yours caused the Nine-Tails rampage, resulting in the deaths of the Fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village completely went astray. Wait, my experimental subject? How did the blame fall on me? Orochimaru, who had been silent until now, added, it's that wood release, Mangekyō Sharingan dual bloodline ninja you faced last time. The village investigation and rumors in the ninja world all point to you. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've eliminated all my experimental subjects. Besides, Tobirama Senju paused, knowing he couldn't have created a dual bloodline ninja like that, and that Madara, I knew at a glance he was definitely an Uchiha. Never mind, continue. Danzo then stammered out the whole story after the Nine Tails night, not even hiding the fact that Orochimaru and he himself were Konoha traitors because of human experimentation. He knew that as the #1 human experimenter in the ninja world, Tobirama Senju's threshold for such matters was much higher. Sure enough, upon hearing of their defection, Tobirama Senju only frowned, without any intention of attacking. But Danzo's subsequent words made Tobirama Senju increasingly alarmed, his eyes growing more and more fierce, his brows furrowing into knots. The Uchiha clan had 3 Mangekyō Sharingan users, making 4 including the fake Madara. The police department practically controlled half of Konoha's affairs. Hiruzen Sarutobi was impeached and removed from office. The Uchiha became the 5th Hokage. Tobirama Senju stared intently at Danzo before him, pondering how to refuse Danzo and then plead for his help. Yes, he wasn't going to help Danzo stage a triumphant return. Although he was very unhappy that the Uchiha had become Hokage, if the cost of removing the Uchiha was too high, he didn't necessarily intend to force him to step down. 3 Mangekyō Sharingan users were enough to tear Konoha apart. The stability of Konoha was more important. At most, he would act as the former Kage to have the 5th Hokage withdraw the arrest warrant, allowing Danzo and Orochimaru to continue serving the village outside. He could also see how crazy this 5th Hokage, Uchiha Genji, really was. Just as Tobirama Senju was pondering how to speak to Danzo, Danzo's voice suddenly changed, becoming sinister and hoarse, filled with boundless hatred and resentment. But I can endure it, even if it means becoming a rogue ninja and secretly serving the village. Teacher, I can endure it. I think Hiruzen and the others can endure it too. Shimura Danzo unleashed the pinnacle of his acting skills, his voice, brimming with hatred and pain, squeezing out from between his teeth. But why? Why weren't they satisfied after becoming Hokage? Why did they have to kill Hiruzen and the others? This is the only thing I will never forgive. A masterful deception always lies only in the most crucial step. Only pain. Konan and Danzo witnessed the deaths of Hiruzen and the others, and those two certainly wouldn't declare to the ninja world that they killed the Konoha ninjas. Therefore, what Danzo said was the truth. Besides the Uchiha with 3 Mangekyō Sharingan, who else in the entire ninja world, what other ninja village, could kill Konoha's F3 and nearly 100 elite ninjas? Pain? How many people in the ninja world even knew Pain? The other 4 major villages would need to mobilize large forces to wipe out F3. Looking at Danzo, who was weeping uncontrollably, Tobirama Senju, despite being a reanimated corpse, felt a chill run down his spine. I actually still had hope for the Uchiha clan? I actually expected the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan to think like a normal person or a political being. Tobirama's face contorted instantly, and he angrily berated himself. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Even if you had been a little more discreet, played a game of using someone else to do your dirty work. I never betrayed the Uchiha like this. Based on Danzo's subjective description, Tobirama Senju quickly and objectively analyzed what he considered a portrait of Uchiha Gen, a monster with strength comparable to young Madara, extremely dangerous and obsessive. A cruel demon who would slaughter his fellow villagers, a fool lacking political acumen and the means to govern a village. Letting such a person lead Konoha would absolutely plunge the village into chaos and lead to its decline. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's rise stemmed from the Nine Tails rampage, and it's even highly likely that Madara, who transplanted the would-release bloodline limit, was also the Uchiha clan's doing. Then they're trying to pin the blame on me and damage Hiruzen and the others' reputation. As expected, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Tobirama Senju's face darkened completely, his crimson eyes gleaming red, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Hiruzen and the others cannot die in vain. The future of Konoha cannot be allowed to be ruined by an Uchiha. This old man, must personally, achoo, in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Gen, wearing the Hokage's robes, rubbed his nose and turned his gaze to Uchiha Inayasa, who was kneeling before him. Jonin Uchiha Inayasa, I hereby inform you that you have been incorporated into the Anbu. From today onwards, all your ninja files will be transferred to the Anbu and become classified documents. Yes, Inayasa nodded crisply. With my strength, and with my relationship with Gen, shouldn't I at least be given a squad leader position? Next came the squad leader and department head. Inagasa's face lit up with joy as he awaited Uchiha Gen's arrangements. However, what he received was a dismissal notice from Uchiha Gen as cold as a gust of wind. Special Jonin Uchiha Inagasa, after review by the Hokage's office and the Anbu, it has been found that you do not meet the requirements of the Anbu, and you are hereby dismissed. What? Inagasa jumped up, his face full of grievance and confusion. Hokage-sama, are you kidding me? And how did I become a special Jonin? I passed the Jonin exams a year ago, according to the Anbu management regulations left by the second Hokage. Ninjas who leave the Anbu are re-evaluated by the Hokage's office. Now you are deemed a special Jonin. If you're so capable, go and argue with the second Hokage. Uchiha Gen calmly reviewed the documents, leaving the aggrieved Inagasa for a while before pulling out a COF application form from his drawer and tossing it to Inagasa. If you want to become a Jonin, go and get first place. Oh, I see. Inaheim, easily pleased, beamed with joy as she held the application form. You need me to protect Konoha's first place, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely be fine. Since you trust me, Hokage, I'd like to send Shisui. Uchiha Gen shook his head, looking regretful. But Shisui has already made a name for himself in the ninja world as the Shisui of the body flicker. His fame is too high, it's not suitable. After all, it's rare for a three-tomo Uchiha like you to have no fame in the ninja world, to go from Jonin to special Jonin and no one even knows. Inaheim's face suddenly turned red, looking at the application form in her hand. She muttered in a venting tone, why does the Anbu have such a rule? That inherently evil sensual devil, even in death he can't let people rest in peace. Go. Uchiha Gen smiled lightly, waved his hand, dismissed Inaheim, walked to the window, and looked towards the land of hot springs. According to the message from the clone, the little divine tree on Shaden Mountain is nearing maturity. I wonder if it can be harvested in time for the competition in a little over a month? Chapter 139 Uchiha Gen, I too can be Uchiha Madara. The evil god's lair on Red Soup Mountain has been completely transformed. A towering, leafy giant tree, like a massive green canopy, hangs down, its lush foliage almost filling the entire space. In return, the once fertile, vibrant black soil has been replaced by sunken, white, sandy earth, resembling bare bones devoid of flesh, every wrinkle and undulation a cracked line. The evil god, gathering natural energy over millennia, has nurtured this verdant, emerald-like giant tree. Uchiha Gen stood beneath the canopy of this colossal tree, its shade covering nearly a mile, and opened a black box. Inside was Hyuga Koda, submerged in nutrient solution, a carefully prepared sacrifice by Uchiha Gen for this giant tree. Uchiha Gen squinted, staring at the tree's strangely hard bark, then used his Susanoo to conjure a Kamui Shuriken, plunging it deep into the bark and pulling downwards with force. Whoosh! With a whoosh, all the branches and leaves of the giant tree swayed even without wind, the rustling sound echoing in Uchiha Gen's ears, as if the giant tree was howling and weeping for its injury. It'll be alright soon. Uchiha Gen gently stroked the huge crack he had made in the giant tree, filling it with a large amount of tentacle-like Oniro buds and a soothing agent, then pressed the still unconscious Hyuga Koda directly onto it. As if sensing Hyuga Koda's presence, the giant tree's branches and leaves swayed even faster, as if to play a joyful melody. Gradually, from the crack and from the bark around the crack, strange bluish-black roots intertwined and grew out, the woody roots climbing up Hyuga Koda's body, wandering and stuffing into his mouth, nose, and ears, penetrating deep into his body. Then, with a faint wriggling sound, Hyuga Koda slowly sank into the giant tree, completely enveloped within it. With a whoosh, vines danced and branches twitched, the entire tree moving towards its crown. Uchiha Gen quickly leaped aside, dodging the lashing branches and landing on the edge furthest from the tree. The massive branches tumbled and countless leaves danced, cascading like a curtain of water to converge at the crown, transforming the nearly 100-meter-tall tree into a budding flower. It's here. Uchiha Gen cautiously took a few steps back, gazing expectantly at the 10-meter diameter emerald bud, anticipating the birth of the chakra fruit. However, after forming the bud, the tree's leaves, vines, and branches rapidly lost their vibrant green color, the trunk bent and broke, becoming riddled with holes as if eroded. Even so, the emerald bud showed no sign of forming a fruit. The tree cultivated from the first generation of cells, possessing characteristics of the divine tree, Hyuga Koda, a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, and a fertile natural energy node were far inferior to the true divine tree, the Otsutsuki clan, and the ability to absorb the natural energy of an entire planet. Therefore, this giant tree failed to grow. The full, verdant, and vibrant flower buds gradually lost their luster, swaying and withering. After a moment of shock and disorientation, Uchiha Gen recovered, realizing that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Failed, Uchiha Gen frowned, but still stared intently at the flower buds. Soon, the flower buds on the crown withered and weakened to an extreme degree, countless withered branches and leaves falling, revealing an empty interior. What was that? Uchiha Gen's pupils contracted sharply, letting out a soft gasp. At the center of the flower bud, a slender and upright stamen was trembling slightly, gradually changing into human shape. It was a humanoid figure seemingly entwined from layers of tree roots, countless wooden tendrils writhing and intricately combining to form humanoid limbs. As the humanoid body continued to develop, the life force of the entire giant tree seemed to be infused into it, decaying visibly and rapidly from the thick roots, turning into wisps of black ash that drifted down. With the demise of the giant tree, only the constantly writhing and changing humanoid figure remained, growing a long tail, and the oppressive aura emanating from it grew stronger and stronger. What is this? It looks a bit like a split form of the Ten Tails. A humanoid Ten Tails? Claws? Uchiha Gen felt the increasingly powerful aura of the humanoid figure, gripping the flame fan tightly in one hand, his body already enveloped in Susanoo chakra, watching warily at the humanoid monster that was still twisting and deforming at the center of the flower bud. After absorbing the giant tree's nutrients, the humanoid monster's fully grown body gradually stabilized. The aura of its superiority grew stronger, and its humanoid head trembled slightly, revealing human features, bearing a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Hyuga Koda, whom Uchiha Gen had sacrificed. Hyuga Koda opened its mouth, taking its first breath like a newborn infant. With each inhale and exhale, the previously sweltering underground space near the magma suddenly cooled, and white ice crystals condensed on the ground. Its tightly closed eyes trembled slightly as it slowly opened, its clear white eyes shining with a pure and bright light. Its white pupils were like pure white jade, flawless, like the first snow. However, this was only the beginning. 2 small bumps slowly appeared on the newly born Hyuga Koda's forehead, and its hair grew abnormally rapidly, growing to waist-length white hair in just 2 or 3 seconds. Then, a rhythmic beating began clearly in the left chest, near its heart, and the beating speed increased rapidly. What followed was a scene that shocked even Uchiha Gen. Something bulged slightly between its brows, stretching the skin and creating a crack. I can't wait any longer. Seeing the strange Hyuga Koda seemingly about to grow a third eye, Uchiha Gen's fear deepened. He formed hand seals and extended his palm towards the still manifested Hyuga Koda. Nine-faced Suvaha. A massive amount of chakra from Uchiha Gen coalesced into a white mask engraved with the character, Zhuan, transforming into a stream of light that covered Hyuga Koda's face. Then, countless incantations spread down its neck, connecting its entire body. At the same time, Uchiha Gen looked at Hyuga Koda, his crimson eyes meeting the pure white ones. His immense ocular power shattered Hyuga Koda's mental barrier like a tidal wave, controlling its consciousness and body. This is, Uchiha Gen uttered in surprise. He hadn't expected to be able to control this incredibly powerful creature so easily. That's right, it's just a baby less than a minute old. Although it absorbed Hyuga Koda as a sacrifice, it might have acquired Hyuga Koda's memories, but its self-awareness is still very weak. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Gen's eyes lit up with understanding, and he immediately increased his eye power and chakra output. Although he hadn't obtained the chakra fruit and the mini Ten Tails as he'd hoped, a humanoid Ten Tails as his masked beast wasn't bad. With the combined power of Uchiha Gen's vast eye power and the nine-faced Suvaha, the incantation of the nine-faced Suvaha gradually imprinted itself into every inch of Hyuga Koda's skin, bringing it under Uchiha Gen's control. After a long while, Uchiha Gen slowly walked to the masked beast wearing the Zhuan character mask, examining this humanoid beast that was slightly shorter than himself, and nodded in satisfaction. Now, let's try it out. Uchiha Gen formed hand seals and activated the nine-faced Suvaha technique. The next moment, he gained control of the Hyuga masked beast, able to control all its actions. It possessed the Byakugan, ice release, and transparent release, 3 major bloodline limits, and its strength and potential far surpassed those of the ninjas who possessed them. Furthermore, this Hyuga masked beast had an enormous amount of chakra, more than the 8 tails, and only slightly less than half of the 9 tails within Naruto among all the beings Uchiha Gen had ever seen. The beast's power was Uchiha Gen's power. He could also draw upon its chakra at will, Thus, from this moment on, Uchiha Gen had entered the level of chakra tonification. There was a hint of even greater potential to be tapped in this Hyuga masked beast. The nascent form of an eyeball was growing on its forehead, but it seemed to lack some crucial power and couldn't truly birth yet. When all 9 masked beasts were gathered in the future, and those possessing all the yin-yang and 5 elements bloodline limits, something very interesting was bound to happen. Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction, but then frowned, staring at this one character carved on the mask's face. Too obvious, too blatant. With a thought, the Zhuan character on the white mask seemed to be struck by lightning, the lettering spreading and blurring, outlining 3 black tomo and ripples resembling the Rinnegan on the mask. Then, a much smaller Zhuan character was moved to the edge of the mask near the right earlobe, becoming almost inconspicuous. Perfect, Uchiha Gen snapped his fingers, summoning a set of his own clothes and controlling the Hyuga mask to put them on. However, looking at the masked beast before him, wearing a white mask with black tomo and the Uchiha clan robe, Uchiha Gen felt a strange familiarity, yet also a sense that something was missing. Whoosh, the flame fan on his back was tossed to the masked beast. The masked beast caught the flame fan and tucked it behind its back. A deep, magnetic voice came from beneath the mask. I have no identity, nor do I wish to live under anyone's guise. Interesting. Uchiha Gen's eyes lit up. Uchiha Obito, with just a Mangekyō Sharingan and a tiger skin mask, dared to impersonate Madara and deceive the entire ninja world. So who says the ninja world can't have a second Madara to stir up trouble? All it takes is for the entire ninja world to believe that Uchiha Gen and this Madara have absolutely no connection. Uchiha Gen took out the cultivation jar containing his original Mangekyō Sharingan, a smile playing on his lips. Then, the KOF tournament will be a perfect stage. Chapter 148 Gathering of Wise and Evil in Konoha Village. In the Land of Water, at the harbor outside Kurigakure, Hidden Mist Village, Yagura Karachi stood on a blue stone, barely able to look directly at Kisame Hoshigaki, the tallest of the 3 before him. All 3 were geniuses of Kurigakure. Kisame, the eldest, was nearly 2 meters tall, his shark-like face enough to make children weep at night, yet he was only 18. Kisame, Zabuza, and Amiri, you 3 are the most outstanding of the village's younger generation besides Madarumi. On this journey west to Konoha, I hope you can showcase the spirit of Kurigakure. I'm not even as good as Hazuki Mangetsu. A hoarse, shrill female voice rang out. Ringo Amiri, with long, reddish-brown hair styled in a vertical braid, bared her sharp teeth and unabashedly lifted Hazuki Mangetsu, already classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. How, Zabuza, with short black hair and his lower face wrapped in bandages, chuckled coldly, glancing sideways at Yuri. You're not even as good as me, I didn't know that. Want to try? Yuri laughed happily, a cruel and wild fighting spirit flashing in her eyes, eager to try. Zabuza wasn't going to back down either. One hand was already reaching for the ninja sword behind his back, and he said coldly, I heard you're good at lightning release. I'm quite interested in tasting your blood. Enough, Yagura shouted, stopping the 2 geniuses who wanted to put on a full-blown fight in front of the Mizukage. Geniuses are all a bit rebellious and eccentric. Yagura sighed inwardly, turning his gaze to Kisame Hoshigaki, who had been silent, quietly watching his 2 teammates. Kisame, you're the captain this time, and you're a few years older than them. Keep them in check. Yes, 4th Hokage. Kisame bowed his head in agreement, his voice cold and flat, like an emotionless machine. Yes, I have faith in you. Go. I'll be in Konoha for the finals to see your performance. If you win, I'll give you a reward. Yagura nodded in satisfaction, letting Kisame lead the bickering boys and girls onto the passenger ship bound for the Land of Fire. Only he knew the immense power contained within this shark-faced boy who had only recently come of age. In terms of chakra reserves alone, the under 20-year-old Kisame already possessed the most chakra in the entire Hidden Mist Village, second only to himself, the Mizukage. Unfortunately, this kid's talent in chakra manipulation and ninjutsu is rather average. Yagura watched the passenger ship gradually disappear into the horizon, sighing with a sense of doubt. Why can't he learn simplified hand seals or techniques like seal-less jutsu? Zabuza has the same problem. Oh well, let him just stick to hand seals. Yagura shook his head and turned back to the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Cloud Village was dilapidated and much more desolate. Lightning release, black-spotted leopard, Daru's long white hair billowed in the wind, his left hand, emblazoned with a character for lightning on his shoulder, slammed towards the waterfall before him. A strange black lightning leopard suddenly leaped from his hand, roaring like thunder. The black lightning leopard struck the waterfall with lightning speed, instantly spreading outwards, momentarily halting the cascading water that flowed like an inverted Milky Way. Daru, you really succeeded? My god. This is the third Hokage's signature technique, even the boss didn't learn it. Beside the river formed by the waterfall, Samu, with her blonde hair, stared wide-eyed at the blue-green water. Her two full, rounded breasts, like watermelons, heaved with her exclamation. The overly majestic breasts were a stumbling block on this genius female ninja's path, severely affecting her training in combat, causing her considerable distress. However, Daru, focused on her training, had no interest in admiring this ferocious beast. After catching her breath, she looked up at the white clouds drifting across the sky. He used to lie down casually, watching the white clouds drift by, something he used to love doing. But for the past 6 months, he hadn't had a moment's rest, instead training day and night. Only when his body was pushed to its limit, leaving him with no strength left to think, could he forget Uchiha Gen, forget the terror of Susanoo and the mighty Susanoo. Samu, stop squeezing. Those so-called chest-shrinking methods in clothes are fake, useless. Daru lay by the water, clenching his fists, and instructed, "Have I prepare the medicine and equipment, we're ready to set off." In Sunagakure, a young jonin named Maki was unjustly demoted to special jonin. In Iwagakure, Anoki was struggling to assemble a young and capable team. Even smaller ninja villages like Kusagakure, Tokigakure, Yugakure, and even Hoshigakure and Takumigakure sent their own teams. Unlike the 5 great villages, which still valued their reputation, the ninjas they sent were mostly in their 30s and 40s, with some smaller villages even sending their leaders personally to participate in the jonin exams. This unprecedented ninja event attracted the attention of almost the entire ninja world. Countless ninjas yearning for fame and ambitious individuals hoping for success all turned their gaze towards Konoha. South of the land of grass. A vast, boundless green ocean, shimmering with golden light under the soft sunlight, exuded vitality. Last year's great battle had left this grassland littered with corpses and blood, which was why the grass was growing much better this year. Every gentle breeze stirred up waves of green. In this grassland, 3 grass village ninjas wearing 4-stripe headbands rushed towards Konoha. Suddenly, a breeze blew by. Whoosh! A figure clad in a black robe appeared like a ghost. The 3 grass ninjas selected by Grass Village to participate in the jonin exams were reasonably strong. 2 of them rushed forward, attempting to entangle the opponent with taijutsu, while the third formed hand seals. "Earth release, Earth prison," the grass ninja shouted, sending a rock flying towards the suddenly appearing black-robed elder, intending to use this earth release technique to control him. However, the grass ninja, focused on his ninjutsu, ignored the imminent danger. Hiss! A giant python burst from the ground, its gaping maw spitting out a human figure, then tightly coiling its body around him, instantly breaking all his bones. Orochimaru, the grass ninja screamed in despair, staring in terror at Orochimaru emerging from the snake's mouth. How? Orochimaru licked his lips, narrowing his eyes as he sized up the grass ninja, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. The art of erasing faces, Orochimaru's pale, slender hand caressed the neck of the grass ninja. His long, smooth fingers secreted a large amount of liquid, injecting it into the grass ninja's body. Then, he pinched the skin on the grass ninja's neck and gently tore it open to both sides, as carefully as if handling a fragile work of art. In less than half a minute, a fresh, pink human skin mask was produced. Deal with these two too. Shimura Danzo dragged over 2 grass ninja corpses. Both had been pierced through the heart by a single sword, with no other wounds. Orochimaru repeated the process, making 3 masks. However, instead of leaving after destroying the evidence, the 2 waited on the grassland. "Orochimaru, how long do you want your so-called friends?" After waiting for a while, Danzo became impatient and said coldly, "Just the 2 of us can go. There's no need for any help. If it really doesn't work, release the teacher." "Never mind, we can't let him know too much." "How? Have some patience," Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. "Dr. Shenning is an old friend of mine. He'll definitely come, because I've given him the sweetest bait in the world, the chance to destroy Konoha, Hokage Tower. Why can't I be on the same team as Tetsuo?" Uchiha Inahime pouted, pulling along a reluctant Uchiha Tetsuo, clearly extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Gen's team assignment. He had originally planned to carry his younger brother, hoping to earn Tetsuo's respect, but Uchiha Gen hadn't paired him with Tetsuo. Of course, Hyuga Himen and Yamashiro Aoba aren't bad either. But I still want to be with Tetsuo. What if Tetsuo's teammates are too bad and drag him down? Uchiha Inaheim looked at Uchiha Gen expectantly, hoping he would change his mind. I've already arranged Tetsuo's team, they're definitely more reliable than yours. Before Uchiha Gen could even introduce Tetsuo's teammates, a voice full of enthusiasm began to echo in the corridor. I'll finish 100 laps around Konoha today, then do 100 handstands later. My youth, though it was a soliloquy, it was as energetic and passionate as a cannonball exploding. Then, a frog hopped into the office. A man with a watermelon-headed hairstyle, wearing a green bodysuit, appeared before them, flashing a bright, sun-like smile. His perfectly white teeth gleamed with an almost blinding brilliance. Guy, Uchiha Inaheim was stunned for a moment. After Might Guy kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Intertragic Trio, the power of the 8 gates was no secret among the Jonin. Inaheim wasn't confident she could defeat Guy head-on. What about Guy? What about the other one? The other one? Uchiha Gen smiled. He's been in the office the whole time. Inaheim looked around, confused. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the wooden floor of the Hokage's office. It was Gen, the special clone of Uchiha Gen, the head of the Kirigakure Anbu and a close confidant of the Mizuka Jiagura. After completing his guard duty at Mount Shidan, Uchiha Gen didn't send him back to Kirigakure, but instead brought him back to Konoha, and of course, gave him a different appearance. The clone that appeared using the ephemeral technique clearly shocked everyone. Even Guy, who had been constantly squatting and standing since entering the office, paused for a moment, his expression unusually solemn. Everyone present was a Jonin or a near Jonin, yet they hadn't noticed someone hiding right under their noses. In fact, if the clone had launched a sneak attack, aside from Guy possibly escaping, Inagasa and Tetsuka would likely have been killed. Let me introduce you, Uchiha Gen pointed to the clone. Giving him a name similar to Gen but pronounced differently in Japanese, Tetsuka. Guy, this is your third teammate, Gen. Chapter 141 Pre-match probing. On the clean, wide road, cars and people bustled about. The warm glow of the setting sun cast long shadows on the lifelike doghead sculptures lining the road, the wind whistling through the gaps between the sculptures, carrying a faint sound like a dog's whimper. This is a pug, this is a corgi, Ringo Uiu said, carefully running her fingertips over each doghead sculpture she encountered, occasionally pausing to observe them closely. Don't waste time here, Zabuza, his body now wrapped in even more bandages, said with displeasure. Let's go into Konoha. Defeated opponent, ignorant, Ringo Yuyuri scoffed, examining the faint patterns on a sculpture. She grinned, quite interested, and said, these sculptures were made using earth release, but I'm sure the caster was more skilled in lightning release. Many details in the sculpting used lightning release shape transformation techniques. Zabuza turned his gaze to the sculpture, but lacking expertise in lightning release, he could only glean that the sculpture was well carved. He couldn't gather any other information. TCH, Zabuza angrily turned his head away, a strange dislike growing towards the ninja who had sculpted the dog's head. He said irritably, Yuyuri, I only lost to you because lightning release counters water release. Otherwise, you might not be my match. Yuyuri gave Zabuza a mocking sidelong glance, everything understood without a word. Konoha was already prosperous, and with the recent massive infrastructure construction and the unprecedented influx of tourists and merchants from the KOF tournament, the main road was already bustling even before they approached the village. As the three from Kirigakure approached Konoha, they were greeted by towering eaves and brackets, red bricks and green tiles, sunlight blocked by the dense, closely packed buildings. Looking into the distance, at the end of the village's direction stood the Hokage Rock, hundreds of meters high, with statues of the 5 Hokage overlooking this harmonious, peaceful, and prosperous city. Zabuza and Yuyuri were both awestruck by Konoha's size and prosperity, far surpassing Kirigakure's by 10 times. Even the usually aloof Kisame looked at the clusters of buildings with surprise. The three followed a flow of people along the main road until they reached the main gate of Konoha, where they registered, had their identities verified as participants, and then followed a special jonin in a green vest to the participants' quarters. The streets were bustling with activity, a cacophony of hawkers' cries and shouts filling the air. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the soft glow of the setting sun cast a gentle, hazy glow on every corner of Konoha, adding a touch of ethereal beauty and poetry to the vibrant evening scene. Guided by Konoha ninjas, Kisame and his companions arrived at a secluded hill south of the city, encased in a barrier. Scattered across the hill were hundreds of courtyards, clearly Konoha's designated accommodations for the contestants. Please stay in this courtyard. A Konoha ninja led the three mist ninja to a quiet and elegant courtyard, marked with a character mist. The courtyard was shaded by lush trees, and perhaps considering their mist ninja background, a pool of water shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the surrounding flowers, stones, and trees. Gentlemen, this is the schedule for the 3 exams in this KOF tournament. The first exam will be held in 5 days. Specific details will be provided on the day of the exam. During these days, if any of you wish to leave this mountain to visit other parts of the village, please apply to the ninja at the foot of the mountain beforehand. We have dedicated guides to serve you. Please do not leave without permission, otherwise, Konoha will hold you accountable. The ninja didn't specify how Konoha would hold him accountable, but his powerful voice and confident smile indicated that Konoha had absolute confidence in its own strength, confident that even the other 4 great villages wouldn't dare to provoke it. Understood. We will follow the rules. Kisame, as the team leader, nodded and accepted the exam schedule from the ninja. Originally, the Mizukage's mission for them was only to participate in the exam and enhance the reputation of Kirigakure. There was no intelligence gathering involved. After the ninja left, Kisame opened the note the ninja had given him, and Zabuza and Yuri immediately gathered around him. Kisame silently bent his knees to make it easier for his 2 teammates, who were considerably shorter than him, to see. The first exam, Battle Royal. Location, Training Ground 44. The second exam, Team Competition. The third exam, Individual Competition. Location, Konoha's Bird's Nest KOF Arena. The team and individual competitions were self-explanatory from their names, but what was Battle Royal? The 3 exchanged glances. After a moment, Kisame, as the captain, instructed, Amiri, go and apply for permission to tour Konoha. Observe Training Ground 44 and the Bird's Nest Arena, and investigate information related to Battle Royal. Zabuza and I will test the level of the examinees from other villages. The sun had set, leaving only a sliver of light on the horizon. Night was fast approaching. Clang, the metallic clang of clashing swords suddenly rang out. Uchiha Totsuka, who also lived in the mountains, suddenly stood up, his gaze sweeping over Guy, who was single-mindedly doing a handstand push-up, before settling on Gen. He didn't know why, even though he had only known Gen for a few days, he always subconsciously sought his opinion. Perhaps it was because Gen's clothes and style of action were somewhat similar to his older brother, Gen, Totsuka thought to himself. Uchiha Gen, hearing the faint buzzing in his ears, smiled. Let's go out and take a look. The 3 of them acted decisively, 3 black shadows leaping silently out of the courtyard like ghosts, hiding in a large, leafy tree in the mountains. On the flat ground in the distance, 4 ninjas were fighting in pairs, one side from Kirigakure and the other from Kumagakure. However, besides Daru and Samu fighting, a handsome blonde man named Hai was watching from the sidelines. Both sides were very restrained, not using ninjutsu or damaging the surrounding grass and stones, only silently exchanging taijutsu and swordsmanship. Such battles had been occurring daily since many ninjas from various villages arrived on the hill, but this clash between 2 of the 5 major villages had attracted considerable attention. Uchiha Gen could sense that the surrounding forests, bushes, and riverbeds were teeming with ninjas. At least 50 people were watching the battle between the 2 great villages. Whoosh, in the dim light, each collision between the 2 figures produced a resounding crack in the air. Daru and Kisame exchanged blows, their fists and feet clashing, causing the surrounding flowers and leaves to sway and rustle. On the other side, 2 dazzling blades flashed. Samu's each swing of his sword was not only like a surging tide, but his chest heaved and bounced with power. Zabuza, on the other hand, had a different style. His sword flashed without a trace, swift as an arrow, yet silent and deadly. As more and more ninjas lurked and observed him, Zabuza's bandaged face grew increasingly grim. As a ninja skilled in assassination, he disliked direct combat, let alone having potential opponents swarm around like monkeys. The watchful eyes made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, instinctively considering how to dodge if they suddenly attacked. Cool, with a soft shout, Samu seized the opportunity during Zabuza's momentary lapse in concentration. Her black skirt billowed as she unleashed a powerful upward slash. Clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal exploded like thunder. Amidst the flying sparks, Zabuza, hastily regaining his senses and blocking the attack, was thrown back, trying to create distance. Cloud flow, rising dragon, Samu wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip by. She leaped into the air, swinging her sword in a wide arc, cleaving through the air with the force of a mountain splitting. Her ample bosom made normal sword play difficult, only allowing her to draw upon the momentum of her leaping strikes. Zabuza's pupils contracted, and he dodged to the side, but he was still too slow. HMPH, with a muffled groan, the bandages covering Zabuza's face shattered, revealing his true face in a long red welt. Damn it, Zabuza's expression froze, his anger flaring, and he slammed his hands together, breaking the unspoken agreement between them not to use ninjutsu. Zzz. Daru turned his head and saw that the previously nonchalant Daru's eyelids twitched, and crackling lightning crackled around him as his speed suddenly increased. Seeing the situation escalating, Uchiha Gen, Totsuka, and Guy exchanged glances and nodded to them. Regardless, this is Konoha territory. Dying during the exam is simply a matter of insufficient strength, but causing trouble outside the exam is a disgrace to Konoha. Whoosh! The three figures flashed and disappeared from their original spot. The sudden gust of wind startled dozens of people hiding nearby, many of whom, lacking sufficient concealment, revealed their presence. The five ninjas from Kirigakure and Kumagakure on the ground also changed their expressions, becoming wary. Konoha Power Whirlwind, accompanied by a powerful roar, a green figure spun rapidly in midair, its waist and abdomen driving a whip-like kick that powerfully descended. So fast, Daru and Kisame, still locked in combat, both inwardly exclaimed in admiration. Kisame tried to retreat, but Daru suddenly grabbed Kisame's clothes, slowing him down. Only when the fierce wind whipped up by the whirlwind had tousled his hair did Daru abruptly withdraw amidst a sharp, crackling sound, leaving Kisame, who had no time to retreat, alone to face Guy's devastating kick. Bang! Kisame blocked Guy's kick with his arms crossed, but even with his considerable strength, he was forced back 7 or 8 steps by Guy's immense force, his arms trembling slightly, the red marks on his arms burning with pain. Water release, water dragon bullet, Zabuza, after several flashy seconds, finally completed the ninjutsu, a dragon-shaped water bullet soaring into the air. Its claws outstretched, flying towards Samu. However, Uchiha style, lightning slash, the time Zabuza spent forming hand seals was enough for Uchiha Tekka to charge up his sword technique 2 or 3 times. In an instant, a crescent-shaped wave of lightning shot out, slashing towards the water dragon flying in midair. The thunder slash wasn't more powerful than the water dragon bullet, but guided by the Sharingan, the attack struck precisely at the water dragon's vulnerable neck, easily severing and crushing it. A Konoha ninja, Sam lowered her hands, which had been forming hand seals on her chest, canceling her prepared lightning release ninjutsu. She looked around, searching for the third Konoha ninja. Finding no one, she turned her gaze to the sensory ninja in her team, Nozomi. Then, as if struck by lightning, her lips parted slightly, and she cried out in terror, "Nozomi, Sam wants me to find the third Konoha ninja?" Nozomi, with her short blonde hair, nodded, her fingers interlocking into the hand seal, preparing to activate her sensory ninjutsu. "Hey, are you looking for me?" A soft voice came from behind, reaching Nozomi's ears. Only then did he hear Samu's panicked warning, "Behind you." Zai's expression changed, and he dodged, his slender, white hand drawing a kunai and thrusting it behind him. Simultaneously, he twisted his waist and hips, his right knee erupting, aimed straight at Uchiha Gen's abdomen. However, what he saw when he turned around was a lazy, relaxed Uchiha Gen, arms crossed, head casually propped up, glancing at Zai with a half-smile. Turning around, Zai met those scarlet eyes. Uchiha Gen glanced at Zai sideways and said lazily, "Kana, goodbye." "I miscalculated, damn it." After this thought flashed through his mind, Zai's eyes lost their light, he lost control of his body, and collapsed to the ground. In the future, Zai, known as the Rakshasa's right hand, was proficient in sensory ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and was also one of the Cloud Village's top genjutsu masters. However, before the Uchiha, who could claim to be a master of genjutsu, who dared to say they were fearless? Hi, seeing her teammate fall, Samu leaped and darted, a flying blade of light slashing towards Uchiha Gen like an arc of the moon. The clone contained a prosthetic eye and a small amount of ocular power originating from Obito. Although its perception didn't reach the level of the Mangekyō Sharingan, it was far superior to an ordinary 3-tomo eye. Uchiha Gen simply flipped his body, effortlessly dodging Samu's attack. "I never hit women with my fists," Uchiha Gen chuckled, raising his eyes to look at Susanoo. Taking advantage of her hasty avoidance of eye contact, his right leg suddenly lashed out with a thunderous sidekick, striking Samu's flat stomach. Bang! With a muffled thud, Susanoo flew backward, blood trickling from her mouth. Fortunately, Daru arrived in time to catch her, preventing her from being kicked into the nearby pool. After successfully dissuading the two sides from fighting, Uchiha Gen looked at the furious Daru and let out a soft huh? You actually managed to catch her in time. You're not bad, you bastard. Daru's body crackled with electricity, his fighting spirit soaring. Want to fight me? Uchiha Gen raised his eyelids and shrugged. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's end it here for today, everyone from Mangekyō and Shirigakure. Whatever grudges or grievances you have, leave them for the competition. Hiss hiss hiss. A spectator ninja stuck out his long tongue, licking his cheek until it was wet, before reluctantly withdrawing it. Titsuka, that's Inagaka's younger brother, right? Not bad. And this Uchiha, whom I've never seen before, is really amazing. Inagaka, Titsuka, and Haru are all in this exam, Orochimaru grinned, revealing a chilling smile. He had suffered so many losses and bad luck with the Uchiha clan, could good fortune be on its way? Chapter 142. The exam begins. A few days later, as ninjas from various villages arrived in Konoha, the Jonin exams, hosted by Konoha and attended by almost every ninja village in the entire ninja world, were about to begin. Before the first exam officially started, Konoha held an impromptu gathering for ninjas from all over the world to sign waivers, leave their mailing addresses for their remains, and other important matters. On the platform, Uchiha Genji's main body was rambling on and on about useless nonsense, while his clones below showed no respect for his main body, ignoring him and glancing around to observe the contestants. Konoha had sent a total of 6 teams. Besides their own team, the team composed of Uchiha Teka, Hyuga Himen, and Yamashiro Aoba was quite strong, while the remaining 4 teams were of average strength. Mangekyō and Shirigakure each sent only 1 team, but both were absolute elites. Their leaders, Daru and Kisame, were both future top-tier ninjas, and their current strength was definitely above that of most Jonin. The 5 squads of Iwagakure and the 4 squads of Tsunagakure were all aiming to win through sheer numbers. The ninjas from the smaller villages below them were likely just cannon fodder, not worth paying attention to. That being said, Uchiha Gen still scanned the area with his eyes and quickly discovered several surprises, even some shocks. A 3-person squad from Hoshigakure, a small village in the land of bears. The red-haired beauty was likely Natsumi, who had mastered the peacock technique to its fullest extent. The sickly woman beside her was her husband, Haru, and the purple-haired, blue-eyed one was probably Akahoshi, who later became the acting Hoshikage. The squad from Takumigakure carried strange ninja tools. Uchiha Gen vaguely remembered that this seemed to be an ambitious organization called 4 Symbols Celestials, constantly trying to revive Takumigakure's founder, Saimai. In the Omegakure camp, besides 2 Omegakure ninjas wearing traditional Omegakure attire with straw hats and umbrellas, there was also a white-haired, red-eyed boy wearing an oversized high-necked coat with 3 leather belts wrapped around it. Of course, what caught Uchiha Gen's attention the most was a certain grass ninja who couldn't resist licking his lips. His burning gaze darted between himself, Inagaka, and Titsuka, his drool practically forming a small puddle on the ground. After the speech was finished, all the examinees signed their death waivers. Kakashi slowly walked to the assembled ninjas and announced, "Now, I will announce the rules for the first exam. Like the Chunin exams in the original timeline, the first exam would be held in the Death Forest near the village. However, while the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the Death Forest posed some threat to Jinan, they were far too daunting for the Jonin taking the exam. Therefore, this exam used a completely new battle royal rule. Each of the 64 teams and 192 individuals participating in the exam would receive a glittering star as a token. Only by collecting 10 tokens and entering the watchtower in the center of the Death Forest at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 4th day would one pass the exam. While directing his subordinates to distribute the tokens to the ninjas, Kakashi added, "These tokens contain built-in locators and other devices. The Forest of Death has a radius of 10 kilometers. To encourage competition, 8 hours after you enter the examination hall at noon, stars 9 kilometers from the center will lose their light and can no longer be used as a means of entering the watchtower. 8 hours later, The distance will be 8 kilometers, and so on. Hearing Kakashi's explanation, the examinees immediately began to discuss, many frowning. Each team had 3 tokens. To collect 10, they would have to defeat 3 other teams. Furthermore, the team that collected enough tokens couldn't enter the watchtower early and could only wait around it until the morning of the 4th day. However, under the shrinking circle system, by the early morning of the 4th day, all the remaining examinees would converge within a 2-kilometer radius of the watchtower, inevitably leading to a chaotic battle. Kakashi continued, 5 kilometers to the east, west, south, and north of the watchtower, there will be 4 medical stations built and guarded by Konoha Jonin. Fighting is prohibited inside these medical stations. If any of you voluntarily enter a medical station, while you will be protected, you will also be considered to have forfeited your participation and lost your eligibility for the exam. After explaining the exam rules, Kakashi didn't waste any more words and led the examinees directly to the Forest of Death. Outside the Forest of Death, swish, swish, swish. As the examinees arrived near the forest, amidst the sound of wind breaking, Uchiha Shisui, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hizashi each arrived with several jonin and a squad of medical ninjas. They would enter the Forest of Death in advance to act as proctors and ensure the exam proceeded smoothly. After all, this was the jonin exam, and the participants were all exceptionally strong. No amount of attention was excessive. Soon after, the examinees, led by their proctors, evenly distributed themselves around the Forest of Death. For this exam, Konoha had expanded the original 44 entrances to the Forest of Death to 64. Noon. Whoosh, whoosh. With a series of signal flares exploding in the air, 64 squads simultaneously surged into the Forest of Death. The midday sun was bright, but the dense canopy of trees almost completely blocked out the sunlight. The occasional dappled light filtering through the leaves did little to dispel the eeriness and gloom of the Forest of Death. Moving through the trees, despite the tense and exciting jonin exams, the 3 grass ninja moved with utter nonchalance, completely oblivious to their surroundings. I don't understand, a grass ninja who looked to be under 30 years old spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, sounding like a broken violin. Orochimaru, your so-called overthrow of Konoha is just participating in this childish exam. Shannon was clearly extremely dissatisfied. In his view, the Fire Avengers Alliance, composed of the 3 big bosses, should be doing something far more shocking and devastating to Konoha. You don't understand. Before Orochimaru could reply, Danzo interrupted, our real prey should be Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, who are the examiners. These 2 Mangekyō Sharingan users are Uchiha Gen's right-hand men, so of course we have to eliminate them first. Danzo stopped there, but his eyes flickered, indicating he had more to say. He was obviously thinking of taking Shisui and Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan, then having one in each eye and 2 in each hand. Before brutally killing Uchiha Gen, returning to Konoha, and reaching the pinnacle of Hokage. Is that so? Shannon's expression was still somewhat displeased, but he reluctantly accepted the explanation. Mr. Shannon, there happens to be a child in the Uchiha clan named Inohime who has mastered the Zero Tails technique. Why don't we go and see how he is? Orochimaru's narrow snake eyes swept over Shannon's reluctant face, and he squinted as he raised a topic that Shannon found very interesting. Shannon indeed became interested and stopped showing his displeasure. The fire must have entered from the east side of the forest. Let's go. Orochimaru licked his lips, glancing at the 2 high-level cannon fodder he had painstakingly brought together beside him, feeling quite pleased. Yes, cannon fodder. His ambitions to return to Konoha and overthrow it were never on his mind. The only reason he had brought Danzo and Shannon together was that he needed these 2 top-tier fighters to act as cannon fodder against the Mangekyō Sharingan Uchiha, allowing him to use the reanimation jutsu on the Mangekyō Sharingan-wielding Uchiha. Shannon, a delusional remnant of the Void Ninja, dreaming of unrealistically overthrowing the ninja world, a fool. Danzo, trying to fool a great Tobirama Senju with just a master-disciple relationship and a few empty words, even more of a fool. Orochimaru was certain that once the brilliant second Hokage clashed with the Uchiha Genji and the Konoha ninja once or twice, he would quickly analyze the situation and might even betray them on the spot. So, the second Hokage should only use it once, and not against Uchiha Genji, who is also the Hokage. But the techniques he taught for dealing with Uchiha ninjas are indeed effective. Recalling the 108 styles against Uchiha he learned from the second Hokage, Orochimaru's eyes showed satisfaction, and his heart burned with excitement. He chuckled strangely and looked at his two scheming companions, saying, "The infirmary to the east is guarded by Uchiha Fugaku. After we capture Uchiha Inahime, we'll deal with him." Three figures sped through the dense forest, leaving no trace on the tree trunks. "Himichi, haven't you found Tekka and the others yet?" Uchiha Inahime frowned slightly. "The entrance they entered shouldn't be too far from us. I'll check again." Hyuga Hinichi, with his single ponytail, had veins bulging near his eyes as he activated his Byakugan. No sign of Tetsuka and the others. "There's an Iwagakure squad 1 kilometer to the southeast." After reporting the intelligence within his field of vision, the calm and composed Hyuga Hidetoshi slightly shook his head. As a member of the branch family, his Byakugan only had a 359-degree field of vision, and he couldn't see the area behind his head. "3 high-intensity chakra reactions 80 meters behind us." Hyuga Hidetoshi was suddenly startled. He hadn't expected to be so close. This meant that the other party definitely had a deep understanding of the Byakugan and the Hyuga clan, which was why they had found his Byakugan's blind spot. Seemingly realizing they had been discovered, the three figures who had been lying in wait suddenly accelerated and caught up with Inagasa and the other two. "Grass ninja." Uchiha Inahime's gaze swept over the 4 stripe headbands on the 3 ninjas' heads. He tilted his head slightly, a disdainful smile spreading across his lips. "A bunch of trash, daring to challenge me. The 5th strongest Uchiha? Let's warm up a bit. Their chakra reactions are extremely strong," Hyuga Hime added. He felt that 2 of their chakra auras were familiar, but he couldn't quite place them. "I could crush them with one hand. I'll win." Inahime clenched his fist, looking at the 3 pale, stiff-grassed ninjas with an arrogant smile. "Don't fall too easily, or your warm-up will be ineffective." Whoosh! He used the body flicker technique, rushing towards the 3 grass ninjas with lightning speed, even causing a sonic boom. Tremble under the power of the Uchiha. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Opening Eyes. Boom. A deafening roar echoed from not far away. "People are fighting? That's quite a commotion." Uchiha Gen and his 2 companions, hiding in a towering tree, simultaneously looked in the direction of the roar. "Gen, shall we go over?" Guy's bushy eyebrows rose, showing a hint of eagerness. "Sure, maybe we can get 6 tokens at once." Uchiha Gen nodded, then emphasized, "Guy, don't rush in. Let's finish them off after they're both exhausted." "Okay." Tetsuka and Guy nodded simultaneously. Bang! A figure was swept away like a broken branch, crashing into a thick tree that would take several people to encircle with a sharp whooshing sound. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Trembling as he stood up, clutching his stomach, Uchiha Inagasa slammed his fist on the ground, his face full of anger. He initially thought he could easily handle this group of grass ninja, but after exchanging blows with one of them, he was horrified to discover that the opponent's speed, strength, and even basic taijutsu skills were superior to his. How is this possible? How can a small-town ninja from a rural village be stronger than me, with my 3 tomo, in terms of ninja village, lineage, and bloodline? As a genius of the Uchiha clan, I should never lose. Resentment, anger, and jealousy intertwined, constantly churning within Inahime's heart. He formed hand seals, abruptly releasing the zero-tail seal from his body, donning a black and red-tailed beast cloak. Again, an unprecedented fighting spirit erupted in Inahime's eyes. He refused to accept defeat so easily. He would accept losing to Genji, Shisui, or even Kakashi, but to a grass ninja? He would rather die. Inahime was ablaze. "Oh," Orochimaru licked his lips, a smile playing on his lips, and slowly drew his Kusanagi sword from his waist. A flash of light, and he slashed at Inahime. Inahime's eyes darted around, an ominous dark chakra coalesced into 2 tentacles, which he unleashed with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, the sword clashed with the tentacles, and Inahime was violently blasted away by the force. A red light flashed in Inahime's eyes, and he moved even faster, delivering a straightforward punch, amplified by the Zero Tails chakra, aimed at Orochimaru's heart. The muscles in Inahime's arm bulged, veins popping, all his power and dark chakra concentrated in his hand. This punch embodied his pride and conviction. He was determined to utterly crush this Kusanagi ninja. However, Orochimaru's eyes remained calm as an ancient well, only 2 fingers twitching slightly. Swoosh, the sound of a sword slicing through flesh rang out. The Kusanagi sword, which had been knocked away, pierced Inaheim's left lower back, the tip protruding directly through his kidney. Inaheim's Sharingan widened, and relying on momentum, he slammed his fist into Orochimaru's chest, but the power of his punch was ultimately diminished. Boom! Orochimaru was also sent flying. The disheveled Inaheim frowned, lightly flicking the sword tip away from his body, then clutching his wounded waist and gasping for breath, kicking the blood-stained sword away. This Kusanagi ninja must be seriously injured after taking a punch from him, not a complete loss. 50-50. Inaheim gritted his teeth and endured the pain, consoling himself, forcing himself to not lose out. How? Is that all? A sinister laugh rang out, and Orochimaru stood up, lightly dusting off the dust on his body. Inaheim, seeing Orochimaru stand up as if nothing had happened, was startled, stumbled back a few steps, and fell to the ground. He stretched out his hands, his eyes blankly fixed on the bloodstains on them. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and humiliation welled up inside him, and his body twitched slightly. Drip. Drip. He hadn't shed a tear when his parents died, but now, for the first time, tears streamed down his face. Not from despair at failure or fear of impending death, but from the utter shattering and disillusionment of his pride and dignity. It was as if he had lived his entire life dreaming of being a genius, but now the dawn had broken and he had awakened from the dream, discovering himself to be nothing more than an ordinary person. This immense sense of disillusionment even robbed Daohiro of the will to run away. Although the dark chakra on his body had disappeared, the aura of his chakra grew increasingly cold and sinister. The tomo in his eyes began to slowly rotate without his awareness, their tails growing longer and longer, almost merging into one. Inaheim, you've grown quite a bit? Orochimaru's untimely, gloomy voice interrupted Inaheim's transformation. In a good mood, having verified Tobira's back kidney strike, he praised, even I would have to put in a lot of effort to take you down now. Hearing that familiar voice, Uchiha Inaheim subconsciously looked up, only to witness a horrifying scene. The grass ninja who had defeated him extended his long tongue, licking off his face like crumpled paper, revealing a pale cheek and greedy snake eyes. Orochimaru. Losing to him made perfect sense. Inaheim's anger deflated, and the spinning speed of the tomo in his eyes slowed. He looked around and saw that his 2 teammates had been taken down by another sword-wielding grass ninja while he was distracted. It's over. Inaheim frowned, trying to stand up, but the severe wound to his waist and blood loss had completely rendered him incapable of fighting. Don't worry, Inaheim, I won't kill you. Orochimaru licked his lips, opened his bloody maw, and suddenly stretched his neck to bite Inaheim's neck. Orochimaru, Danzo, and this other one doesn't seem to be a good person either. Hidden in the forest, Uchiha Gen frowned. He could probably handle one Orochimaru with his clone, but 2 more powerful opponents would be difficult. Gen, seeing his brother defeated, Uchiha Totsuka couldn't resist the urge to attack, but he managed to maintain his composure, looking anxiously at Uchiha General Totsuka. Do you trust me? Uchiha Gen patted Totsuka's shoulder. Totsuka hummed in response, but the anxiety in his eyes was still hard to conceal. Alright, relax and don't resist. Under Chihiro's questioning gaze, Yuan's arm, which was gripping Chihiro's, gradually dissolved into a strange white gel-like substance, slowly seeping into Chihiro's body. Yuan completely merged into Chihiro's body. Since Yuan's body was essentially a white zetsu, it could possess Chihiro's body just like a white zetsu possessing Obito. Just as Pikachu and Ash's fusion could produce an effect greater than the sum of its parts, transforming into golden-haired Super Uchi wrapped in lightning, a white zetsu possessing wood release and powerful yang release life force could greatly stimulate the Uchiha's power after merging with him. Coupled with the stimulation of the high-quality eye power of the Uchiha source within the clone body, Chihiro's power immediately surged, increased wildly, and surged. His power at this moment was 50 times stronger than ever before, incredibly domineering and incredibly sharp. Chihiro slowly opened his eyes. His eyes still held the 3 tomo, but the depths of his eyes were a bright, gleaming red, even his irises were crimson. With such immense power, who in the forest of death could possibly stop us? Because Uchiha Gen's eye power was of higher quality, and Totsuka showed no intention of seizing control of the body, this body remained under Uchiha Gen's control. Uchiha Gen let out a long breath, clenched his fist, and turned to look at Guy, who was still in shock, saying, Guy, let's go. Let me see your passion and youth. Alright. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Upon hearing words like passion and youth, Guy immediately ignited, revealing his signature smile and giving Uchiha Gen a thumbs up. Swish. Swish. Two figures, one green and one black, rushed to the battlefield. Inaheim, accept my gift, Orochimaru, whose neck had stretched for over 10 meters, was already close to Inaheim's body. Inaheim could almost smell the stench emanating from his gaping maw, but he was powerless to resist. The next instant, just as Inaheim was about to close her eyes and await death, recalling her fragmented life, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, and his head, which had been flying towards Inaheim, turned to the other side. Clang, a clear, melodious sound, like the clang of metal, rang out, and Orochimaru was sent flying like a cannonball, as if struck by a hammer. Bang! A deafening roar shook the earth as Orochimaru, like a serpent, crashed through several trees, his scaly neck mostly severed, with only bits of skin and flesh hanging loosely, barely keeping his head and body connected. Uchiha Gen took a few steps forward, shielding Inaheim behind him. The dappled light elongated the shadow of the assailant, illuminating Inaheim's back, a back Inaheim knew intimately, a back she saw every day, yet now it felt utterly unfamiliar. Orochimaru, no need to pretend. Did you really think I'd fall for such a simple trap? Uchiha Gen stared at Orochimaru's corpse not far away and sneered. Had he? Didn't expect that. Despite having his neck broken, Orochimaru made a sound, his entire body suddenly deflated as if punctured. Orochimaru then suddenly opened his mouth wide. Hiss. A white snake emerged from his mouth, which then expanded to its limit, spitting out Orochimaru covered in slime. The unharmed Orochimaru looked at the Totsuka before him and clicked his tongue in amazement, saying, I didn't expect that you, Totsuka-kun, were the one who hid the deepest among the three Uchiha this time. Totsuka, it really was Totsuka. Inaheim licked his dry lips, opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. His newly rebuilt genius pride shattered once again without warning, even more completely this time. His younger brother, 4 years his junior, the child he thought he would always need to protect, was now stronger than him, and by a significant margin. I can't compare to my brother, 4 years younger than me. I'm definitely not a genius, no, I'm just a good-for-nothing. Totsuka, my brother, is a great genius. Ha 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 ha. A bright smile bloomed on Inaheima's face, a mixture of sorrow and joy, though tears welled in his eyes. His face alternated between laughter and tears, the muscles beneath his skin twitching incessantly. And amidst this intense interplay of sorrow and joy, unnoticed by Inaheima's vacant gaze, the tomo in his eyes finally aligned. Chapter 144 Eye Techniques and Thoughts. Prelude to Power, accompanied by a powerful roar, a green figure flashed past at lightning speed, kicking towards Shen and thud, the mist kick snapped the tree, but Kai, undeterred by the initial mishap, raised his eyebrows, his eyes gleaming. He moved even faster, twisting his legs around the tree, using the momentum to spin and bend his elbow. Konoha Evil Rock Rise. In mid-air, Kai abruptly stopped, using his legs, which were wrapped around the tree, as the center of a circle. His upper body swung like a hammer, pushing off with his shoulder and elbow, unleashing a thunderous roar as his elbow struck Shenin. A deafening boom followed. Shenin, who had braced himself to block the elbow, was sent sliding several meters away like a stone struck by a giant hammer. After regaining his footing, he stretched with slightly numb limbs. Seeing that Orochimaru had revealed his true face, he no longer concealed himself, tearing off the human skin mask from his face. He smiled kindly like an elder, saying, Guy, you've grown a lot, you're already surpassing your father Dr. Shenin. Kai stared in disbelief at the somewhat familiar face before him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he exclaimed in surprise. Before Dai risked his life to prove the power of the 8 gates, Kai's family was very poor, even scrimping and saving on liniments, let alone any tonics. Might Dai's body also suffered numerous hidden injuries from excessive training. Fortunately, about 10 years ago, the kind wandering Dr. Shenin traveled to Konoha and treated Dai and Kai for free. Dai even showed the doctor, who knew nothing of ninjutsu, the scroll of the 8 gates so that Shenin could better understand their conditions. But how could Shenin, who claimed to be an ordinary person, possess physical abilities comparable to a Jonin? Kai was a hot-blooded fool, but not an idiot. He wasn't as stupid as a Bido Uchiha, who had always been second to last in the ninja academy, just below him. You lied to us. Kai gritted his teeth, his thick eyebrows furrowed, his face becoming much colder. How can you call it lying? It was just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Sharingan ripped off his grasped ninja headband and ninja uniform, revealing his lean body beneath. He grinned and said, "The 8 gates, this technique shouldn't be practiced blindly like you two idiots. Only when combined with my dark medical ninjutsu can it become truly powerful. Open the gate, open. Open the gate of rest. Open the gate of vision." After each open, Sharingan's body suddenly expanded outwards. His flesh rapidly swelled, veins bulged beneath his skin, black energy writhed like earthworms, and his muscles surged violently in waves. Huff huff huff, his taut muscles rippled rhythmically with Sharingan's breathing, a ferocious grin spreading across his fleshy face. Without the Zero Tails chakra support, is the 6 gates already the limit? But, Guy, what can you do against me who can maintain the 6 gates at will? 6 gates? Guy frowned slightly. Why did he feel that Sharingan's 6 gates were weaker than his own 5 gates? Never mind. Guy shook his head, his eyes hardening. Letting Sharingan steal the 8 gates was a mistake, and now was the time to correct it. Injury gate, open. The burst of chakra trembled the ground. Guy stomped down, creating a crater beneath his feet, and shot towards Sharingan like an arrow. Amidst the thunderous clash of fists, a figure wreathed in green flames clashed fiercely with a bear-like Sharingan. With a series of heavy thuds, the ground beneath their feet cracked, soil churned, and surrounding thick trees snapped in the aftershocks. Meanwhile, whoosh, a tremendous whooshing sound, accompanied by a fierce, sword-like gale, tore through the air, creating countless invisible blades. Facing Shimura Danzo's wind release, vacuum wave, Iron Fire's eyes flashed crimson for a moment, then his figure stretched into an almost after image within a small space, dodging dozens of incoming wind blades. The next second, Uchiha Gen manipulated his body to leap into the air, dodging Orochimaru's man-spit snake spits sword trick from behind, and pounced on Orochimaru from above like an eagle. Seeing that he couldn't replicate the despicable kidney strike, Orochimaru inwardly regretted it, his hand hidden in his sleeve forming a hand seal, and he used earth release to evade a distance. Bang! Uchiha Gen's punch missed, leaving only spiderweb-like cracks in the ground within a few meters. He landed gracefully, his hands forming hand seals as he took a deep breath. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, water release, water wall. Orochimaru's slender, boneless fingers also crossed. A suddenly rising wall of water blocked the menacing fire dragon, releasing plumes of white steam. Then, Uchiha Gen burst from the smoke, closing in on Orochimaru's face, and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Instantly, half the sky was illuminated red by the fire. An opportunity. Amidst the raging flames, Danzo, who had been assisting Orochimaru in fighting Iron Fire, narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Sharingan and Guy, who were forced to distance themselves due to the large-scale fire release, and his gaze fell on Inohime, who was still slumped on the ground. The Mangekyō Sharingan is hard to get, so using the 2-3 Tomo Sharingan as consumables for Oz energy isn't bad, at least it'll give him 2 more lives. Danzo grinned maliciously, his entire body suddenly moving with the wind, 2 fingers forming claws as he reached straight for Uchiha Inohime's face. These 2-3 Tomo Sharingan, I'll take them. Inohime, already pale from blood loss, was extremely dazed. After extreme sorrow and joy, a flood of information from the depths of his bloodline suddenly rushed into his mind, causing his brain to momentarily shut down. It wasn't until the strong wind hit his face that he came back to his senses. It seems, maybe, I've awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? I really am a genius. Inohime slowly raised his head, and in his crimson eyes, the 3 Tomo had transformed into 3 sharp-edged prisms, radiating an incomparably bewitching light. Danzo, who was rushing towards him like a sharp arrow, was startled. Upon seeing the Sharingan pattern that was completely different from the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he subconsciously turned his head away, but his 2 fingers were still aimed straight at Inohime's eye sockets. Susanoo, after receiving the information in his mind, Inohime smiled faintly, uttered a clear shout, and neither dodged nor evaded. Danzo, who couldn't clearly hear Inohime's voice, frowned, stomped his foot into the mud, forcibly stopping his lightning-fast movement in front of Inohime, and turned to kick. He knew the Susanoo's defense was powerful, and that his 2 fingers definitely couldn't break through it, so he wanted to use the recoil from the kick to create distance between himself and Inohime. However, what he kicked wasn't the incredibly hard Susanoo ribs he expected, but rather very soft flesh. Thud. Inohime was caught off guard and shot backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and landed limply on the ground. Why can't I connect with the power of Susanoo? Inaheim lay on the ground, his face deathly pale, blood continuously spilling from his throat, his body convulsing, his mind filled with confusion. Deep within his consciousness, he already possessed an incomparably majestic and powerful Susanoo, so why couldn't he summon it? He had always seen Mangekyō Sharingan users like Minamoto no Shisui and Fugaku summon Susanoo, leading him to subconsciously equate the Mangekyō Sharingan with Susanoo, overlooking a crucial point. Only after mastering the Mangekyō Sharingan's techniques and power could one summon the third power, Susanoo. Having just awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, he clearly lacked sufficient experience. Cough cough. No way. I finally awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and if I die like this, it would be truly pathetic, already severely injured and nearing shock from blood loss, and with 2 ribs broken by a kick, Inaheim was practically immobilized. In this state, even with a Mangekyō Sharingan, he wouldn't be a match for Danzo, the former Hokage's assistant. Moreover, my eye technique is actually a support type, Inaheim murmured, his face now filled with complex bitterness. At this moment, Danzo finally noticed Inaheim's abnormality. A severely injured Uchiha who had just awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, couldn't use Susanoo, and was still incapacitated? This was a golden opportunity. Thank goodness, Tobirama-sensei. Out of caution, he created 2 shadow clones, which moved like ghosts towards Inaheim, while his main body formed hand seals, ready to provide support at any moment. Bang! Having forced Orochimaru back with a punch, Uchiha Gen stood atop a scorched, bare tree, glancing at Inaheim still lying on the ground, and let out a barely perceptible sigh. The awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan wasn't a huge commotion, but for an Uchiha who also possessed it, it was as conspicuous as a beacon in the darkness. Uchiha Gen had deliberately kept Orochimaru away, leaving the weaker Danzo to Inaheim, hoping that he, with his awakened Mangekyō Sharingan, could easily defeat Danzo and show off. But alas, he was given the chance, and he failed miserably. Sasuke, after leveling up, usually manages to show off before getting humiliated. This guy skipped the show-off stage and got beaten up. Sigh. Uchiha Gen sighed softly, clasped his hands together, and slapped the withered tree beneath him. Wood release, Sea of Trees descent. After the white Zetsu body possessed the Uchiha clan, the yin and yang release techniques complemented each other, allowing him to create some greenery like Yamato. As soon as Uchiha Gen finished speaking, to Orochimaru's astonishment, tree after tree burst forth from the ground, rising rapidly. The trees that were already there seemed to come alive under the catalysis of the wood release chakra, growing wildly and spreading their branches rapidly. Instantly, countless trees, as if possessing sentience, wrapped around Danzo and his shadow clone from all directions, and Orochimaru was also caught in the blast. Danzo's shadow clone was almost instantly enveloped by layers upon layers of trees, and then, under the pressure of the trees and the extraction of chakra, the shadow clone turned into white smoke and dissipated. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Orochimaru unleashed a straight stream of flame to block Danzo's path. Taking advantage of this moment of respite, Danzo immediately used wind release to clear away the flames, clearing the surrounding trees in one fell swoop. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Uchiha Gen used wood release, the intense battle immediately paused. Shennin and Orochimaru landed beside Danzo, warily watching Uchiha General Guy also followed Uchiha Gen, protecting Inaheim. Sizzle sizzle. The muscular, burly Shennin murmured, body regeneration technique. Then, a shocking scene unfolded, his numerous wounds completely healed in just a few breaths, even emitting wisps of white smoke due to the rapid healing. Guy, panting heavily, narrowed his eyes, but still fearlessly stared at Shennin. Uchiha Gen also frowned slightly. However, Inaheim, who was heavily injured and being protected behind them, went berserk, laughing loudly. This is good, this technique is good, Uchiha Gen glanced back at Inaheim and saw blood streaming from the corner of Inaheim's left eye, indicating he had activated his eye technique. The next moment, Zero Tail's chakra surged around him, and white smoke, identical to that of Shennin, rose from his body. His injuries healed rapidly, almost identically, and then he slapped the ground, leaping to his feet. Inaheim was fully recovered. Instantly, all eyes fell on Inaheim. Inaheim wiped the blood from his mouth, a broad smile on his face. This is my eye technique, thoughts and divine interpretation. It greatly enhances my ninjutsu learning and comprehension abilities, as well as the Sharingan's copying ability, allowing me to learn any technique theoretically within my grasp with just a glance. Ho-ha, Inohime didn't care at all about his enemies knowing his secrets. With such an auxiliary eye technique, even if the enemy knew his information, they would be hampered. They couldn't very well not use the preferred ninjutsu, could they? Amoikes, the god of wisdom, is a legendary deity whose shrines exist throughout Konoha, and Ninja Academy students often visit to pray before exams. This technique symbolizes Inayasu's strongest and most desired emotion. Uchiha Inayasa, I'm truly a genius. This technique is essentially an advanced version of the Sharingan's copying ability. The Sharingan can copy low to mid-level 5 elements ninjutsu and non-attribute ninjutsu. It cannot copy A rank or higher difficulty techniques, nor can it copy various strange and unusual secret techniques. Inayasu's eye technique elevates this copying ability to at least S rank. Of course, this technique has limitations. It must be a technique he can learn. Inayasu possesses Zero Tails chakra similar to Shunin, theoretically allowing him to learn dark medical ninjutsu, thus enabling him to copy the body regeneration technique. However, if he uses this eye technique against the Orochi-style substitution technique, it would likely be difficult to copy, as he hasn't undergone any human modification. After a burst of laughter, Inohime made a shooting gesture with her left index and middle fingers together, squinting her eyes, and sneered, "Your end has come." However, Orochimaru, for the sake of our past relationship, research and being researched, I will spare your life, is that so? How? Orochimaru was not angered by Inohime's words. He stared intently at Inohime, his heart filled with endless greed and desire, his body even trembling with excitement. The dream of learning all the ninjutsu in the world was no longer a pipe dream. As long as he possessed Inohime's body and the Amoikei technique, he would definitely achieve it. Orochimaru's face turned crazed, casting aside all concerns. His only thought was to seize Inohime's body. Impure world reincarnation technique. With a hoarse shout, 4 black coffins he had prepared beforehand slowly rose from the ground. Yesterday's chapter has been adjusted. Everyone can reread it to catch up. Here's a joke. One day, Kakashi asked Sasuke, "Sasuke, how much do you trust your teammates in Team Taka?" Sasuke replied, "Like Naruto's shadow clones." "And what about me?" Sasuke answered, "Like Naruto's shadow clones too." "And Sakura?" Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Probably 2 of Naruto's shadow clones." Kakashi fell silent. He hadn't expected that Naruto's shadow clones weren't a standard for judgment, but a unit of measurement, and that Naruto could easily create thousands of shadow clones. After a long while, Kakashi sighed. "Actually, you could say you don't trust anyone except Naruto." "No," Sasuke said matter-of-factly, "I also trust his son, Boruto." Chapter 145 Danzo's Final Act. As the king of survival in the ninja world, the immortal Sly Snake, Orochimaru, knowing full well the power of Uchiha Gen and that Konoha was a den of dragons and tigers, had made thorough preparations before daring to come to Konoha. Besides leaving cursed seals on his subordinates and preparing an Edo Tensei body for Tobirama Senju, he had also prepared a group of Edo Tensei warriors as a means to fight Uchiha Gen and hunt down Mangekyō Sharingan users. Second Hokage, the most important thing is to utilize his wisdom. "Let's try these first," Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, his hands moving swiftly. 4 black coffins rapidly rose from the ground under his control, revealing characters imprinted on their lids. Samurai, B, Magnet. First, was it the Edo Tensei technique? Had Orochimaru's improvements to the Edo Tensei technique already yielded results? Even an imperfect Edo Tensei like the one in the Konoha Crush plan was definitely much more difficult to deal with than a typical established Jonin. Uchiha Gen frowned, already considering sending his main body out. Fairness and impartiality in the competition are important, but flexibility can be used when dealing with the Orochimaru gang. At that moment, "Aim no Kami," Uchiha Inohime shouted, then charged recklessly towards Orochimaru, who was still preparing to control the 4 reanimated ninjas. Whoosh! Orochimaru nimbly dodged Inohime's kunai, avoiding her relentless attacks, and repeatedly formed hand seals, but the reanimated ninjas in the 4 coffins remained uncontrolled. After Inohime activated her Mangekyō Sharingan, she received a comprehensive boost. Her sharp and swift slashes left 2 cuts on the somewhat distracted Orochimaru in an instant. "What's going on?" Orochimaru muttered to himself. He spat out his Kusanagi sword to parry Inohime's kunai, asking in confusion, "Is that your eye technique?" Is it to interfere with the soul, or to seal ninjutsu? Inohime glanced at Orochimaru's wounds, a hint of arrogance on his face. He wanted to explain, but his repeated beatings had matured him considerably, preventing him from impulsively revealing his information. Amekami. This was another of his eye techniques. Amekami is often considered in mythology to be the same deity as Amoy Kane, but unlike Amoy Kane, who symbolizes wisdom, Amekami is a god of transcendence. The effect of this eye technique was just as Orochimaru had guessed. It could transcend the ninjutsu the enemy was using, rendering it ineffective and preventing the enemy from using it for a period of time. When the opponent's ninjutsu ability would be restored depended on various factors, including the amount of eye power Inohime invested and the opponent's chakra strength. Of course, compared to the formal name Amekami, Inohime preferred to call this technique the technique of not being more genius than me. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Tekka, Guy, take them down in 3 minutes. A series of flames, like a winding serpent, twisted and turned through the jungle, chasing Orochimaru and burning a large area of trees to ashes. After releasing the ninjutsu, Inohime shouted to his two teammates. Uchiha Gen and Guy exchanged glances, and Guy immediately transformed into a green shadow and went after Shannon. All that was left for Uchiha Gen was the fierce-looking Shimura Danzo. Danzo, Uchiha Gen's face was cold and his tone was calm and gentle. For the sake of Konoha, I will take your life, you Uchiha bastard, you bastard who desecrated the first Hokage's body. Danzo's face twisted, his voice sharp with shock, anger, and jealousy. I am the one who inherited the second Hokage's will and should have become Hokage, a rogue ninja? Ha! Danzo's brows furrowed, his face gloomy. He wielded his longsword, his eyes lowered, avoiding looking at Ironfire's face, focusing instead on his hands and feet. Simultaneously, he wielded the longsword, which was swirling with a soft blue wind, engaging in fierce close combat with Uchiha General Clang. 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 After barely managing to block several of Uchiha Gen's strikes, his spirits plummeted, his expression contorted with unbearable pain. In close quarters taijutsu combat, his Sharingan restricted his movements. If it came to a contest of ninjutsu, wind release against wood release would be even more difficult to withstand. Will my era never come? Forced back 4 or 5 steps by Uchiha Gen's strike, Danzo once again channeled wind release chakra into his sword, unwilling to accept this reality. A flash of blue light appeared, and Danzo, letting out a sharp cry, charged forward with his sword. But Uchiha Gen had already completed a set of hand seals in that brief moment, pressing one hand to the ground and softly chanting, wood release, tree binding eternal burial. Danzo's fierce shout abruptly stopped, his expression freezing as he stared blankly down at the several vine-like saplings sprouting from the earth and already wrapping around his waist. The saplings frantically absorbed his chakra, and his body, which had been taut like a bowstring, instantly went limp, offering no further resistance. Uchiha Gen didn't even glance at him, casually tossing a kunai into Danzo's chest, then surveyed his surroundings, waiting for Danzo to unleash the Izanagi technique. Unbeknownst to him, Danzo's only remaining 3 Tomo Sharingan had been lost in the battle against pain in a Mangekyō. Now, beneath his bandages, Danzo only had a cloudy, blind eye. A stream of blood gushed forth. This old man actually died from an ordinary kunai? Gun. He clearly had a brilliant plan, to obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan, transplant wood release, slaughter the Uchiha clan, and return to Konoha as Hokage. Yet, he died here, utterly worthless, as a rogue ninja? He wanted to speak, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and when he opened his mouth, blood gushed from his throat. Danzo looked towards the familiar Hokage rock, but layers of trees obscured his vision, making it difficult for him to see the sculptures carved on the rock. However, in a daze, he seemed to see the scene of the Shimura clan joining Konoha, and the little monkey standing beside Sarutobi Sasuke, the same age as himself. Hirozen, in the end, am I still inferior to you? The light in Danzo's eyes gradually faded, and with his death, the reverse 4-symbol sealing technique within him activated. Sensing the traces of the sealing technique activating, Uchiha Gen was momentarily surprised that he could kill Danzo so easily. Really dead, Uchiha Gen activated Kamui once, witnessing firsthand how the black sphere formed from Danzo's blood sealed a giant tree created by wood release, before realizing that Danzo was probably truly dead. Did he use Izanagi? Speaking of which, Danzo and kunai are truly destined for each other. The kunai attack on Susanoo is out of the question, but for a top-tier expert to die from an ordinary kunai throwing technique, He's truly unique. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Uchiha Gen smiled, then heard Guy's passionate roar, "Seventh gate, gate of shock open." Towards the peacock, countless fist shadows flashed through the forest, the sparks ignited by the rapid friction resembling fireballs, spreading across the sky like a peacock's tail feathers. Rumble. The flames scattered from the fists dyed the sky red, as dazzling as a peacock's tail feathers. The entire earth shook violently, countless clods of earth crumbled and flew, and numerous trees were blown down by the strong winds. A cloud of dust billowed up as Uchiha Gen dashed towards it. When the dust settled, a massive crater lay before him, containing the limp, gasping for breath Guy, and a mangled corpse, its torso and legs twitching. "Guy, are you alright?" Uchiha Gen approached Guy. "Cough, I'm fine. Just a little exhausted from opening the seventh gate for the first time." Guy's body trembled slightly, large beads of sweat beading on his forehead, clearly suffering from the after effects of the intense ordeal. Yet, he managed a thumbs up, wiping his dust-covered face to reveal his signature 8 bright white teeth. "I won. This is the power of youth. It's just that the morning peacock technique isn't quite suited to the seventh gate's intensity. We'll have to develop a new killing move under the gate of shock." Uchiha Gen breathed a sigh of relief and helped Guy to his feet. Suddenly, bang, a figure darted through the dust, hurtling towards Uchiha Gen and Guy. Uchiha Gen turned and threw a punch, but suddenly stopped halfway, turning his fist into a claw to block Inaheim, who was flying backward like a rag doll. Cough cough, Inaheim coughed up blood twice, and laughed bitterly. "My eye technique failed, or Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation succeeded." Uchiha Gen stared at the 4 figures that passed through the smoke, glancing at their lifeless eyes and the kunai stuck in the back of their heads, and asked, "Can't you use your eye technique one more time?" "My right eye's teniomi requires a cooldown period after each use," Inaheim said sullenly. "How about we retreat?" "Not necessarily." Tetsuo smiled, put a hand on Inaheim, and countless white spores surged from his body and entered Inaheim's body. Inaheim was startled, looked down, and saw Hana's face appear on his arm. Uchiha Gen, now possessing a different body, smiled and said with interest, "Let me try your Mangekyō Sharingan and see how well it works." "Gen? What's going on? How did you get into my body?" Inaheim's voice was flustered, clearly unable to accept this. "Inaheim, you're such an idiot." After Uchiha Gen left, Totsuka, who had regained control of his body, looked at him with disdain. "You didn't notice anything unusual for so long? And you still say you're my brother?" "Well, the battle was urgent just now, I didn't have time," Inaheim explained, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he tried to raise his hands to form a hand seal, but his hands didn't rise as he expected. Magnet release, iron sand rain. Suddenly, countless fine needles formed of iron sand shot out from the smoke. "Relax, let me handle this." Uchiha Gen's voice was light and quick, and then Inaheim watched as his hands formed a hand seal, and a row of wooden pillars curved from the ground to form an arch, blocking the irony needles. "Huh? I can use wood release too?" Inaheim looked surprised, like a silly, adorable husky. Then, his expression suddenly turned serious, and his eyes turned cold. "Inaheim, relax, I'll carry you to victory." Chapter 146 Youthful Mini Version Susanoo. Having gained control of the body, Inaheim narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the direction from which the iron needles had shot. "My collection is quite impressive, isn't it?" Orochimaru didn't rush to attack, but instead spoke with the pride of a model kit enthusiast showing off the wall models to a fellow collector, boasting with great smugness, "The strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage, the former Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, Burubi, the moon man who once fought Uchiha Gen, and this last one is even more heavyweight, the legendary god of shinobi, standing behind several Edo Tensei ninja." Orochimaru chuckled a few times, his gaze sharp as lightning as he looked at Inaheim, his expression quite amused. He had already discovered Uchiha Gen's presence and understood why Inaheim had suddenly become so strong and could even use wood release. "It's somewhat like the spore clones that fake Madara and Zetsu provided me, but it should be more advanced. Unfortunately, they gave me too little." Orochimaru sighed inwardly. After cooperating with Madara, he received considerable benefits and assistance, including a white Zetsu spore clone, a perfect sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. However, Orochimaru had already decided to use that single white Zetsu clone on Tobirama Senju to restore the power of this nemesis of the Uchiha clan and use it against Gen Uchiha. "Gen," Orochimaru licked his lips, letting out a low, hoarse laugh, What a pleasant surprise! With his laughter, the four impure world ninjas stepped forward in unison, launching their attack. Ruby donned the tailed beast cloak and, along with Otsutsuki Samurai, transformed into two streaks of light, shooting forward. The third Kazekage gathered a large amount of iron sand, compressed it into a giant triangular cone, and fired it. The first Kazekage formed the Mangekyō hand seal and activated the advent of a world of trees. However, at that moment, Gen Uchiha raised his head and chuckled softly. His short black hair moved without wind. His crimson eyes shone as brightly as stars. Susanoo, a white phantom projected from his body, instantly forming a 10-meter-tall skeletal warrior. In a flash, his meridians and flesh were completed, and a long knight's lance appeared in his hand, entering the second stage of Susanoo. Inohime himself was a novice, but with Uchiha Gen, a veteran proficient in all 18 postures of Susanoo, guiding him, he smoothly and effortlessly unleashed the power of Susanoo. The white-armored knight's lance suddenly thrust out, and with a boom, the iron sand cone exploded, returning to a sky full of iron sand. Uchiha Gen moved 2 steps, using Susanoo to block the aftershocks of the explosion and the splashing iron fragments, and turned back to instruct Itsuka and Kai, "You guys take cover, and keep an eye on Inohime's teammates. I just saw them still breathing." A monstrous wave of trees and vines surged in with an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. Uchiha Gen grinned, and the knight's lance and his Susanoo suddenly ignited with a red light, Uchiha-style, sword leap flame. The blazing spearhead swept through the oncoming sea of trees. With overwhelming force and exploding flames, the tree world rushing towards Uchiha Gen was crushed and swallowed up. Trees and vines were completely consumed by the sea of fire. Ruby and the Otsutsuki Samurai closed in on Uchiha Gen's side, simultaneously unleashing punches from both sides. Clang. After a clang of metal clashing, Susanoo was almost unharmed, but the two attackers' bones creaked and groaned, injured by the recoil. A red light flashed in Uchiha Gen's eyes, and Susanoo swung its arms, slamming into the two nearby Edo Tensei bodies. Boom. Soil and trees tumbled, creating 2 large craters in the ground. Inside the craters, the scattered pieces of paper slowly coalesced, returning to the forms of the samurai and Ruby before stiffly launching another attack. It seems that the current impure world technique is even inferior to the impure world reincarnation in the Konoha Crush plan. After roughly assessing the combat strength of several impure world ninjas, Uchiha Gen relaxed considerably. He opened his Susanoo's chest and hurled 3 white tomo at Orochimaru. Amidst a massive explosion and a sky full of flames, a body clad in Sengoku-style red plate armor instantly emerged. The first Hokage's impure world body, with numerous green branches wrapped around its hands, slammed into the Susanoo's chest, adding several cracks, but it was far from breaking through Susanoo's defense. Wood release, great forest technique. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, using the same technique against the first Hokage, extending numerous wooden vines from his arm to entangle the first Hokage's impure world body. Under the wood release's ability to absorb chakra, Senju Hashirame's chakra flowed towards Uchiha Gen like a torrent. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face as he felt the chakra being absorbed into his body. Most of the wood release chakra he absorbed from the first Hokage was inferior to that extracted from White Zetsu, but a small amount of it was extremely pure, even surpassing the quality of the first Hokage's original cells he had seen. "That's it," Uchiha Gen pondered for a moment, a look of understanding appearing on his face. The impure world reincarnation technique summons the soul of the deceased back into the body of the sacrifice, and the sacrifice inevitably contains a certain amount of the summoned person's blood, flesh, and genetic material. With both spirit and body intact, chakra identical to that of the summoned person in life can be extracted. With such chakra, the impure body can use the various ninjutsu of the summoned person in life. This is truly the same as the first Hokage. Absorb. Uchiha Gen's face lit up with joy. Activating Susanoo, he ignored Ruby and his servants who were charging at him again, desperately extracting the first Hokage's chakra. Soon, Orochimaru, who was remotely controlling the reanimated ninjas, noticed something was wrong. "Susanoo, what terrifying power!" Orochimaru looked at the white Susanoo, licking the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with envy. Although the 4 reanimated ninjas he summoned were far inferior to their former selves, each of them was still equivalent to a renowned Jonin, capable of defeating even top-tier fighters in a one-on-one fight, yet they were completely helpless against Susanoo. Impure world reincarnation, Release. Orochimaru immediately released the 4 people from the impure world reincarnation, then summoned a coffin marked with a number 2, clang. The coffin lid was lifted, revealing Tobirama Senju, with silver hair and an iron Konoha-style headband resembling a mask, clenching his fists and taking 2 light steps forward. The power is surging up, at least 90% of my former strength. Plus the immortality of the impure world. For strong individuals, the impure world form can weaken or strengthen them, and Tobirama's form is the strengthening type. As a calm ninja, he doesn't need his physical instincts, and under the impure world, he can freely use various forbidden techniques that damage the body. Tobirama opened his red eyes, feeling even stronger than in life, terrifyingly stronger. Orochimaru, where's Danzo? Scanning his surroundings and not finding his disciple, Tobirama looked at Orochimaru. Killed by the Uchiha on the other side, Orochimaru licked his lips, answering truthfully, and obediently added, by the way, that Uchiha seems to have also transplanted the first Hokage's cells and mastered wood release. Tobirama Senju frowned, noticing traces of wood release use around them, and his gaze shifted somewhat unfriendly to Uchiha Gen, who was enveloped in Susanoo. He shouted, Uchiha Ninja, is what Orochimaru said true? You killed the monkey and Danzo, and desecrated the first Hokage's body? Are you the 5th Hokage? He's not, Orochimaru quickly added, his name is Uchiha Inahime, and he recently awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. He's the 5th or 6th Mangekyō Sharingan user among the Uchiha, is that so? Tobirama Senju's brows furrowed, and he shouted at Gen Uchiha again. But Gen Uchiha still ignored him. He was focused on guiding and processing the pure wood release chakra he had absorbed from the first Hokage, trying to make it his own. His shouts went unheard. Boom. In the ravaged forest, all the sand, gravel, and branches within a 10-meter radius of Gen Uchiha were shattered, tossed, and lifted into the air by the chakra he unleashed. This chakra really is Big Brother. Tobirama Senju's expression, after a brief pause, gradually turned sinister. No matter what, he had to capture this Uchiha brat first, interrogate him to extract information, and then decide on his attitude and punishment towards the 5th Hokage. Having made up his mind, Tobirama Senju's fingers moved like fluttering butterflies, rapidly forming hand seals at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. He violently spewed out a massive torrent of water, which quickly expanded into a vast expanse of water, a colossal wave surging towards Gen Uchiha. Huh? Uchiha Gen looked up at the surging giant wave, and almost instinctively clapped his hands together and shouted, Wood release, wood human technique. As soon as he finished speaking, countless branches and roots made of chakra surged up around Uchiha Gen, spreading out in a vast, overwhelming expanse, constantly intertwining and growing as they extended. With a crackling sound, the branches and roots entwined and constructed a wooden giant over 30 meters tall, its massive head slowly revealing a wrathful, demon-slaying Vajra-like majesty. Uchiha Gen's eyes lit up at his new toy, and he unleashed a torrent of Inahime's eye power. This towering wooden Arhat was clad in a set of eerie, pale Susanoo armor, covering its body and limbs, and a spear filled with destructive energy appeared in its hand. The Arhat, who had previously appeared somewhat serene, transformed into a towering, pale war god, standing like a celestial being descending to subdue demons in the forest of death. Then, the Susanoo wooden figure unleashed a punch, as if an invisible barrier in the air had been shattered, a visible white aura suddenly expanded outwards. Its terrifying pressure causing the surging waves to back up. Standing atop Susanoo's head, Uchiha Gen, having received his new toy, wore a childlike, innocent, and joyful smile. Only then did he belatedly realize and ask from his superior position, were you talking to me just now? Years later, Otsutsuki XXX, Black Zetsu is a piece of trash. Naruto. Chapter 147 Tobirama, from brand new to battle damaged, and then to imprisonment. The one hailed as the Uchiha treasure, who split and restricted the Uchiha clan, was Tobirama Senju. It was also Tobirama Senju who took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple and granted the Uchiha police department immense power. Compared to the various methods employed by the third Hokage after taking power, Tobirama Senju is undoubtedly a more astute and outstanding politician. He made the Uchiha dare to resent but not to be angry, forcing them to obey him even though they clearly disliked him. The first Hokage was no match for him, so the Uchiha submitted. The third Hokage was truly ineffective, so they rebelled against him. Only the second Hokage managed to make the entire Uchiha half submit, their bodies yielding to the Hokage's commands, but their resentment flowing like a never-ending river. At this moment, Uchiha Gen had to consider whether this was his only chance in his life to openly and fairly let Tobirama experience the iron fist of the Uchiha. This second Hokage seemed to be conscious and didn't want to fight. However, the evil old devil Senju deserved to be severely tortured. Perched atop the wooden dummy's head, Uchiha Gen leaned back slightly. Wooden strips burst forth from the top of the wooden figure's head, intertwining to form a massive, wide chair that supported Uchiha Gen, flanked by two ferocious, roaring wooden dragons. Susanoo draped every part of the chair, white chakra flames resembling intricate patterns, making the metallic sheen wooden chair resemble a throne. The wooden figure, clad in Susanoo armor, took massive, heavy strides, charging towards Senju Tobirama. Boom! Each step of the Susanoo wooden figure caused an earthquake-like tremor within hundreds of meters, the pale Susanoo flames enveloping a massive fist as it slammed in, whipping up a violent gale. Second Hokage, I'm counting on you. Orochimaru glanced greedily at the figure atop the Susanoo wooden figure, concealing the kunai he had prepared to use to control the second Hokage, and instantly burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. He's even mastered the wood release technique? But he's still much smaller than my brother. Tobirama Senju retreated rapidly, his eyes finally flashing with rage and killing intent. His fingers moved like surging waves, leaving after images. He took a deep breath and puffed out his cheeks. A super high-pressure, straight jet of water, sharp as a blade, erupted from his mouth, the very same water-severing wave that could even sever the roots of the divine tree. The water-severing wave, possessing immense cutting power, fell like a meteor towards the giant wooden fist protected by the white Susanoo gauntlets. With a sharp, metallic clang, the Susanoo's defense was first cleaved. As Tobirama shook his head, the wooden doll's fist was split in two. But this did not affect the wooden doll's movement at all. The severed wooden fist quickly transformed into two long, hook-nosed, spiky wooden dragons, whipping up a powerful wind, their momentum undiminished. Damn it! Tobirama Senju's gaze turned grave. With a helpless wave of his hand, he scattered several Flying Thunder God kunai in all directions, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Normally, a Susanoo formed from yin release would reform after being destroyed by this water release technique specifically designed to break Susanoo, but its original potential energy would be reduced to zero. However, wood release doesn't lose its momentum after being damaged. The earth-shattering impact finally struck the ground, shattering trees and rocks within 100 meters. The deafening roar could be heard throughout the entire death forest. Big Brother's technique actually complements the Uchiha's Susanoo, flying backward with a shockwave. Tobirama Senju's red eyes coldly stared at Uchiha Genji above the wooden doll's head. His index and middle fingers were joined together, his figure flashing continuously. Each time he appeared in a new location, he would throw out several more Flying Thunder God kunai, constantly closing in on the wooden doll's head. Wood release, advent of a world of trees. Suddenly, a massive influx of trees covered the wooden doll's surroundings. Countless branches wrapped around and stuffed into the trees, obscuring Tobirama's perception of the kunai he had thrown. Looks like the second Hokage isn't all that great after all. He's powerless against the Uchiha's strength. Above the Susanoo, Uchiha Gen, controlling the doll, relentlessly mocked Tobirama, but that makes sense. After all, he's just a weakling who can't even fall for the Gold and Silver Brothers' ambushes. With each punch from the Susanoo, the dense forest surrounding them was reduced to flat ground. After fleeing and dodging for a while, Tobirama Senju roughly gauged the doll's speed and strength, then used the Great Explosion Water Wave again, unleashing a torrent of water like a tidal wave, and submerged himself in the water. Above the Susanoo, Uchiha Gen narrowed his eyes, scanning the turbulent current beneath the wooden doll's feet. Suddenly, the lake that had submerged the wooden doll's ankles began to slowly rotate, a massive torrent of water rising into the air, twisting and spinning wildly, gathering into a water dragon that lunged at the wooden doll with bared fangs and claws. Uchiha Gen revealed a disdainful smile. The Susanoo wooden doll raised its spear, transforming it into a swift white lightning bolt, instantly piercing the oncoming water dragon's head. Simultaneously, with a swift movement of its other hand, it crushed the water dragon bite explosion. The water dragon scattered and burst forth, countless water droplets falling like a water flower blooming in the sky, but within this beautiful scene lay boundless killing intent. The water droplets rushing towards the wooden dolls had transformed into sharp, chilling water needles, raining down upon Uchiha Gen, who sat atop the wooden doll. Uchiha Gen rested his right hand on his left, his legs crossed, seemingly oblivious to the incoming water needles. Amidst the clanging and clashing sounds, these water needles couldn't even penetrate the Susanoo's defenses. Swish! Using the spray from the water needles, a blue figure used the water instantaneous movement technique to rush in front of Uchiha General Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade. Tobirama raised the water vortex in his hand, hurling it with all his might. The rapidly spinning water tornado flew towards Uchiha Gen like a javelin. Then, wielding a kunai, he launched a downward slash. Crack! The powerful crushing force of the hard vortex water blade pockmarked and cracked the surface of Susanoo. Tobirama's slash from above was the final straw. Even after shattering Susanoo, Tobirama's momentum didn't diminish. The kunai in his hand rippled like water, tearing through the air and breaking the sound barrier at incredible speed, thrusting straight towards Uchiha General Sizzle. The wooden dragon on Uchiha Gen's chair, which had previously appeared merely as a decoration, suddenly lengthened and enlarged, its form spreading out to block Tobirama's kunai. As soon as the wooden dragon took shape, it roared and coiled around Tobirama's body. With a bang, a puff of white smoke dissipated, and from within the smoke, countless flying thunder god kunai suddenly burst forth, covering Uchiha General. Tobirama Senju instantly teleported in front of Uchiha Gen, thrusting his sword towards Uchiha Gen's chest. Uchiha Gen raised his bewitching crimson eyes, his lips slightly moving, and with a slight lift of one hand, he used the Great Forest technique, countless sharp wooden spikes wrapping around Tobirama Senju. A cold smile appeared on Tobirama's lips as he calmly watched the approaching vines, preparing to time his attack perfectly, launching the Flying Thunder God Slash the instant the vines wrapped around him. However, Flying Thunder God Slash, with a roar, Tobirama struck a pose in midair, the kunai in his hand drawing a graceful arc according to his plan. This thrust should have severely injured this Uchiha, allowing him to capture him and interrogate him for information. But he failed to execute his self-developed Flying Thunder God technique, his signature ninjutsu. Tobirama, his face filled with disbelief, was almost helplessly entangled by wood release branches. Wooden spikes pierced his arms, chest, and cheeks, pinning him to the wooden dummy. Once connected, his chakra was absorbed like a flood, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? Is this your eye technique? Pinned to the dummy, unable to move, Tobirama looked up at Uchiha General Senju. Tobirama, battle-damaged version, acquired. After activating Amakayami no Mi, Uchiha Gen wiped away the blood and tears from his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he crossed his legs, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips, and said dismissively, "If you have any resent your fate of not having Sharingan." The boomerang arrived. A familiar voice reached his ears, and Tobirama Senju's expression turned cold. A hidden explosive tag in his sleeve slowly ignited. "Uchiha Ninja, how far can your Sharingan see?" Tobirama looked up at Gen Uchiha, meeting his Mangekyō Sharingan's gaze without fear, and said softly, "Run for your life, or don't blame me if you die." Mutual explosion tags technique. One after another, explosive tags were summoned and ignited by Tobirama. Gen Uchiha remained motionless, then paused, a hint of guilt flashing across his face. "That evil white-haired second Hokage actually reminded me, he's actually quite nice." Boom. 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 A series of explosions rang out in the air as thousands upon thousands of explosive tags detonated, the scorching flames burning half the head off the massive wooden dummy. After using intangibility to avoid the explosion, seeing the wooden figure destroyed, Uchiha Gen was somewhat disheartened. Looking at Senju Tobirama, whose face was still regenerating, he said, "Second Hokage, I don't think you're like other ninjas controlled by Orochimaru who are completely mindless. Do you know Orochimaru is a rogue ninja? He's manipulating you to destroy Konoha, you inherently evil Uchiha brat, having witnessed Uchiha Gen's use of intangibility." Tobirama immediately thought of Madara he had fought before. The same wood release, the same space-time eye technique. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. The more he looked at the man before him, the more he resembled Madara. He stared sharply at Uchiha Gen, his voice filled with anger and killing intent, each word clenched between his teeth. "As Hokage, I will never tolerate any evil act that harms Konoha. I will kill you with my own hands right now." Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why the sudden change in attitude? Tobirama Senju's research into the Uchiha's demonic possession has turned him into one of us, someone who can turn on you in an instant. Uchiha Gen blinked, looking at Tobirama Senju's furious face, and said directly, "Still under Orochimaru's control? Then I'll have to seal you away for now. As someone who protects the village, I won't back down an inch. Gen slowly withdrew from Inaya's body, transforming back into Uchiha Gen. Roll. This bizarre scene made Tobirama Senju's brows furrow. Uchiha Gen formed hand seals and summoned the amber purification bottle that Mangekyō had rented to Konoha, intending to use it as Tobirama Senju's temporary residence. Tobirama Senju grew increasingly anxious, but his Edo Tensei body had only recovered halfway, making it impossible for him to move or fight. Madara, the Nine-Tails Rampage, the deceased Hiruzen, the Uchiha, he absolutely could not be sealed away like this. He glared fiercely at Uchiha Gen, who was approaching to perform the sealing technique, his gaze incredibly solemn. He finally decided to take a risky gamble. Spiritualization technique. Tobirama Senju's face twisted as he roared, and a phantom slowly emerged from the Edo Tensei body. The spiritualization technique is an S-rank forbidden technique that allows the soul to leave the body, activating the soul into a spirit form using chakra. It can ignore distance barriers to travel and kill enemies, and can also control the opponent's body and enter their mental world. However, this technique is listed as a forbidden technique because it has its dangers. Actively entering another's consciousness in battle is extremely dangerous. Defeat means instant death. Gen. Be careful, Inaheim cried out in surprise. The phantom floating in midair glanced at Inaheim, who was still using her Mangekyō Sharingan, and finally decided to deal with the strange Uchiha Gen first. Whoosh! Tobirama Senju's spirit instantly entered Uchiha Gen's body. However, after entering Gen's body, Tobirama Senju was stunned. He couldn't find the soul or spirit within Gen's body. It was as if the body was merely a mindless, lifeless puppet. How is this possible? Faced with this incomprehensible phenomenon, Tobirama Senju attempted to control Gen's body. Finally, in the struggle for control, he found a trace of the other spirit. He followed the fluctuations of the other spirit, trying to enter the other spiritual space, but was directly rejected by an incredibly powerful spiritual force. Huh? Don't you want to stay in the amber purification bottle? A faint voice rang out. Tobirama Senju vaguely seemed to see the familiar Hokage's office, a figure wearing a Hokage's hat, and a scroll held in the figure's hands, a scroll he had personally written. The scroll contained a ninjutsu he had created, the soul imprisonment technique. After all, you're the second Hokage. Keeping you locked in a bottle is indeed inappropriate. Then you'll have to stay inside my clone's belly for a while. Was the one called Gen a clone of the fifth Hokage? Tobirama Senju was filled with 1,000 questions. He shouted, "Fifth Hokage, how is the village now? Did you really kill the third Hokage? Uchiha, the living are the ones to worry about, the dead are not. But if you're interested, you can see for yourself later." Outside, under Inahi's worried and wary gaze, Gen whispered, "Spirit imprisonment technique." Then, the clone formed hand seals, placing one hand on its stomach, and a vortex surrounded by 8 runes slowly appeared on its belly. 4-symbol sealing technique. Using the cycle of the 4 symbols for sealing, it can permanently trap the sealed person within the chosen object's body. It's a high-level sealing technique originating from the Uzumaki clan, which Uchiha Gen only learned after becoming Hokage. This white Zetsu's body is truly a hodgepodge now. Chapter 148 Rice Fire, Old Five's Kaleidoscope is also a champion. How is the village, as the Hokage, sealed within his clone like a tailed beast by the 4-symbol seal? Tobirama Senju, known for his cold indifference, seemed to have become a chatterbox, incessantly questioning the village's current state. Faced with Tobirama's inquiries, Gen Uchiha merely loosened the seal slightly, allowing Tobirama within the seal to sense his surroundings. He then coldly replied, "Second Hokage, if you want to know everything, you'd better see it for yourself. Anyway, no matter how eloquently I describe it, you'll always discriminate against every Uchiha, and doubt every word they say, won't you?" Within the pitch-black sealed space, Tobirama Senju narrowed his sharp red eyes and fell silent. He snorted coldly, inwardly thinking, the evil Uchiha deserved to be monitored, but knowing he was currently under someone else's roof, he could only try to speak in a gentler tone. Fifth Hokage, the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha is very complicated, with many historical issues. He went on, laying out his many thoughts and opinions, hoping to reach some consensus with his Uchiha Hokage. After all, his older brother and the village he had founded and built were now in the hands of this fifth Hokage, even if they were Uchiha. Uchiha it is, as long as they were good to the village, it didn't matter. Fifth Hokage, these are my heartfelt words. What are your thoughts? I also have some experience in handling political affairs. Fifth Hokage? Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Gen? Uchiha Gen, Tobira's questioning voice echoed in the empty sealed space. After calling out twice, he sensed the seal, his face suddenly darkening, his previously feigned gentle demeanor vanishing. Uchiha Gen had already unilaterally closed off all communication with him. After a long while, a fierce, teeth-gritting voice came from the darkness. As expected, a born evil Uchiha brat, outside, in the southern part of the Death Forest, now a ruin. Orochimaru had already vanished without a trace. In terms of escape skills, he was arguably the fastest runner in the ninja world. Uchiha Gen picked up the damaged token from Shinig's mangled body, shaking his head regretfully. It's broken, unusable. Danzo's token is here. Uchiha Tech ran over, holding the still shining token. At least the fight wasn't for nothing. It's a pity such a big battle only yielded one token. Why didn't anyone come over to snatch it up? Inaheim, helping her two seriously injured teammates over, was also full of confusion. After the battle, didn't anyone want to come and take it all? The heavily injured Hyuga Hyuga glanced at the cratered ground around them, which looked like it had been hit by a meteor shower, and exchanged a glance with Yamashiro Aoba, both of them showing bitter smiles. This scene was nothing like the Jonin exams, it was more like a 5-cage battle. Who would dare to come and snatch the spoils? Looks like we have to withdraw from the Jonin exams. Inaheim gave her two teammates some emergency medical treatment, sighing, but she didn't seem too regretful. Instead, she still had a smile on her face, in a rather good mood. The rank of Jonin is nominal, but the Mangekyō Sharingan is real. With a Mangekyō Sharingan, forget Jonin, he could even become Hokage. Well, Kazekage, he could even become Kazekage. Why are you backing out? Didn't you read the rules of this exam? Uchiha Gen reminded him. Collect 10 tokens to enter the central tower to enter the second round. There are no requirements for whether the team is full. You can send him in and the others to the medical station, and then collect the tokens yourself to enter the second round. Huh? Is that so? Inagis' eyes immediately lit up. Then please take him and Aoba to the medical station. Their tokens are yours too. He waved his hand, took off the token he was wearing, and threw it to Uchiha Gen, looking at the dense forest with eager anticipation. He's already activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Apart from Orochimaru, wouldn't he be able to easily crush the other teams in this exam? As time passed, the first shrinking circle began. From 10 kilometers to 9 kilometers, it seemed like only a 10th reduction, but in reality, the area decreased by almost 20%. Adding to the fact that everyone instinctively avoided the southern part of the Death Forest, where a battle of catastrophic scale had just taken place, the fighting within the forest suddenly intensified. Peacock technique, beast, with a deafening roar, a monster composed of strange purple chakra pounced on a Tokigakure ninja, tearing him in two. Its momentum didn't wane, sweeping away several giant trees with devastating force. Tokigakure ninja are nothing special. The purple-haired, blue-eyed Akahoshi picked up the blood-stained token, smiled disdainfully, and turned to his two companions, saying, "These ninja from the great ninja villages are no match for us. Summer, Hataru, we might be the strongest team in this Jonin exams, ahem." Akahoshi, didn't you hear that roar earlier? The man, his face as pale as tinfoil, withdrew his purple flames and said to the bewildered Akahoshi, "That kind of destructive power is far beyond what the peacock technique can achieve." TCH, Akahoshi curled his lip indifferently. In his view, the Star Ninja Village, possessing the star, could definitely challenge the status of the 5 great villages once they solved the problem of the peacock technique causing physical harm. However, Natsumi and Hataru didn't think so and even advocated stopping the practice of the peacock technique. But after glancing at the beautiful woman with brown hair beside Hataru, and seeing her increasingly voluptuous body after childbirth, Akahoshi didn't argue with his two teammates anymore. Hataru's body is definitely not going to make it, she won't live for more than 2 years. Then I'll have to take good care of Natsumi, and with her support, become the Star Shadow. With just one glance, Akahoshi was already daydreaming. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly echoed from the eerie forest, and a huge, winding fire dragon rose not far from the 3-star ninja. The 3-star ninja exchanged a glance and quietly crept towards the direction the fire dragon had risen. 3 more tokens, on a patch of scorched earth. Inahi lightly wiped the kunai in her hand with the clothes on her arm, a slight smile playing on her lips. The awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan is a true qualitative leap for an Uchiha. It's not just about gaining 2 instantly castable eye techniques and Susanoo, The explosive increase in the Sharingan's perception and the doubling of chakra reserve significantly enhances ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu abilities. It could be said that 2 years of using the 3-tomo Sharingan is less satisfying than a moment with a Mangekyō Sharingan. Suddenly, Inohime raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Stop hiding, come out." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 figures descended from the sky, one to the east and one to the west, their gaze is all fixed on the 6 tokens hanging in Inohime's hand. "Star Ninja, Craftsman Ninja, all trash from small villages. Can't you let me run into a Cloud Ninja or Mist Ninja team?" Inohime glanced indifferently at the 6, his expression unchanged, showing no regard for them. Akahoshi's face darkened with rage. He sized Inayasa up and down, a greedy smile spreading across his face. "Uchiha Ninja, are all your teammates dead? Then I'll take your token and these Sharingan eyes. Hell, if you can do it, then come on." In an instant, 2 figures pounced on Inayasa from the left and right. It wasn't Akahoshi who had spoken, but 2 ninja from the Takumi Ninja clan. The Takumi Ninja clan was renowned throughout the ninja world for crafting ninja tools. The 2 attacking ninjas wielded very strange tools. A female ninja held twin swords inlaid with emeralds and peacock patterns, while the other, a burly man wielding a hammer, wore white tiger head armor. The last Takumi ninja gripped his long sword with both hands, cautiously guarding against a Hoshi ninja. Peacock flying twin swords, whirlwind, the female ninja swung her twin swords, unleashing gusts of wind like wolves and tigers, howling and weaving into a massive net of wind that enveloped Uchiha Inahisa. So strong, standing atop a large tree, Hashinobi Natsumi leaned against the trunk, her brows furrowed. Unlike the arrogant Akihiko, she had traveled the ninja world and witnessed many grand scenes, knowing the immensity of the world, yet she was still shocked by the female ninja's powerful wind-release swordsmanship without hand seals. However, seeing the oncoming wind net rushing towards her, Inagisa's lips curled into a disdainful smile. In a flash, she met it head-on, a blazing fire emanating from her kunai. Uchiha-style, great fire sword, using the kunai as a sword, a torrent of explosive flames poured out like a tsunami. The raging flames expanded their claws recklessly, the howling wind being swept away by the scorching flames, turning into a firestorm that pressed back towards the female ninja. In the symphony of fire and wind, the sharp kunai swept past the flames, slashing towards the female ninja. This skilled ninja possessed 8 or 9/10 of his strength in his peacock twin swords, leaving him no time to escape. He could only barely raise his swords, attempting to parry Inohime's strike. Unexpectedly, Inohime's swift movement suddenly came to an abrupt halt. His hand, which had been aimed at the female ninja's face, suddenly released his kunai. He abruptly shifted his body, gracefully spinning in midair. Thud! Inohime's foot swept across the hilt of his kunai, which was about to fall. The kunai, which was about to hit the ground, was struck by Inohime's elegant kick, passing through the female ninja's defenses from an extremely tricky angle and piercing her neck. The 2 passed each other in a flash. The woman's body instantly lost strength. She released her twin swords, clutched her neck, took a few steps, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. This was a fancy move that only Uchiha with Sharingan could perform, elegant yet deadly. A bit too weak. Was that wind jutsu just now because of those twin swords? Inohime glanced at the twin swords scattered on the ground. Then abruptly turned her head, her blood-red eyes meeting the unsuspecting burly man's. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The burly man froze, instantly unable to move, his eyes losing their luster. He stood frozen, stiffly reciting information. "We are the 4 symbol celestials, here to participate in the Jonin exams in search of the massive chakra source to revive the founder of the Takumi Ninja village, Saimai. She uses the peacock flying twin swords, capable of manipulating the power of wind. I wear the infinite whole armor, which can convert ninjutsu into chakra absorption." Another teammate uses the Dragon Eye extendable sword. The last Takumi ninja, who had been confident and wary of the Star Ninja, panicked. He roared at Natsumi and the other 2, "Kill him together, or he won't let you go." Natsumi and Hataru exchanged a glance, hesitant, but Akahoshi had already launched a fierce attack. Peacock technique, feathers, a ring of purplish-red flames erupted behind Akahisa, as dazzling as a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Purple tail feathers shimmered, engulfing Uchiha Inahisa. The remaining Takumi ninja channeled all their chakra into their Dragon Eye extendable swords, conjuring 3 long dragons that roared towards Inahisa. Chakra materialization, so many people have mastered it. Inahisa nimbly dodged the tail feathers, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Chakra materialization was an extremely advanced technique. Susanoo was the pinnacle of this skill. She hadn't expected that Takumi and Hoshino would possess such an ability. Summer, Firefly, attack! Akasa's face was filled with ferocity as she turned to her two teammates, who also raised their hands to form hand seals. Peacock technique, Beast, X3. A large amount of purple chakra surged violently from the three Hoshino ninja, converging together to form a ferocious dragon head. A colossal dragon roared, its roar echoing through the heavens and earth, soaring into the sky and lunging towards Inaheim. A little surprise, I suppose, watching the surging purple dragon. Inaheim smiled genuinely. Perfect timing to test my Susanoo. Boom. The earth shattered, trees failed, a testament to the immense power of the purple dragon, a combination of three-star ninja. But in Akahoshi's perception, the purple dragon seemed to have crashed into an iron wall, then been thrown into a meat grinder, instantly crushed. How is this possible? Akahoshi, incredulous, couldn't believe the purple dragon formed by the peacock technique could be so easily destroyed. His eyes widened as he stared towards Inaheim in the dust. Ouch! This is only the first stage. How did Genji and Shisui endure this pain? Blood streamed down Inaheim's face as he clutched his eyes, his face pale and contorted in agony. Boom! A gigantic, pale skeletal hand slammed down, crushing the unsuspecting ninja into a bloody pulp, spiderweb-like cracks spreading dozens of meters in all directions. The next moment, another skeletal hand swept across, grabbing the dumbfounded Akahide and lifting him before Inagisa. Seeing Akahide struggling helplessly, Inagisa let out a laugh as sharp as a blade. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Even in excruciating pain, as an Uchiha, he had to laugh wildly. How could you so easily break through the highest level of the peacock technique? How could you be so strong? The peacock technique should be the strongest. Akahide, held in the palm of Susanoo, felt the immense power of Susanoo and roared hysterically. I'm just an ordinary 5th-ranked Uchiha? Looking at the world-shattering Akahide, Inagisa felt a pang of disappointment. Wasn't he, too, once another Akahide? Before awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, he was like a frog in a well, only seeing the sky from the bottom of a well. It wasn't until he truly awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan and experienced the unparalleled power of Susanoo that he, like a mayfly seeing the blue sky, truly understood the strength of Uchiha Genji who mastered the complete Susanoo. Forget it, there's no need to force myself to say some nonsense about having caught up with Genji and Shisui. Being the 5th strongest Uchiha isn't bad, Inagisa smirked, thinking of his juniors like Totsuka and Itachi, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. This era is called Uchiha Genji. The golden age of the Uchiha has only just begun. Maintaining my position as the 5th strongest is a success, no jokes today. I've been a bit creative lately, can't think of any jokes. Time to relax, rewatch some anime, and find some inspiration. Chapter 149 Tobirama and Genji? Yes, we have a very good idea. As time passed and the circle shrank, war broke out throughout the Forest of Death, especially on the night of the 3rd day, when explosions near the central watchtower never ceased. On the morning of the 4th day, the sky was still pale with the last rays of stars. The 3 members of the Uchiha clan, having collected all 10 tokens, showed no intention of continuing the clearing of the first exam and arrived early at the center of the watchtower to wait. Dawn slowly drew back the curtain, until the sun rose above the mountains, its rays streaming through the clouds like countless dragons spewing golden waterfalls, bathing the Forest of Death in a soft, warm hue. Yuan, do you think they'll dare to make a move? Ironfire, his clothes spotless, stood with his arms crossed, leaning quietly against the outer wall of the watchtower, gazing at the tranquil forest around him, and raised the token in his hand. Even without using a sensory ninjutsu, he could sense that at least 10 people in the surrounding dense forest were greedily watching him. They wouldn't dare, Uchiha Gen revealed a mocking smile. A bunch of thieves looking to steal a chicken wouldn't have the guts to directly attack us who dare to brazenly block their way. Sure enough, until the sun rose and the watchtower gate creaked open, not a single infiltrator dared to make a move. Let's go, Guy, calling to Guy, who was doing handstand push-ups. Uchiha Gen and his 2 companions entered the watchtower, becoming the first team to pass the first round of testing. Silence fell over the forest. Then, the Kurigakure trio, their faces filled with menace, arrived at the central watchtower, encountering Daru and his 2 companions from Kumagakure. How? Ringo Amiri bared her sharp teeth, making a provocative gesture towards Daru and his companions. The atmosphere in the forest instantly became tense, but neither Kumagakure nor Kurigakure seemed to have any intention of escalating the conflict, and they both entered the gate. Kumagakure and Kurigakure had only sent a small team each, indicating absolute confidence in their team's strength. Those who came to participate in the Jonin exams, regardless of their strength, were at least not fools. Many of the lurking agents remained still, waiting for a suitable target. Suddenly, two figures with purple wings soared through the sky, flying towards the gate. Whoosh! Someone's hand trembled, and they threw a kunai into the air, failing to stop the two flying star ninjas from entering the watchtower, but instead revealing their location. This kunai became a signal, urging the teams that hadn't yet collected enough tokens to act. Thus, a chaotic battle instantly began. Inside the watchtower's rest area, Uchiha Genji sat calmly in a chair, waiting for the other teams to arrive. After the cloud, mist, and star ninjas entered the watchtower, a rumbling sound came from outside. Then, a rain ninja with an unapproachable expression entered the watchtower, followed closely by a lone figure. All eyes fell on this figure, especially the short, white-clad rain ninja, whose eyes practically shone with excitement. Uchiha Inayasu's headband was covered in blood, and with each step, the sticky blood under his feet made a soft plop sound as he hit the floor, leaving a footprint mixed with blood and mud. He flicked the string of about 30 tokens in his hand and said to Tetsuka, "I was thinking of collecting more. But then I thought it wouldn't be very interesting. I'll save them for the second and third exams." Plopping down in the chair next to Tetsuka, Inayasa glanced at the two Hashinobi ninja and gave them a childlike, innocent smile. "Your flying technique is very interesting. I'll look forward to fighting you again." Natsumi and Haru, caught off guard, trembled almost simultaneously, their faces instantly turning pale. They had only survived this Konoha demon's attacks by abandoning their teammate, Akahoshi, and using their rare flying ability to escape Uchiha Inayasu's pursuit. Shortly after, Maki from Sunagakure, supporting a seriously injured teammate, and a thin, blonde-haired, pale-faced Shisamaru, hurriedly entered the watchtower gate. A rumble of thunder continued outside the watchtower for a while before a group of wounded Iwa ninja rushed in. Time quickly passed to 8 a.m. Jiraiya arrived at the rest area and said to everyone, "The first exam is over. Everyone, come with me. I'll take you to see the exam venue for the second and third exams, the Bird's Nest multifunctional arena." Whoosh! Dozens of figures landed one after another on the edge of the eastern fourth ring of Konoha village. The Great Hokage, Uchiha Gen, in his future Konoha construction plan, constructed a beautiful and prosperous future Konoha city map, dividing Konoha into 5 rings centered on the Hokage building. Under this plan, Konoha's original urban area could only be considered within the second ring. The fourth ring actually reached the edge of the current Konoha Great Barrier. Therefore, this place was originally just a remote training ground, but now it had undergone a complete transformation. "Oh my god. It's huge, so beautiful." Samu, who had blurted out a phrase in the Land of Lightning's language, stared wide-eyed at the enormous white steel structure that resembled a bird's nest. Before them stood a colossal, imposing structure woven from steel tendrils, gleaming in the sunlight. After admiring it for a moment, Samu's eyes lit up, her feminine instincts kicked in, and she pulled a camera from her chest, handing it to the equally stunned Hidit. "Take a picture of me. By the way, Daru, are you coming too?" "No." Daru shook her head, gazing at the top of the structure. Her gaze settled on a white-haired, masked man. Daru remembered this as Kakashi Hatake, the genius ninja of Konoha. This spectacle was clearly only in its early stages. Many ninjas were still busily working on it, Kakashi among them. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Kakashi lay 2 steel bars pressed together. His hands gleamed with dazzling lightning, sparks flying everywhere. The high-intensity lightning release generated localized high temperatures, melting the ends of the bars. With a wave of his hand, the molten metal fused together, forming a pool. After it crystallized and cooled, the 2 bars were welded together. After welding, Kakashi used the Thousand Birds Fall technique to drill several holes in the bars, casually cutting off any protruding sections. Yes, Kakashi was doing electric welding. Earth release for road construction, bridge building, and dam construction, lightning release for cutting, drilling, and welding. Kakashi, most proficient in both lightning and earth release techniques, was practically a born earth and wood saint. If he did several more decades of construction projects, according to the customs of the ninja world, He could be called the ash-slaying sage. That Kakashi guy's lightning release is indeed quite good. It's a pity he's not participating in this exam. A sharp female voice rang in Daru's ears. He turned around and saw that Ringo Amiri from Kirigakure had somehow gotten close to the 3 Cloud Village members. Daru, don't disappoint me. I'll be looking forward to blasting you to smithereens with my lightning release. Ringo Amiri looked at Daru with fighting spirit. Huh. We might not even run into each other. Jiraiya seems to be saying something over there. Samu and she are gone. Daru yawned lazily, seemingly unconcerned about Amiri's challenge, and walked towards Jiraiya. The bird's nest covers an area of 200,000 square meters, is 70 meters high, and can accommodate more than 80,000 spectators. Jiraiya, holding his notes, meticulously introduced a magnificent building to the contestants. The ninja's eyes showed various expressions, some expectant, some surprised. After Jiraiya's brief introduction, he dismissed the ninjas, telling them to go back and rest. At this moment, Yuan bid farewell to Chihiro and the others, returning to the village alone. He strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, even taking him to the Ninja Academy and to the Hokage building to look up some information. Night fell. On the second Hokage's haunted rock, a figure sat on the edge, overlooking the myriad lights below. Second Hokage, how are you feeling now? Inside the sealed space, Tobirama Senju, who had been eager to communicate with Uchiha Gen, fell into a long silence. Even within the sealed space, without Uchiha Gen's deliberate restrictions, Tobirama Senju could sense the surrounding area within 100 or 2 meters. Half a day of leisurely strolling was naturally insufficient for him to understand the full picture of Konoha, but with his intelligence gathering and analytical abilities, he had a basic understanding of the situation. How so? Uchiha Gen's rise to power and his governance were far better than he had imagined. Who would believe that an Uchiha would become Hokage through election rather than a coup, without even bloodshed? A Hokage from the Uchiha clan, whose first act upon taking office wasn't to attack the other 4 great nations, but rather to reform and develop the Ninja Academy and vigorously promote the economy? This just doesn't fit the Uchiha's nature. Tobirama Senju tugged at his white hair, feeling his worldview, his views on Uchiha research, and his strategies against the Uchiha were all severely shaken. The information in the Hokage building might be fake, but the vibrant energy and vitality of Konoha wouldn't be faked. Even disregarding strength, if Hirozen Sarutobi was a Hokage with a score of 60 or 70, then Gen Uchiha would be over 90. Tobirama Senju had originally intended to give some familiar advice on being a Hokage, imparting his experience in political maneuvering, but now he found it hard to say. But a thorn remained in his heart. 5th Hokage, did you kill those monkeys? Tobirama Senju asked this question, pushing his sensory ninjutsu to its limit, awaiting Gen Uchiha's answer. The 3rd Hokage is dead? Who told you? Orochimaru. Gen Uchiha's voice seemed even more surprised than Tobirama's. 8th Hokage. 8th Hokage. Go check when the last message from the pursuing ninja unit came back. After a moment of silence and lost contact, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sealed space. Tobirama Senju's pupils contracted as he looked up at the newcomer wearing the Hokage's robes and hat, scrutinizing Uchiha Gen's face. Very handsome, even among the Uchiha clan known for their good looks, he stood out. The 3rd Hokage last sent a message 20 days ago from the base at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, saying that traces of the rogue ninja Shimura Danzo had been discovered in the Land of Rain. I've already had someone contact the 3rd Hokage using emergency contact methods, but haven't received a response. Uchiha Gen observed Tobirama Senju's expression and said sincerely, I want to kill them. I could have done it after I ousted him. Killing the Hokage would have too much of a negative impact. I just want to marginalize him, to keep him far away, so he won't get in my way. Tobirama Senju narrowed his eyes. He could only believe half of what he said. No, considering the lack of evidence, he'd believe 30%. After all, this was an Uchiha, so he'd believe 10%. I've got it. Uchiha Gen's eyes lit up, and he smiled genuinely. The 3rd Hokage, Midakato Hamura, and Utatane Kaharu are left blood samples in the village. Don't you know the impure world reincarnation? You can find out with a simple question. Uchiha Gen's frank words made Senju Tobirama feel a pang of guilt for his suspicion of the Hokage. But it was only a pang. No need. The impure world reincarnation requires sacrifices, which is against the natural order. Besides, 5th Hokage, of course I believe you. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, spouting nonsense that he didn't believe, and Uchiha Gen wouldn't believe either. Who in the entire ninja world didn't know that he, The king of forbidden techniques, Senju Tobirama, was the most morally bankrupt and least trusting of the Uchiha clan. However, it was Uchiha Gen's expression that convinced Tobirama Senju that even if Uchiha Gen was indeed responsible, he was confident that even the impure world reincarnation wouldn't reveal any flaws. Without solid evidence, no one could question or oppose the Hokage, not even the previous Hokage. Fifth Hokage, you did well. Tobirama Senju gazed calmly at Uchiha Gen, his eyes lowered, and said with some emotion, "To see the village so prosperous is more than enough for me. After all, life and death are different, so release the seal and let me return to the Pure Land. No rush." Uchiha Gen's voice was solemn, each word deliberate. Second Hokage, there is a very important matter that requires your help, concerning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the very survival of Konoha. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Konoha were rare words that could stir ripples in Tobirama Senju's icy heart. His gaze suddenly changed, his sharp red eyes staring directly at Uchiha Gen, his voice chilling as he asked, "What is it? Do you know about chakra reincarnation?" Under Senju Tobirama's bewildered gaze, Uchiha Gen told him about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being corrupted by an unknown chakra. "We really can't find a way to remove this chakra, so we'd like to get your advice. You're a master of forbidden techniques. Chakra reincarnation, it was practically a myth." Without knowing the specifics, Senju Tobirama had no clue. After pondering for a long time, Senju Tobirama frowned and said, "Since we can't remove it, perhaps we could introduce some controllable chakra to also corrupt Naruto? This way, they could counteract each other, perhaps creating a balance." Hiss. Senju Tobirama had an idea. Uchiha Gen nodded, even instantly thinking of the relationship between Indra and Ashura. Implanting Sasuke's cells into Naruto, no, how many cells could be implanted? It probably wouldn't be enough to counter Ashura's power. Inside the sealed space, the two remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, Uchiha Gen's eyes darted around, his gaze shifting strangely towards Senju Tobirama. Wasn't someone like him, who used the spirit transformation technique, also a spirit-carrying chakra? If he could implant an Uchiha into Naruto's body, influencing and personally teaching him with chakra from a young age, turning him into a spiritual Uchiha. Besides, Naruto has a cheat code inside him, so Sasuke could have one too. Second Hokage, Uchiha Gen slowly curled his lips into a smile, addressing the still contemplative Tobirama. "Did you retain Uchiha Izuna's cells and genetic material?" One day, a Konoha ninja unfurled a banner in the village that read, "You're just a liar who talks big and makes empty promises." That same day, he was arrested for insulting the Hokage. During interrogation, the ninja shouted that he was innocent. "I didn't name anyone. What right do you have to arrest me? You're talking nonsense." The Hyuga ninja who arrested him pointed to his forehead and said angrily, "I've been in Konoha for so many years. Do you think I don't know who only talks big and makes empty promises?" Chapter 150 Tobirama and Izuna. The fated duel between Madara and Hashirama always ended in defeat for Madara, who only won once in his life, the battle at the Valley of the End. Similarly, the similar rivalry between Izuna and Tobirama Senju always ended in defeat for Tobirama, who only won once, but that one victory cost Izuna his life. The initial killing power of the space-time ninjutsu is overwhelming. To be honest, even Tobirama himself didn't expect Izuna to die so easily and carelessly from his flying thunder god slash. However, this didn't diminish Tobirama's fear of his defeated opponent. Only he knew how formidable the man standing behind Madara was. Fifth Hokage, what is your purpose? Why did you resurrect Izuna? Do you know how ruthless, cunning, and treacherous he is? Tobirama's brows furrowed, the wrinkles between them more pronounced than when he heard of his disciple's death, his voice filled with fear and coldness. Cold-blooded and treacherous, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? It seems, Second Hokage, you care a lot about our ancestor Izuna. Uchiha Gen laughed from the bottom of his heart, raising an eyebrow at Tobirama. Didn't you say you wanted to find another chakra to balance and limit the chakra within Naruto? Naruto's reincarnation chakra is predominantly yang release, so of course we have to choose someone with strong yin release. Besides the Uchiha, who else can we choose? Among the Mangekyō Sharingan users who have died in recent decades, the only ones I know of are the Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna brothers. Are we going to let Madara do it? Handing over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to Uchiha Madara for training is like throwing lambs to the slaughter. Just thinking about such a scene sent chills down Tobirama's spine. Compared to Madara Uchiha, who betrayed the village after its founding, Izuna Uchiha seemed to be better. He didn't experience the founding era, but he only cared about his brother and the Uchiha clan. Seeing the Uchiha clan so prosperous now, he would definitely be willing to make some more contributions. However, Tobirama Senju felt more and more uneasy and uncomfortable the more he thought about it. Fifth Hokage, Tobirama Senju suppressed his displeasure and said calmly, "Actually, there's no need to use it." Second Hokage, "This is all for Konoha?" Gen Uchiha interrupted Tobirama with a righteous will of fire technique, slowly saying, "To counter that reincarnated chakra, the stronger the sealed chakra, the better. But Madara is too strong, and there's a rift between him and the village. Izuna is the best choice." Tobirama Senju's brows gradually relaxed, and he sighed softly. "I understand." Hearing Tobirama Senju's answer, Gen Uchiha glanced at him with some surprise, swallowing back the prepared words. "Tobirama, now I am the Hokage. You can prepare for a death row inmate. I'll use the impure world reincarnation technique. I can summon the sealing scroll containing Uchiha Izuna's cells at any time." Having made up his mind, Tobirama Senju was a decisive person. His calm gaze fell on the fire character on the Hokage head atop the Uchiha clan head, and he pursed his lips, his gaze becoming profound. If that arrogant, cold-blooded, stubborn, and proud bastard knew that the Senju and Uchiha had reconciled, and that the Uchiha clan head had become his, Tobirama Senju's, successor, his expression would certainly be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Night. In the basement of the Naka Shrine. 3 people stood under the dim light before the stone tablet inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths. Ninja art, impure world reincarnation. The clone temporarily acting as Tobirama Lama's Jinchuriki released control of its body, allowing Tobirama Senju to act as he pleased. A complex black curse mark spread from Tobirama Senju's palm, wrapping around a notorious criminal. Moments later, a deep blue humanoid figure entered the condemned man's body, which shimmered with an eerie light. The condemned man's height and appearance began to shift like liquid, finally settling into a handsome face strikingly similar to Sasuke Uchiha. "I wonder how the war between the clan and the Senju is going without me? Can my brother defeat Hashirama Senju? Speaking of which, my brother is such a grown man, yet he refuses to marry and have children, even though Hashirama Senju has children who are already quite grown up. Wait, wasn't I dead?" Izuna Uchiha slowly opened his eyes, his crimson 3-tomo eyes filled with rage and killing intent. "Edo Tensei? Tobirama Senju, you despicable scoundrel!" Izuna Uchiha instinctively unleashed his chakra, wanting to attack, but what met his eyes was the familiar basement and stone tablet of the Naka Shrine, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. "Welcome back to the world, Ancestor Izuna. It has been more than 50 years since your death." Uchiha Gen's eyes flickered with tomo, slowly solidifying into kaleidoscope shape as he extended a friendly hand to Uchiha Izuna. A young Uchiha who had awakened the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Izuna's gaze quickly swept over Uchiha Gen's face, then glanced at Uchiha Inahi standing behind him. He breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the other person who had summoned him. Uchiha Izuna's gaze sharpened. The other person had a face he had never seen before, but the expression, the posture, the gaze directed at him all betrayed him. Senju Tobirama. The evil thousand-hair demon. Uchiha Izuna's aura shifted abruptly, instantly radiating overwhelming killing intent as he stared intently at the one who had summoned him. "You really think I can't see through it? 50 years later, do you think you can fool me with genjutsu and nonsense?" "Genjutsu, release." Uchiha Izuna suddenly moved, raising a finger to try and break Senju Tobirama's genjutsu, but the surrounding scenery showed no sign of being shaken. "Izuna, it really is more than 50 years later now." Senju Tobirama was also somewhat emotional. The face of Uchiha Izuna, which he once found utterly repulsive, didn't seem so hateful anymore after decades. He sighed and explained, "The Senju and Uchiha reconciled the year after your death. Madara and my brother founded a village together, fulfilling their dream." Uchiha Izuna stared coldly at Senju Tobirama, kunai in hand, instantly thrusting towards Tobirama's chest. "Izuna, listen." Freeze. Before Tobirama Senju could even make a move, Genji Uchiha suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura and murderous intent, using his sinister chakra to freeze Izuna's impure body, which actually wasn't very strong, in place with a freezing technique. After his body stiffened for a moment, Izuna stared intently at Genji, his brows furrowed. Genji's imposing aura was even stronger than that of his older brother, Madara Uchiha, Mangekyō Sharingan version, in his memories, and the uniquely Uchiha's chilling eye power was impossible to fake. More than 50 years later? Izuna muttered to himself, not making another move, but still glaring fiercely at Tobirama Senju. This annoying guy, living to almost 90? He must have developed some evil forbidden technique again, maybe some forbidden ninjutsu that can steal other people's bodies and reincarnate. That's why he's lived so long. Although it's a fantasy, it's definitely possible if this white-haired guy says so. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna's gaze hardened even more. HMPH, Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Knowing Uchiha Izuna intimately, he was second to none in the entire ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara wouldn't dare claim second place. How could he not know what Izuna was thinking? Idiot. I've been dead for over 30 years, and I was only recently resurrected using the impure world reincarnation, Senju Tobirama explained, his face as black as charcoal. After the anger from being resurrected and seeing Senju Tobirama again subsided somewhat, Uchiha Izuna finally calmed down and turned his questioning gaze to Uchiha General. I am the current head of the Uchiha clan and the 5th Hokage of Konoha. What the 2nd Hokage said is true. Uchiha Gen nodded to Izuna and recounted the many major events that had occurred in the ninja world since his death 50 years prior. So, we need a remnant Uchiha soul to guide Naruto, and we need your help, Izuna. After condensing the events of the past 50 years into an hour, Uchiha Gen stared intently at Uchiha Izuna, awaiting his response. Even the usually aloof and disdainful Senju Tobirama, arms crossed and head tilted, perked up his ears, watching Izuna's reaction closely. So, the white-haired guy disbanded the Senju clan, and ultimately, our Uchiha seized control of Konoha. Izuna's focus was somewhat peculiar. Although he was known for his calm and high intelligence, he struggled to accept so many changes. His thinking was still stuck in the era of ninja clan conflicts during the Warring States period. The Senju were disbanded, but the Uchiha remained, growing stronger and stronger, possessing 5 Mangekyō Sharingan. Double the surprise, double the joy. Uchiha Izuna let out a long breath, put one hand to his forehead, opened his mouth wide, and let out a series of hearty laughs. Ha 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 ha. This signature maniacal laughter was very traditional, very Uchiha. Senju Tobirama's face darkened even more. After the maniacal laughter subsided, a hint of desolation appeared on Uchiha Izuna's face. He murmured mournfully, even with my eyes, my brother still lost to Senju Hashirama, of course. Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Izuna and sneered, you two brothers are destined to be defeated by us. Uchiha Izuna turned sharply and retorted, if it weren't for your evil space-time ninjutsu, before that, my record against you is 23 wins and 170 draws. I had an absolute advantage. Touched on a sore spot, Senju Tobirama no longer cared about maintaining his aloofness and turned to look directly at Izuna, saying, but the final victor is me. Alright. Uchiha Gen's eyes flashed with a red light as he slowly said, so, Izuna, what are your thoughts on the sealing? If you're sealed inside Naruto, you can see the current Konoha, the current Uchiha clan, and the village that Madara and Hashirama dreamed of. Izuna lowered his eyes, somewhat tempted, and began to think. Uchiha Gen immediately pressed his advantage, changing the subject. Moreover, to contend with Naruto's chakra, one must be strong enough. The 2nd Hokage said you were the strongest Uchiha in the past century besides Madara. Others probably wouldn't have that ability. This white-haired guy actually acknowledges my strength. He has good judgment. Uchiha Izuna glanced at Tobirama, their eyes meeting. He immediately snorted and turned back, saying, fine. Of course I can do my part for the Uchiha village. Alright, Inahikasa. Uchiha Gen gestured for Inahikasa to step forward. Alright. Transfer seal, Amoy Kane. Inahikasa took 2 steps forward, the Mangekyō Sharingan pattern in his eyes spinning rapidly. A tear of blood slowly flowed from his left eye, which he dipped in with his finger and placed on Uchiha Izuna's head. After Inahikasa completed the transfer seal, Uchiha Gen gave Senju Tobirama a look and released the 4-symbol seal from his clone. Tobirama Senju immediately used a spiritualization technique, allowing Izuna Uchiha to copy it using the mind reincarnation technique. Soon, a blue-purple phantom floated out from Izuna's body. Alright, come on. The clone summoned the 2 phantoms, sealing them again with the 4-symbol seal. Inside the mental space, Tobirama and Izuna stared at each other, neither giving an inch. Then it's decided. Ancestor Izuna will be sealed into Naruto's body, and then you, 2nd Hokage, will be sealed into Sasuke's body. Uchiha Gen, appearing in the dark mental space, interrupted their awkward stare, drawing their attention, but his words caused Tobirama to frown slightly. Sasuke, Uchiha Gen nodded, he's from the Fugaku family, half a year older than Naruto, And he also has similar chakra reincarnation erosion, but his symptoms are exactly the opposite of Naruto's. I'm entrusting him to you, second Hokage. Uchiha Gen emphasized the word second Hokage. Tobirama Senju nodded with a grim expression, accepting the task. What could he do? He could have refused before Izuna agreed, but even a remnant of the Sengoku period like Izuna had agreed. How could he, as the second Hokage of Konoha, refuse? His will of fire wouldn't allow him to do so, even if the other party was an Uchiha. Anyway, I'm only responsible for fighting the reincarnated chakra. I won't teach the Uchiha brats anything. So, the Naruto Uzumaki I possessed, and the person possessed by the white-haired guy, are the same age? Then, will the Minamoto clan head go to that ninja training institution called the Ninja Academy together? Izuna Uchiha smiled, giving Tobirama Senju a provocative look. My mentoring skills are very high. I can definitely make him the best ninja of his age. Oh no. Tobirama Senju was startled. Even a mere defeated opponent like Izuna, if possessed by Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, wouldn't he easily crush any Uchiha of the same age? Sasuke losing to Naruto is practically the same as my disciple losing to Izuna's disciple. It's like I've lost to Izuna. Absolutely not. My teaching skills are naturally superior and I have more experience. Tobirama Senju immediately forgot his previous thoughts and began constructing a training plan for Sasuke Uchiha in his mind. A sly smile appeared on Izuna's face. He knew he had gotten a top-tier trainer for free for the Uchiha's descendants. Just as Tobirama Senju understood him best, Izuna understood Tobirama Senju best, and this understanding wouldn't fade with time. I will definitely win, Tobirama. The winner will be me, Izuna. The two simultaneously snorted, then glared at each other defiantly. Their eyes met, sparks seemingly flying. Someone asked Naruto, I heard that you, 7th Hokage, forbade people to discuss Sasuke's dirty laundry, and those who violated this rule would be imprisoned. Is that true? No. I'm just collecting dirt on Sasuke, so how much have you collected so far? 3 Konoha prisons. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.